Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Nerd Street Champs Online Open number 12. My name is Mark, casting alongside Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. How you doing, Ravish?
Marks, I'm doing absolutely fan-freaking-tastic. Appreciate you asking me, my friend. And as you know, it is an honor and pleasure to be by your side yet again for the fourth day in a row for NSG. And I think this right here makes an absolute record for the most amount of times I've casted with somebody this often. You're welcome.
Honestly, the pleasure is all mine. If anything, I feel like I should be thanking you for this wonderful, amazing opportunity. But before we do that, let's go into the bracket here because we're going to be kicking things off in the semi-finals. That's right, best of three. Only 4 teams remain. Dark Zero up against the Crew and Resonate versus Knights. And then after that, we're going to be moving into the finals, upon which the winner going to get a lot of Nerd Street points, which will help teams qualify for the Philadelphia LAN that's happening at the end of the season.
Nerd Street points? Wow, I sure do like those. Now, of course, those do count for a lot, like you just mentioned, in terms of LAN as well. But hey, those also give you opportunities to that. If you do accumulate enough by the end of it, especially when you get towards all the other weeklies, then hey, you might just have a chance to also still be able to make it all the way to the end. But as of right now, though, we're able to look at two teams who have accumulated a fair amount of points between Resonate and Knights, who made it to our first semifinals match of the night. Let's talk about them.
Oh yeah, let's talk about them. Obviously, Knights have made a really big name for themselves in the past. Honestly, making a pretty honest run at VCT before. But Resonate has been doing a pretty darn good job as well. A lot of players to be looking out for. But of course, we got the map picks and bans up here. And look at this. We're swapping things up. Resonate's going to be taking us to Icebox to kick things off. And then Fracture up next, the Knights pick. And last but not least, well, we can't have too much change. Ascent is on the docket just in case we get that map number 3. But first, everything is going to be boiling down to Icebox map number 1. And let's see what agents these teams want to pick.
Firstly, I was so excited that there was an absolute possibility we were going to get a rotation of all the new gen maps. That if it was Breeze by the end, but you know what? Hey, I'm still happy about it nonetheless. Now, as you look at things currently in front of us in terms of the actual compositions, I think this is kind of what we're expecting out of both these teams, right? Not necessarily mirror compositions, but the addition of both the Killjoy alongside the Chamber is something different.
Oh yeah, I've started to see a little bit more Killjoy get rotated into Icebox, and in my opinion, I still think that there are some better picks there, but especially as we move away from that duelist, bringing in a Killjoy is definitely an option. You can use those swarm grenades, cut off a lot of different areas, cut off those rotations. However, for myself, I tend to still lean towards bringing that KO. If you're not going to be bringing in a duelist, that's fine, but I think that KO brings a lot of excellent utility. The 0-point knife being able to shut areas down, really just disrupting a lot of the utility, and super effective against Viper, but also a Killjoy, especially too if that Killjoy is going to be active. And I'm not sure that the Knights are anticipating that, but the Knights are bringing out a very standard composition when it comes to the Icebox meta. One person I'm definitely going to be looking out for on this team is actually Ziff on the Chamber. Ziff, kind of nasty with it, and especially too, have that Tour de Force in hand could be something to look out for if you are Resonate. But Resonate, they're here. Playboy Joe has honestly done some amazing stuff himself, also playing the Chamber. I think we've got a really good duel set up for ourselves, Ravish.
If that F was V, he would actually be talking about 14. That's what the number would be in Roman numerals, and I wonder if he enjoys the hit game Final Fantasy 14. But that's besides the docket. As people push in, as there's 5 people in front of them, and Playboy Joe starts it off with a team for himself. And okay, this sweat chamber is OP. You overcommitted. Get out of there. And suddenly, we have a full 5-stack push on towards this side, as we'll see it planted by neutral, covered by the wall.
And this is why you want to bring a Sage to this map as well. That barrier work does such a good job of zoning things out, and even good for the defuse. Now, this is going to be tough. 2v5 here. Resonate in a great position.
And an even better one as well is going to be played by Joe as he messes with his third, but Scuba making them work for it, but yet again, the man who started it off ends it too.
Yeah, and I have to admit, I didn't necessarily agree with PK deciding to play so aggressively on that defense to run things out. Obviously, you want to hope that you can catch maybe 1 or 2 people out there. Unfortunately, ran into the whole 5 squad. As Resonate, we're like, all right, everybody, let's head over to B. And so you're just going to get outgunned at that point. So we're going to be seeing Resonate now. They're going to have those SMGs. A lot of Spectres across the board. Sometimes we do see a Marshal come out, especially too on Icebox, where there tend to be a couple of longer range sight lines, but it's just going to be full Spectres. And this time, the Knights, they've learned their lesson. They're going to be holding things a little bit closer, not necessarily just running into the offense here, but they are still on their pistols, and that Owl Drone could get really good information. Man is still hidden though, looking for the shots, not able to find any.
So he did have to use his dash right at the drip as well too, so now Ban has to play a lot safer as well, especially just playing his life for a lot of these peaks. Now up against 2, hopefully he might be able to get a double to line that up. The orb should be heard, but has taken away for free as well, and as he takes away a free one.
Inks is still holding it real close, and Knights have made that full rotation over, so it's all going to be up to this Viper to try and slow them down, but I don't know that Scuba is going to be able to defeat all 5 of these members. Might do a little damage here, though. They don't spot him out. Is able to find one, finds 2, but Kane takes that one down, and now the spike should be going down for Resonate.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not too bad, especially when you're in a G spot like that. You want to try to make sure you maximize your value. And usually, getting 2, you've done your job, and that's also what worked for your team because now they're down to 3v3. Considering where they have to set up as well right now for Resonate. They managed to firmly plant themselves all on top of the site with double stack right behind where the entry points could be in the turret, be able to spot out Gangsta. Question has to be now as well how to defend against this, as if it's midway behind the wall and it's up to Exalt. I'll try to catch them off as well. As you see the knife going on and Kane catches them behind him. Just not able to trade that back either. Ooh, was hoping to possibly turn around as he gets caught up from the top.
Yeah, honestly, pretty darn good round coming out from the Knights there. Obviously, they had the gun disadvantage. They really made that one work, and it is all off of the back of Scuba. Somehow able to find multi-kills round after round, despite the fact that they're completely getting outgunned. So, great job there. We're going to be seeing now the rifles are going to be coming out from PK. Resonate, they lost quite a few members of their squad, only able to carry over 2 Spectres. They're going to try and bonus while Joe is going to be going for the hero rifle, the Vandal in hand, potentially looking to get a couple of picks, get a couple of Vault Orbs, might have that tour de force if things go bad. But look, who else but Scuba getting a little bit more aggressive, does have the Viper's Pit to fall back on if they so choose to use it, but I imagine it's going to be saved for a future round. Still though, the rotations from Knights coming in here, Resonate, they're taking their time, but PK are ready for this attack.
The fact that as right now PK are actually decided to play full on site, it's going to be an all contact blowout. Was able to find one spike, goes down just barely though. And Russian managed to get the trade, and that's where the Knights make their comeback. Back through the smoke, Scuba has to look over, but Conte gets him right before they can see him. Next, I'll go for the trade, but it comes out of 2v2 yet again. Spots him going up, and Fletcher gets another. Down to Zip, last man standing once more. As 2 with a headhunter, but the Vandal should be all he needs.
What?
And on the swing with the classic, Fletcher gets it. The dome piece too.
Oh man, a little bit of a classique to make it a little bit more tragique for the Knights. Resonate, 3 rounds in a row. All right, Peanut Gallery over here, laughing at my good old jokes. But honestly, I want to say
That wasn't too bad.
Resonate, thank you. Resonate coming in with this Killjoy pick is very interesting, and we're seeing the utility be tossed in order to zone out PK. Traditionally, you would expect the swarm grenades to mostly come afterwards, but they're actually using the swarm grenades to act as mollies in order to zone places off so that the rest of the utility can come through. This is a very interesting strategy, but I like how they're using it. It's doing a very effective job of keeping PK at bay, allowing for the spike playing down, and that's when Resonate's comp is really going to thrive. But Ban starts it off, finds the headshot onto Conti, and already the res has to come online, so it's going to be evened out. Regardless though, PK on a save.
And the fact that they didn't actually see Ban with the drone too is what makes the trade possible. Now, considering they actually had to use the res too, I gotta think at this point Resonate are almost full committed to the site. There's still definitely opportunities for them to rotate back. They do what the Killjoy util watching the flank. Watch out for this. As to whether or not they're fully committed. There we go. Lockdown is now placed as well from the side of Resonate to force them all off, and they are full committed, and Exalt gets caught as he's on the outside. Ball being used for a standard plant, and this should allow all of PK to move over to grass.
And that's such good use of the lockdown, comboing with the wall, drive him back, don't give him any sight, allow you plenty of time to set up. A great set play coming in from Resonate, grabbing that, and they do have the gun advantage as well, so this is probably going to just end not too well for PK. Resonate already 5-2.
And that'll make it, 4 members still alive for the side of Resonate as well. A 4-0 start. Right off the beginning, especially looking at their bonus as well. Now you're looking at PK, just the round they have to try to swing back because, then again, they're caught in that famous 3-letter word, Marks. What is it?
3-letter? I'm so bad at Wordle, dude. You can't do this to me.
Dude, they caught the
Ego,
ping pong
ego.
comedy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. Here,
I'm
look,
back
here,
in.
look.
I'm back in.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. You panicked. We're on the ping pong, right? Between buys and not. But we'll see what the buys they have in their hand. They even use the Viper's Pit to cut off one main option that Resonate has truly favored. So it'll be a 5-man mid push.
Oh, and Conti already finds Exalt. Might be able to pick up Gangsta here too if he's not too careful. Gangsta good with one, and Scuba finds another Gangsta. So clean with the headshot onto Joe, and PK immediately shut down this middle push. Maybe. Oh, that's not good.
Get that tag. Well done by him to actually cost him right at the end. Corner.
Hot damn.
And, you know, Viper's Pit worked out, cutting off the option. Suddenly, as soon as Resonate can't go B, they all die. Well, you could say no B, so bye-bye.
Man, okay, so I make one bad joke and suddenly you're trying to one-up me here. I see how it is.
100%. Yeah, you started this. This is your fault now.
Honestly, I'll take the L. That's fine. But yeah, like you said, I think that the Viper's Pit, while a little bit more unconventional, did a really good job of forcing Resonate to have to change up their option. But I also think that that's a really important round for PK, just to really tell Resonate, you can't keep getting away with doing whatever you want. Resonate were getting into a level of comfortability where they thought that they could just do whatever and they were going to get away for it. So this is a good round. Keep Resonate honest. Oh, but Ziff just gets taken out by Conti, the wall going down at such an inopportune time. Tour de Force online for Resonate. Playboy Joe looking for a pick. Not found anything yet, but this is a clean A side hit thus far, Ravish.
And the fact that Ziff actually gets punished too is actually quite nice, because we're considering that means the flank options are likely cut off. Not considering they don't have anybody else really on flank watch. So KO is now forced to actually stay mid, and PK have to play so tightly, looking towards the A site as well. Sorry, yeah, PK I should say, but Resonate now, no, they've opened a lot of their options. They're still not looking down towards to see if they can actually catch off where PK is held. No real info goes their way, but they do spot dropping some of the utils, so that should give them a bit more, I want to say, nuances as to what they should be doing.
Yeah, but a great stall utility coming out from the Knights, just using those shock darts, using the snake bites. Make sure that Resonate have such a hard time to go in. One swarm grenade already burned. Conti now burning the next one. They have to go in here. Scuba could be moving into the smoke, looking for it. Can't find the punish.
And decides to not to shoot at the wall out as well. He lets the plant go down, and Gangsta falling as well. So now, Knights are in a much tougher spot when we've seen them in before. Whew. The fact that they decided to just let that go, that might actually be their downfall. Scuba's still stuck in the corner. He's super low, and now he's dead, leaving just Ban. But actually punishing Playboy Joe, saving the op. He'll take that as a W.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to just walk away with the operator here. I don't think that the economy of Knights is going to be strong enough where they're able to make that one work. So trying to keep things as stable as they possibly can is going to be the move. Resonate trying to hunt for it. They've got enough money that they can afford a couple of losses here, but the round is going to be over. So another good round from Resonate. I really liked what PK were doing in trying to just put the brakes on the pace that Resonate were setting. But unfortunately, Resonate, they just kind of waited out, and they've got more than enough utility to be able to make that happen. And now they can't even keep the operator, so not a good situation for the Knights. They're gonna have to rely on a couple of their ultimates. We're probably gonna be seeing Ban bust out the Blade Storm here. They also have the Null Command as well as the Hunter's Fury. But so far, this has been a masterclass being put on by Resonate. They've looked extremely good, Ravish.
Definitely so. And considering the start off was so strong as well, it's as though in the beginning they knew the Knights likes to play, a little bit far forward, looking to grab early picks, and they've done their homework, so they managed to punish them in many of these different rounds, especially the gun ones where, Ziff can't be locked as well, and half the Stenos can do nothing at all. Where even Ban can get into position to try to get a couple picks of his own. To be fair though, this is Resonate's map pick, right?
Yes.
So they're likely going into this a lot more comfortable. We do have Fracture next, which for Fracture, what we've seen just out of this tournament, and even VCT as well, most recently, we know just how exciting he can be.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I I just wanted to quickly pull up some statistics here because, oh boy, I love numbers. But actually, Knights on Icebox have a 59% win rate. Meanwhile, Resonate only 43%. Whatever current iteration of Resonate that is existing right now, they are looking crisp. They've kind of, I don't want to say they came out of nowhere, but this team doesn't have as storied of a history as the Knights do. And honestly, this is such a good look for Resonate. They're really just proving to everybody that this is going to be a team that you want to look out for. And on top of that too, the players are going to get a lot of recognition for this result, because so far this has been a stomp coming in from Resonate, and PK looking to change things around. Same mid-side hit coming in as Conti finds Gangsta completely cut off.
They've managed to pull through again, even putting down the wall as well. But if you look at where they're positioned, just the fact they've gone all the way through, managed to put down a wall, even instead of Viper util, and the Viper's Pit only losing 2. It will look like a bloodbath. They come out on top, but Ban finally gets the punish. Joe can't do nothing, but the flank is not cut off. It's up to Ban. They know where he is, and moving the Viper's Pit is just a little bit hairy. And not being able to see where anybody is, now that gets scary. And so, itching his way closer, looking for the punch outside the cubby, gets Nashy as well. It's now just up to Fletcher. Gonna have to be wary of those taps, and around the corner,
Wow.
it's Ziff.
Yeah, Ziff and Ban win that one out. Looking like that Blade Storm was crafted by the Hattori Hanzo himself. Now, Ban's so good with it. Found so many headshots, and on top of that too, made that thrifty round a lot possible. Gets away with an operator as well. Things always get a little bit more dicey when you've got that Viper's Pit up, but just such good reads coming in from both of those players. Ziff and Ban really trying to make this one a lot more possible. Now, we do have that lockdown back online for Resonate. We saw the combination that they used previously where they can flush Knights out, get a very secure plant, and get themselves set up on the post-plant positioning. But PK have a lot to deny that. The Hunter's Fury could easily just come out and stop that lockdown from getting any value whatsoever. So Resonate have to be aware of this, and if they want to use it, they got to be a little bit smart about it.
A lot of options currently for both these teams. It seems as though Resonate have continuing to bunch up on their pushes too, cutting off B as an option, especially up against the knob that they know they can't currently face check. Nothing to duel it against. Played by Joe still being far off from his own tour de force. I have to continue to get closer and closer, since we know PK are not against playing tight angles.
Scuba might actually come up big here. Might catch the timing onto Conti. Storm Grenade probably going to be coming in, but Scuba uses the, oh, it's so good. That's going to slow things down, but Playboy Joe taking the gas pedal on. Now it's Hunter's Fury coming out, trying to scope out the back. Not able to find too much value, and that's going to be the spike down.
That's him, but
Oh,
he gets Scuba! No, but it stops the plan. So, I guess worth. But, you know, he gives his life for a valiant cause, but for how long? The actual lockdown will expire now. They managed to find out where they're held, and nah, she gave away his position before when checking back to spawn. And now it's a PK. I decide to move in. Time is ticking down currently. The gangster playing for his contact as he going towards the site. As all of them playing these close angles, but it's not really planning for them. It has to be up to Conti. XLU while Flash manages to get with the pop flash. Nice swing from him, and the spray works out with just Fletcher left.
Man, okay, let's talk about Conti for a second, because Conti has been finding these first contacts. Conti also playing the Killjoy as well, but also winning out these duels, which, okay, you know, may if we had to guess who the duelist on this team might be, I think Conti's really making a good name for himself. Conti just not, I wouldn't say afraid, but being so smart about the peaks, but more importantly, finding headshots left and right. Currently at 13 kills, leading the leaderboard. A little bit unfortunate for Scuba that last round, but you know, that's what happens when you got caught up in the Archer Man's big ol' arc. So, a lot of ultimates expended. PK, not exactly in the best scenario, but They do have the Hunter's Fury and a couple of rifles carried over. So let's see how they want to make this work. 4 rounds between these two teams.
Continuing with the exact same trends we saw previously, oh, but Joe. There it is. Easy stuff from there. And now just shots, sprays galore. Scooby yet again with the exact same feature we've seen him with and managed to get one again, but oh, Ziv! A little bit off on the marker. Now would that PK get punished even harder? It's still down to 2, and yet again the exact same 2 faces we've seen time and time, but the swings are clean to wide from Conti.
And this is the thing too, because Killjoy's lockdown is one of the more expensive ultimates in this game, and Conti is getting this thing like every 3 rounds.
Every 2 rounds, bro. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And also too, not necessarily being the one to grab the ultimate orbs, just kind of doing it off of pure frags. And on top of that too, this is Resonate on the attack. You expect Killjoy, like most Sentinels, to be a little bit more useful, able to get a couple more picks on the defense. Still, really good stuff coming out of Resonate. Not too many rounds left in this half, but it is going to be the 2 to force coming in. They have another lockdown to work with. Lockdowns galore, as Ziff this time is taking that high ground position, potentially looking to get an early pick onto the aggressors. As Resonate set up for this A side, it seems like they are starting to favor this a little bit more than the B, knowing that Ban is over there. And Ban has been, honestly, kind of popping off, especially with an operator.
When he's been able to get into position to, Ban has managed to punish every single overaggression from the side of Resonate. But it's in moments like these where he's not given enough space. Even now he has to rotate all the way over to B, and the Resonate have decided that, you know, B doesn't exist anymore. You could say that it's banned. It's been the A site's plant over and over again. That same wall going up. And none of that shot down, leaving PK now finally in a 5v5. We punished first, they spot Ziff as well, so they should know there should at least be one more there. They off against the Gone, and King watch the angle through Spawn. It becomes a 3 against 2 as it becomes a red and blue sandwich. I should say green right now, but Ben, who's been an absolute machine. Conti. He said, yo, man, where you come from? That's not very keen.
And Conti is confirmed our last hope when Skynet decides to take over. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that Conti was able to win that duel against Ban. But once again, that just goes to show Conti is feeling himself right now. Only 4 away from yet another lockdown, despite the fact that one was just used on that last one. Scuba, though, does have the Viper's Pit online. I expect that we might see that again onto the B side, but that's totally okay if you Resonate right now. Resonate more than happy to just push on to A. They've been so successful with it thus far. There's 2 more rounds left in this half. It's going to be an aggressive push coming out. Ziff and Ban moving up, looking to slow it down, but Conti's already down. Ban!
No shot! The fact that even though he was up by pipes, we couldn't get away, the dash shot after was some, but him being gone removes such a massive tool for holding Resident off the site, and they decide that, you know what? We actually don't want this. We'll go back through B. This is interesting. Because last time they had the option cut off, they decided not to take it. It's sort of an opt-out, as though they were not looking for no more, as they're not looking for no more newsletters, and hey, you know, maybe they found a workaround. The ad blocker working out. They can now read the article. They found, you could say, a mid-ground as they push away through tube. But there you go. The trade rush should be able to spot them. Conti puts one of his own. And it becomes a 1-for-1. Res back there ready for that. They weren't even afraid of the trade. And outside to 5v3. On Exalt. We're going to move in. Watching that, but oh, the wall is there. There's not even a pixel angle he could possibly shoot the legs as he's looking for his toes. I don't know, free feet content here. That's down to a 5v2. They're still looking for it. They managed to actually tag a little bit, but they're on the outside, Marks. Oh, looking to possibly move in, and nothing of the sort will happen. A teammates Resonate.
Rav, last round and a half, Resonate might actually get it 10-2. Didn't see this one coming. I'm gonna be honest.
No.
But wow, yeah. First of all, now what that barrier orb? Oh my goodness me! It is such an issue for PK to try and stop the spike plant. And if PK can stop the spike plant, I genuinely think that they are going to win the round. Resonate every single time are just trying to rush that spike down as quickly as they can, and then they just get set up for their post plants. Their post plants have been nearly flawless. They have so many mollies to work with. They're winning their gun duels. It's been so good from Resonate. Now, PK, ban. Gonna bust out the Blade Storm once again. Came up huge last time. Has to make that happen again to even this out 3-9 in the half. And that's not even an ideal scenario for the Knights. This is so tough, but Scuba over here, ready to slow them down.
You know, there's a tale as old as time that says slow and steady wins the race. But as the wall gets built out, they shall also slowly get put down.
Whoa.
And so do 3 members of Resonate. And within a matter of seconds, we thought they had cover, but it was not enough. Those people within the walls get broken through with the sharp knives. And the hibachi that right now that PK are playing. I put a Resonate topsy-turvy.
30 seconds left.
There's Exalt. If I 1v1, but Fletcher knows as soon as he gets 1, 2 more will grow from each corner. And he's not too sure which head to shoot. And instead, he'll get his own shot off.
Yeah, we all get a little bit of option paralysis every now and then, especially too when you got 3 people jumping out from different angles, ready to just take your head off. So, still though, great stuff coming out from Resonate. Big shout out to Ban once again, using that Blade Storm got so much value, really punished Resonate. And once Resonate were not able to scare the plant, it was just all downhill from there. Still though, now we're gonna swap things up. PK, they're on the attack now. Resonate, 9 rounds up. Let's see how PK want to adapt to this. They have to win this pistol round, otherwise this is only going to get dicier and dicier. And Dicey's not even in this game. Let's see how the Pittsburgh Knights are going to attack this now.
Thing is, it's... You're going to have to continue to try to roll that at least pens through the smoke. That's having to use. You see Conti with these things before. He gets them! And does a lot of damage as well. That's more than enough. Just put them down. They're running on band-aids. You're gonna need a lot more to recover. 10-3. The Christmas taken yet again by Resonate. Now they're on their bonus.
Oh my god. Just imagine being Pittsburgh Knights. Like, alright, let's go. Just walks in, runs into Conti, and it just being like, damn it. And then just 2 people immediately hit the ground. That's gotta be so demoralizing. What a gamble. Fortunately, they lost that one. Hopefully they didn't bet too much money on it, but now we're gonna be seeing Resonate. They're gonna have Spectres, Playboy Joe opting to bring a Marshall. But look at that Conti, 22 kills! Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I wasn't sure which version I was doing there, but sounds fun anyways.
It came
Either
out
way
fun.
though.
It's a win.
You think so? Thanks, man.
Yeah, we take that up.
Hey. Even right now, they're just as has been said before, poking and plotting, and the poke seems to have hurt a bit more than they thought. Def is now gone. They're just be trading us shots. The body shots actually just barely misses on Gangsta. But all of PK are cornered out the outside. While going drive. They have the option to move in, but they gotta play up against Kane first. He's flashed. He misses all shots. Not to Nash, who flashed as well. Ban gets 3. They're blinded. They don't even know how they died. But it doesn't matter. Adios mio.
What? Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, you know, it was a little bit of a frantic fight. An FF, not a forfeit in this case. A frantic fight happening onto that A site. You know, the smoke's coming up, smoke's going down, Molly's being tossed. I love the way that PK were playing off of Exalt's flashes, got maximum value out of that. Ban was just able to go in there and basically play aim labs on bots that were walking in straight lines. But then Conti just decides to show up with that Spectre in hand, cleans it out with a nice little 3K, and that's the end of the round. PK, they're gonna have rifles this time around. You can tell that they're starting to feel a little bit more frustrated, but Resonate have a firm grasp on the win. Only 2 more rounds away from closing out map number 1. As a reminder, this was their map pick, but still, this is not a scoreline I think that any of us were expecting.
To start things off with such a streak, I think it's definitely putting a smile on Resonate's face. But definitely so, yeah. I'm sure many people had Knights very favored this matchup. But this is going to be a crucial round for them right now on the attack. It's hard to have a semblance of making the scoreline a little bit closer. They're going to have. They pull their stuff up. Only as Dark goes mid, though, they should be able to realize that is more than likely a B push, as they've already made their way onto the site. No Sage wall there, just counting on the Viper to catch one in the corner. And Fletcher, he's acting like he's in timeout, won't even look over to where they are. Comes a 4v2. This is the kind of round we need to see, but it needs to continue to be clean. And with them looking to only lose one, the clean seems to be the name of the game right now. Playboy Joe could possibly take one gun out of their hands.
Oh!
And one he gets, a beautiful swing. I'm gonna start to save.
Yeah, that's the right move. 1v3. Honestly, PK have taken a bit of economic damage. If Joe was able to find one more, I think that would be a more ideal scenario here, but so far, this is going to be fine. Look, they have so much margin for error, it doesn't even matter if they give up one round. What they have to be aware of, though, is if PK start to figure it out, start to gain their momentum, get into their groove, that's when they have to be worried. And especially too, coming into this next round, Ban has the Blade Storm online, so we are going to be seeing the rifles just be tossed away. Ban going to be using that Blade Storm, but honestly right now Scuba just kind of lurking around, playing it nice and cool, not afraid to just take those engagements and catch Resonate off guard. And Scuba's been very impactful for being able to clear out the site. So this combination of frags coming in here has been looking pretty fantastic. Resonate are gonna be on a very broken buy here. They don't have too much to work with. They're gonna win that round, but 2 suppressions, that's good info for the Knights.
This should actually allow them a lot of opportunity on deciding on how they want to play this forward. Ace has still very much an option because look at where all the Resonators set up. They know they're definitely looking at much more be leaning. And they catch them outside spawn. Gangsta had no idea, but they all rotate over. He's playing the lurk. A side is theirs. A lockdown going down. This should be a planned, but DK, they thought it was an option frenzy to get caught. And they're all dying from Conti without a real gun. That little lizard got some poison on him, and the bat is supreme. You would think we was in a Florida swamp, but right now inside, it sure does look like it. The lizard gets put down. It's Playboy Joe bringing us to match point.
Man, I think I'm gonna need to go to my orthodontist for some headgear after this, because I'm pretty sure my jaw just keeps on hitting the floor with some of these unbelievable plays coming out there. There is absolutely no way Conti should have been able to get that double kill with the frenzy. That one Resonate the round, and not only that, is gonna do a really good job of resetting the Knights' economy. That was something else, Ravish. Now, this is gonna be tough. Ziv not going to be able to have a rifle this time around, going to rely on the Headhunter, while Ban is going to bust out the Blade Storm. Ban really has to carry some weight this time around. We've seen Ban just absolutely pop off with those blades in hand, has to do it again. If Resonate win this, they're just done with map number 1. It was so fresh, so clean, so easy, and looks like Ban just going to be headed straight to the ground.
I mean, you say so fresh, so clean, but I'm looking But right now, all of Resident are looking like outcasts right now. Think, yo, ain't nobody dope as me. I'm just so fresh and clean. Cause Playboy Joe thinking, yo, don't you think I see you there? I'm just so fresh and clean.
Enemy remaining.
They spot one more down on spawn, and that makes it hit 3. Resonate in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, wow. What a performance. Resonate coming out so powerful on map number 1. Really just shoving it to Knights on that map. Oh my. I don't even know where to start, Ravish, but all I know is Conti is on fire. I think someone needs to call the fire department for him.
Indeed they do. But you know, as of right now, it seems as though that none of them are firefighters currently.
The Knights,
So,
of course.
The Knights, of course. So we'll see how good they are at dealing with smoke, Marks.
Oh boy. But before we head into map number 2, I just want to give a quick shout out to the sponsors. And you know what? You should go experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. And use code NSG55 to save $55. Shop now at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. But wow, Ravish, that was something else. We have had a very quick map number 1, and we're gonna get ourselves set up for map number 2, which is Fracture. Knights' map pick. But before we go there, we've got a quick little break. But you're not gonna want to go anywhere because, well, let's see if Resonate can continue to pop off.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Ukuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Spacey shit.
Fighting!
on back. Hope you're feeling good, because I know I am. We're actually enjoying by Marks himself. And we saw what was a series of fun events for one team, and on the other team, it was a different book, more so titled "The Series of Enforcement Events" by Lemony Snicket. What would you say, Marks?
But yeah, I would agree with that. Honestly, big fan of the books. Mostly the ones that are unfortunate. More so than the ones that are too positive. We gotta keep things pretty
you're a
even
Knights fan.
energy here. Yes, well, regardless though, yeah, talking about map number 1, we saw Resonate take us to Icebox, right? We were like, okay, yeah, let's go. Resonate kind of coming out. They've been looking very strong this far in the tournament. Let's see how they kind of go up against a team like the Knights, where Knights have a lot of reputation. These guys are good. They're practiced. They've got things down pat. What we saw was a very strategic dismantling, that's the better word, of the Knights roster happening on Icebox, with it 13-4 being the scoreline. Unbelievable things kind of going on there. A couple of really lucky plays coming up, but definitely at the right moments, and that just allowed Resonate to just continue their dominance. They hardly gave up a round in both of those halves, and oh my goodness me, Conti was finding every single shot ever, and it was ridiculous. Ban had a couple of pop-off moments as well. Same with Ziff. We saw those two really trying to carry Knights forwards, but man, the just pressure that Resonate was able to just put onto the Knights was just too much for them to do anything with. And so as a result, that's how we got to that 13-4 scoreline. Something that surprised me. I'm sure it surprised you, and I'm sure it surprised a lot of viewers at home as well.
It was like in the beginning, Resonate was making a sandwich with all the members of the Knights. So, all right, cool. We'll add all of our ingredients, things will be fine, right?
Yep.
And then they get both slices of bread, and they close it. Like, cool. Things start off pretty well for themselves. And then after they egg the sandwich, they press it together. Like, whoa, I don't necessarily want you doing all that well. And then they put them in a panini press, and they grill them, and they cook them, and they eat them. Now we're at Fracture with a 1-0 up, and we're almost all the way through, where Resonate have brought forward an interesting composition.
Absolutely. You've got me wanting a panini right now, but Resonate opting to not bring a duelist yet again. They went for that triple sentinel composition on Icebox. This time around, though, they will be bringing 2 initiators. We've got Fade. We've also got KO coming out. Meanwhile, the Knights sticking to their guns, bringing a very standard composition in for Fracture. We got Ziff back on the chamber, but more importantly, ban on Neon. I'm super excited to see how this one is going to work out. Traditionally, if you have a Jet player who is really good at opping, playing those long sight lines, you don't expect to see it on Neon as well. But hey, I'm ready to be proven wrong. I think Ban is a phenomenal player, and let's see it pop off. This is the Knights map pick as well. Fracture, such a fun map, so many things going on, up, down, left, right, so many different avenues to kind of tackle things down. And of course, you got to bring that breach, which Knights are, in order to play off those fault lines, set up those aftershocks. You get so much value out of so many different sites with that breach. Here's to see how Resonate are going to adapt to this one. Not bringing a lot of what would be considered meta agents into this fight.
Dude, no duelists, by the way.
Yeah. None at all.
Just digging that in right now, but might not necessarily matters. Yes, starting things off hot, wasn't able to get a ton of space in the previous round, and this one being their map pick as well. I think PK. They want to come into things with a massive vengeance. Playboy Joe, though, taking out their main smokes and gets 2 of his own. The breach being gone, the possibility to delay that becomes that much harder. And now we're at the PK. No, Utiluk has the knife. And he comes through the back.
Was a sweet little Exalt do there. Just hopped off, grabbed onto the rope at the last second. Once the rope was held onto, just hold that shift key down, cut all noise. And that's how Resonate were not able to hear that collapse at all. It allowed for such a speedy flank to be set up, and as a result, Knights were able to take that pistol round. And boy, they got to be feeling good after taking that because of how that first map went. So let's see how things go this time around. They're gonna have rifles bought up here, but Resonate, the bees are a buzzing. They all got stingers, and they're looking to sting PK where it hurts most.
I don't necessarily know how much things will, but woo-hoo! That was a hot start for Joe. But it's not through this, you know. We do know that this is an anti-eco as well. And if Resonate managed to take this round back, this would be such a big win. And look at Ishi. Getting 2 here could be detrimental, but the shots go wide. And things, unfortunately, go wary. Good paranoia will actually catch all 3, but they immediately retreat below. So now PK do have kind of one option of where they want to go. And Resident have managed to double back and go all the way towards the other side. I think definitely a rotate is in order for the Pittsburgh Knights, and they're doing exactly that, going towards A. They should be able to spot them with the Chamber Utah.
Yeah, but Playboy Joe was set up yet again. It's going to be a good smoke to isolate the site here. And already we're seeing things go in. It's going to be, oh, the trademark actually goes off, slowing things down, but the plant will come through. PK already on site.
Need to move in. Oh, that's just one though as they pop out through the smoke. But look at the run back from all the Resonate as soon as the trigger comes in for all of them to move through. It's not just up to Ziv. The spray has to be clean, so they start to push him. And Conti wins in close range. Is undefeated.
Yeah, and honestly, that was just Resonate playing the gun advantage in their favor. Obviously, you don't expect Resonate to be able to buy up on that second round. PK definitely weren't expecting that. But hey, they did. They brought the stingers. They got nice, close, and personal and played that to the advantage. They held such tight corners, which is how you want to do it for the stingers. I know, technically, you could ADS down on the stingers. That works actually pretty darn well, but I'm much more of a fan of the run and gun when it comes to those bad boys. You just kind of drive by them, get nice, close, personal, maybe high-five your opponent as they're halfway into the ground with the amount of bullets that are flying out of that little thing. So, a good comeback from Resonate, able to even it out. That's going to make it so much more difficult for the Knights. They're going to be back onto a save here. However, Resonate, they were able to pick up quite a few of those Spectres, and I even saw Bulldog come into play. And honestly, the Bulldog, if you do bring that into a rifle round as well, not the worst thing in the world. Using the ADS on the Bulldog and landing headshots can basically just take a person out as quick as a Vandal could anyways.
You know what's funny is that I find in Fracture is I see the widest distribution of Bulldog picks.
Really?
In so many rounds. Yeah, it's kind of wild because out of many of the maps that I watched, like, it's so consistently there. Now, yeah, I see it maybe, you know, Bulldog close range isn't too bad, especially these bonuses, right? That's quite well for themselves, but past that, it's about, I find the potential of the burst fire that you can have at these elevated angles, and that just makes it so much better.
Oh, yeah.
So, as of right now, come back from a small tech pause. Things looking good. Things are looking A-okay currently. As you get a chance to breathe, but Marks, I want you to look at Playboy Joe. The 2 Bulldogs are cool, but my brother in Christ has a judge, and based on where he's playing as well, they are anticipating a possible B push, but look where PK is set up. It's a bit of a split. As we'll move forward towards A, 3-pass dish for now. This is interesting.
Yeah, and actually, I like Playboy Joe going with that judge. Does have the headhunter. Allows for a little bit of versatility in the range. Ban already on site, gonna get the spike planted already. It was so fast. Kane couldn't do anything about it. And just like that, PK in a great position.
Ben manages to get him out off the concuss alone. Managing to punish Kane, but they push him with 2 good C's as well. Will stop the pushing for PK right by sponsor on whether this is big. Look at Resonate. They have the opportunity to continue to stall out. And early Molly will delay this, but if they get it to half, that'll be more than enough, and they do. And Joe actually lives. This is clutch right now. They can try to delay with the util and might be able to get it some more, but it's just a boss stall tactics currently. Sprays, util's already gone, and Gangsta does it.
Whew. Okay, good round coming out there. Gangsta, you know, trying to be like, stingers, I'm gonna use the stinger this time. But I love that positioning of the plant that the Knights actually pulled out there. You know, they just ran Ban in, got it down as quickly as they could, and they have so much utility to just stall things out. Just like you said, Ravish, they could just hang back and just play the stall game. Even if they didn't need to necessarily pay attention to the gun duels themselves or getting the sprays throughs. We saw the molly line up. We saw the aftershock come in. And this time around, they're even going to have the orbital strike if they so please use it. Words are hard. Doesn't matter. It's going to be a tour de force coming in from Resonate now. Let's see how Playboy Joe wants to play around this. Ban getting so much room already and finds Kane right out the back looking for Conti, but Conti wins those. Conti finds another, takes down a third, finally gets burnt down to a crisp. It's gonna be a flash out and Fletcher just finishes it up.
Whoa!
You can't Resonate, wow.
Whoa. Hold up, wait a minute.
Hold up.
Some ain't right there. Cause Conti decided that, you know what? Even though there's an orbital strike above me, God is trying to smite me. It does not matter. I shall commit the sin of getting a 3-man spray transfer and completely winning the round for my team. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Marks, it's plays like that which have allowed Resonate to seem so fearsome against this Knight squad, and they continue to be so. A clutch wall will save them once again. Damn, that was close.
Wow. Yeah, and on top of that too, investing the Nightfall there just to really slow the Knights down. That barrier orb was so clutch. Resonate was able to just stop Ban completely. Honestly, I think it kind of would have worked out, kind of like Overwatch style, if Ban was on the other side of it, but still, that just completely shuts things down. Now, PK are going to set up once again to push onto this A site. They're going to run into a Sage and a KO, but with that barrier orb extended, there's just a couple of slow orbs that Sage is going to be bringing in here. It's going to be the KO with the fragment that can really stall things out, allowing the rest of Resonate to come around. But don't forget, PK have a gun disadvantage. They're still on their pistols this time around, and I like this positioning from Resonate. They're holding it back, but not too far back. So they can stay online. The overdrive is in, and Kane finds one.
And seems like Kane remembered to pay his hydro bill, so the overdrive is not suddenly out. And it's looking crunchy. Push this, they find one. He wins it with the classic.
30 seconds left.
And the save, somehow they're coming out on top. Oh no, Fletcher. Judge shot, Playboy.
Spike planted.
That's not gonna 2v1. He needs an actual gun to try to do this. Spots one above, but is that cure de force? A whole lot of power.
Enemy remaining.
And the quick
You're kidding
switch
me.
out. That was sick. You would think he had more guns in his arsenal. And now up against another. He has to check all the corners. He sees the peek back. It's a game of peekaboo, but a lot more dangerous because you die when you get found.
Yeah, not my style of peekaboo, if you ask me. But you know, I digress. Great round coming out from Resonate. Once again, we commented on that barrier orb just really slowing down the pace there. It really just slowed the Knights down, but at that point they had more or less committed to the site anyways. So they were able to go in there, but Ban not able to find anything off of the overdrive was a little bit unfortunate. Tried to really up the pace, take it, move it forwards, but unfortunately Kane was just standing around the corner with the Spectre and able to find that. That's the thing about the overdrive. It takes a couple of seconds to microwave your enemies, and during that time, you are very susceptible to just being taken out. So a good hold from Resonate. We're seeing a different strategy come in from the Knights this time around, but Ban cannot get away from this wall. Ziff starts it out though with a pick onto Fletcher. That's all the way on the other side though. So PK slow things down for a second, allowing Resonate a moment to kind of breathe.
I must take one for yourselves as well. With how PK are currently stacked up. Just waiting for the go button. There it is. The Rolling Thunder catches one on sight. But the fact that Nash is still able to live. That right here is clutch. They get slowed down by the smokes and all the covering fire. Although they get caught, plant still goes down. The knife catches Conti. Or towards the backside near spawn. And I think Resonate have decided this may not be the round. They want to try to fight back. They'll cut their losses and decide to save. A safe call.
Yeah, And I think this one is the right one. Obviously on Icebox, we saw Resonate having such an advantage, winning round after round, making it so clean. Maybe if they were in that scenario again, they'd push it anyways, just see what they can get away with. But it's so close, you might as well just keep that, keep those guns alive. Carry him over, make sure that your economy is going to be fine. So a good call coming in from there. And once again, we know that PK are so good on the post plant, and the fact that all 5 of them are still alive is going to make it near impossible for Resonate. It's okay though, because Resonate were able to get we saw actually Kane go out and pick up the ultimate orb before the spike went down, and that's going to allow that null command to be on a line, especially too with retaking a site, knowing that Knights are going to be playing heavily off their utility. That null command could be absolutely instrumental. So I'm curious to see how it's going to come into play here, as once again the Knights are getting set up. I imagine they're going to put pressure onto that A site, but I liked their B side hit, Ravish.
Their fears betrayed them.
Just the fact that it's been so consistent as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's now I found what I liked before as well, where PK decided to play almost 2 in spawn, anticipating the Resident would try to flank them as well. And although they got punished for it, it is a bit of a read that although it didn't work out, I'd love to see again. Because it's a bit more the right call considering where they're all set up. But currently, they have a similar sort of setup too. It's a little bit more non-committal. But works out just the same. We're still waiting for Resonate.
There.
This time, it's the Knights playing things nice and slow. Prodding for information. Didn't find anything off of the 0 point, unfortunately. But it's going to be Resonate actually getting a little bit of info, as now Knights are getting set up to push onto A. Already Resonate are starting to run in, though.
And right through the fast lane, Conti might have been, he might be able to get a transfer, but a little bit of lucky Joe instead picks up more of the slack, and it becomes a bloodbath right by the entrance of the site. PK, you find the right fight.
Yeah, and honestly, that's one way for the round to end. You know, just have everybody just kind of line up, World War I style. Maybe even before that, where they all had their muskets in a nice little line shooting at each other. That's more or less what we saw there. The entirety of Resonate decided to just take that duel. PK just set themselves up in the hallway, and as the bullets fly across, PK just have the numbers, and they're going to win out that round. So now, it's going to be Resonate forced onto a save. They're down 1 round. Tour de Force, though, going to be on a line. This time it's a bit of more of an aggressive push out from Dish, but Ziff is ready for this. Null command is online.
Oh, and Ziff. Alongside the Knights get the read once again. They knew with the saved, are they going to push against them? But with this now, they're giving up the side, and this is the kind of transition that they do want. And right in front, look at that aim punch. But trade is good, and Gangsta comes right below and takes off 3. A 2-round lead finally for the Knights and some much needed space.
Oof. And let's talk about Gangsta for a second, because every single time the Knights have planted on B, Gangsta has been able to get in underneath in tunnels. And that's actually really good, because you don't expect a player to be around there, but it sets up a flank on either side depending on where the pressure from Resonate is coming in from. And Resonate playing these site retakes have more or less consistently come in from the sides as opposed to their own spawn. So, Gangsta able to just get the flank down pat. It's going to be a good 0 point. Stops Ban from being able to move forwards first as Playboy Joe picks up the ultimate orb to get a little bit closer from that tour de force. Unfortunately, it did not find too much value on that last round. Got shut down by Ban. This time Knights looking at that A site once again, but making a little, B site, making a little bit of noise on A to make them a little bit more confused. Gangsta does have the Rolling Thunder online.
And the same sort of split attack position we've seen so far from the Knights. As if managing to get the first means the read is correct, and the punish is reign supreme. Kachi managed to get 2 is big, but it's not enough. Up is Nashi. Red's still available and could be potentially used for a bait. And he spots two. And this is going to be the key.
Spike planted.
Does he have enough space to try to get the res off right now? Looking for the swing, and Gangsta ready on the angle.
Yeah, good play by Gangsta. You could have just backed off, you know, played time, played off your utility, but just hold the angle, have that excellent crosshair placement. That's going to win you and get you into the higher rank that you want it to. And the rest is going to be history. So, good stuff coming in from the Knights. Conti making it a little bit scarier than they probably would have wanted. I don't know how Conti keeps on getting away with double kills, but unfortunately not enough to keep Resonate in this. Now PK taking it 6-3, 3 more rounds left in this half, but Resonate have a couple of ultimates online. They have that res from the shadows, but more importantly, the Nightfall. The Nightfall could be huge, especially with this little half buy that they're coming in with.
And Resonate decided to run it back when teams want to push again, but at least they have the smoke as a bit of a cover. And through this, they've given themselves small bits of leeway to try to get the jump on them, but
Standing.
it's PK that's Goomba stomping them front and center. And it just leaves my man Kane.
Oh, your man
Goodbye,
Kane
Kane.
right back into the ground. Okay, I like the idea that we saw Resident go out with. You know, just try and play it fast, loose, and quick. Surprise your opponents. Huzzah, you're gonna win the gunfights. But I think PK have started to really adapt to that and recognize that this is how Resident want to try and catch them off guard. That was such a good cross fire just being set up as soon as the smoke went down. And that way they make sure that things like the paranoia don't get as much value because it just goes in a straight line, and they're able to just completely dismantle the rest of Resonate as they get set up onto that high box, trying to just spray things through. So, good stuff coming out from PK. A definite different story than what we saw on map number 1, and this is what they need moving forwards here. I think that this is gonna be a little bit tougher for Resonate as these rounds continue to go out, but we're inching closer and closer towards that map number 3, Ravish.
And you know what? With how fun this game has been, I would not have it personally any other way. Because Resonate are putting on a show, the kind of unpalatable aggression
Oh yeah.
that PK have had to face truly does put a little sour taste in your mouth.
Yeah.
But as of right now, maybe with a little bit of water, small bits of mental reset, perhaps they can adapt the taste that they have to go up against. Look at 4 different red circles that they were up against.
Oh.
And they managed to dodge every single one of them. And even get one back through all that. But, oh, this is gonna be big. The Nightfall comes out. And look at all those trails, but Bansel stays alive. I'm gonna look at Conti. The
You're
transfer's
kidding me.
clean. He gets 3 again. He's concussed. He's knocked up. He doesn't say nothing.
Player standing.
No 3v2. And it's down to the man who started it off. Can he also clean it up? Or with this 3 steps back, I think he has decided that maybe the cleanup is not on his list of responsibilities. Oh. But they found him. They know where he is. Conti. Shot out. Look, swing. Boom. A second. They got the with that high low.
Yep. Gotta look up, gotta look down. Wow, okay, so once again, Conti coming up absolutely massive. Able to find a 3K, even that out completely. But still, PK, that aggression was pretty darn good. They should have had that, but yeah, once they got caught out, Conti dropping the Nightfall just completely made them, well, first of all, A, not be able to hear anything. And second of all, dead, because Conti was just kind of coming out there. I'm not gonna lie. Just taking a look at the composition of Resonate, I am so surprised that this defense is working as well as it should. But you know what? Hey, when you're finding the frags, that's all you need. Ban has been doing an excellent job of taking space, but Resonate, if they start to crack a little bit, I think the round is more or less over. If Resonate just holds strong, able to find a lot of picks earlier on, then things will start to work out for them a little bit better. So 4-7. Can they take it to 5-7, or are PK going to make it that 8-4 scoreline in the half? Let's see how this one plays out, Rav.
Stealing sight.
Paranoia going wide. Now Fletcher caught in a bit of a position as to where has to play off Joe, but that was nice and even. The Fade manages to tag them. It's better, but Gangsta win to play off the swing. He's ready for it because 1-for-1. Okay, it's now dropped. Gotta take out Scuba some way, somehow. That super low angle is annoying. And they'll use the space they get to get the res back. They're not looking at him though. Joe! Ooh. That's punish before he rendezvous not up. Him being gone, it still becomes a 4v2. The res is clutch. They have a null command on their own on PK's side. There we go. Now with that pop, a little bit of space, but look at this absolute firing squad they have set up right now. Oh, look at this. 1, 2, 3, gone.
Yeah, the firing squad was ready for it. And I actually like that they just stopped it for a second because they knew that PK were just trying to run in on site. They knew it was going to happen. Just set up these crossfires, watch all the different angles, catch them off guard, isolate the 1v1s, and you're going to have a great time. Yeah, like you said, the res is coming up absolutely massive. I really want to shout out Nazi for that one because first of all, using the stage res, all good, all fine and dandy, but also bringing Kane back into the fight just really gave the advantage back over to Resonate. PK did their best to try and slow them down, and they were able to trade them evenly on that first engagement, which thus, PK were looking like they were going to be in a better situation, but because of those two reses, Resonate were able to come right back into things. So, it's going to swap around, 7-5. Knights looking to force out that map number 3 or face elimination. It's going to be traded 0 points right off the bat. Playboy Joe has found one, gets traded back.
Had a good start off as well. This PK right now need every single round.
Oh,
to maintain a 2-round lead. Good stuff from Scuba. Corner them right inside of the choke, but that should be most of the util that they use early on and now Resonate. Caught in an unfortunate position. Where do they go?
They're wrapping down underneath, but they're going to get caught out. Oh yeah, that's going to just give all the information away, so Exalt is going to know exactly where they are, and Ziff has the crossfire set up, waiting for them to prod through. And just like that, Knights able to take yet another pistol round, unless Fletcher comes up massive here.
Yeah, there's no way. If I'm being perfectly honest,
Yep.
there's I mean, my man can most definitely get the plant down at least, right? So that's not too bad. Couple 100 credits in the wallet.
Every credit counts.
That'll be about it. Yeah, not too bad. But do this, BK. Setting up now for the bonus. With a 3-round lead imminent. It's definitely where their comfort zone is.
Smoke coming out. Still has the paranoia though. Fletcher not opting to use it. Oh, gets taken out by Scuba. Man, Scuba came up massive that round wrap. Found a quick little 4K. Coming up with the classic. Once again, kind of playing strange angles. And just kind of catching Resonate off guard. Scuba, you know, we've talked about Ziff, we've talked about Ban, but Scuba's been playing honestly very consistently as well. And has found quite a bit of impact here. So the Knights are going to be able to take that pistol round and are going to be buying up. I wonder if they're expecting this coming out from Resonate. I mean, based on how the second round went originally in this map, I would assume so, but it's going to be Stingers yet again. Resonate potentially just running this one down. Gonna go through Satellite. A little bit of a longer distance quarters, but honestly, I don't think you would expect a bunch of Stingers to be run in through Satellite, let alone just on that second round. So let's see how Resonate want to play this.
A bit slow on the come up this time. Really large differential from what we've seen so far, but that is a massive fault line to catch every single one of the members pushing for the side of Resonate. As locks them in a really awkward position where we're just 2 on site, we're just 1 on site.
0 on site.
To leave them clear it out. Yeah, there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. PK up to 9.
Yeah, and it's looking really darn good for PK now. Obviously, Resonate, they bought up, so now they're going to be punished for it a little bit. And yeah, PK, we're definitely expecting that. I want to say Ban such good use of the utility. Use the relay bolt to just fly it in, as well as having some smokes to cover it as well. Just got maximum value out of it. Allows that Spectre to go in through. And when you get stunned up, you can't fire as fast out of those stingers, and so it all just goes downhill from there. Now the question is, do Resonate try this again? It looks like they might be answering yes. Conti and Kane are going to be bringing stingers into here, but otherwise we're going to have a couple of sheriffs. Playboy Joe probably just going to be using that headhunter. And yeah, it's a very early knife that comes out there. Not too much. Let's see how this goes. Resonate now opting to play things slow once again. Let's see how they're going to be able to get onto this B engagement as PK are starting to just push out a little bit more, get that information. And, oh, Scuba scouted about. Okay, now they know that it's probably going to be B-side hit.
Should have seen so many there as well. This is so tough. Oh, and really nice flash setup as well. And then getting one. Might be able to translate into more, but look at this. I thought Resonate, they thought they could have just walked into the site while BK were distracted, but
One enemy remaining.
through the distribution of all the PK members as they're playing 2 on, 2 off. It continues to be a dominating defense, which Resonate just seemingly cannot get past.
Yeah, dominating is a good word to describe it. So far, Resonate haven't picked up a round yet, and their economy has been super bonkers, super bizarre, and finally, it'll stabilize itself where they will be able to buy rifles. They have to make this work. If they can't make this work, they're going to be sent back into the economic depression that they were in earlier. Right now, PK are looking so dominant thus far. Resonate just looking at all of the wrong angles, are backing up through the smokes, getting cut off left and right, and just getting shut down. See how this goes. Once again, Resonate just kind of slowing down the pace. And honestly, Raph, I have a feeling that this is why you bring a duelist into this, because they're having such a hard time trying to engage and get in through this defense. And I think it's because they don't have somebody who's able to just do that. They just have to play off a couple of flashes and hope that they can get in nice and easy. But Gangsta finds Fletcher to start it out. So they've already lost some smokes as well as the paranoia.
And Resonate seem bewildered on the attack. It's as though they're looking to use the same strategy they did on the defense, but the positioning in where they're looking to set up against the defense of the Knights is being shut down at every corner. And they're getting picked off one by one. The Fracture is a map where you have to really be set up on trade angles, one. And well, you gotta play as a team, because look, they're just all just walking in.
Yeah.
To die.
Yeah.
Like, it's just unfortunate. Realistically, all I can say at this point. 11-5 marks, and BK, their defense right now, clean. You can see why they pick Fracture.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, wouldn't have said it better myself. They are literally just walking in to die. It doesn't even feel like they're really playing off of too much utility. Obviously, sure, you could say that last headshot onto Nazy was a little bit of just luck. But that doesn't change the fact that then 3 members proceeded to just walk into the site off without utility at all and just hoping to just look at a corner and hope that somebody was going to be there. It's just too easy for the Knights to be able to find those picks. And now Ziff going to be getting nice and close, but does get paranoid. So has to back off, but look, it's Ban in the back.
Just dying.
Gotta check your corners. It's important.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. No matter what is happening, there could be an ice storm outside in July. There could be hail inside your car. Geese could be attacking your pants. You check your corner, no matter what.
It's true. The geese have attacked my pants, so I can guarantee you that one.
I know, that's really funny.
Well, okay. It's probably funny for everybody else who watched, but, you know.
It is, definitely.
Unfortunate for myself. Well, yeah, it's now a 1v5 here. I don't necessarily know that Playboy Joe is going to be able to win this, but potentially could take out a couple members of PK. Regardless on how this goes, we'll have that 2 to force for the next round. But the momentum right now is just completely sucked out of Resonate and transplanted into the Knights. The Knights are playing so confidently right now, and look at this. They've just completely given up the A site and are going to let that spike go down and just play that retake 5v
But here's the look. If he touches it, oh, he barely manages it.
Oh!
Opens at the door and gets a stinger. Maybe not what you want, but
10 seconds
it's
left.
something he'll have to take, and he's up against 2. There's just no way he was getting out of that.
No. There's absolutely no shot at all. The rifles were going to be good. They still had a lot of their utility. It was just too easy for the Knights. Now Resonate will be able to buy up here, but they got to do 7 rounds in a row, Rav. That is going to be really tough for Resonate to be able to pull off. They haven't been looking like they've been able to enter any of the sites, let alone get the spike down very successfully outside of pistols. And that's not a good look. They
Get the spike down. They haven't gone onto a site.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I mean. They're literally dying before they can even enter in. And then they're left with just 1 or 2 members left standing. And the thing is they're not trading off of them either. So it's just a pure numbers advantage for the Knights to be able to roll forwards. Kane, though, does have the null command, has to stay alive to use it. But Joe has already found Scuba. A very good first pick.
And one I find they're finally expecting. Considering they know how often they play by tower. And null command. XL stuck in the smoke, looking to find a spray at least onto 1, but with no shots landing. They hear that, and Kane goes down.
Gangsta?
Next thing, finding the spray as well as he turns around. But that'll be it to get the res off as well. And this is finally looks like a positive round for the side of Resonate. Unless Ban has something to say about it, they do spot him though. He's stuck in between. He has zip for the trade. It becomes a 2v2.
Player standing.
And make that just 1 member left. Kane, the member who was res, the flash out. He was able to get 1, but he's stuck outside tower, 91 health. And it will not matter because that's 150 to the dome from Ziv.
And that
DK, bring it back.
That is the dynamic duo, really just a flex in there. Ban and Ziff coming up absolutely massive on that last round, but wow. Pittsburgh Knights, they're back, baby. Didn't give up a single round in that second half, despite the fact that Resonate did take them 5-7. And, you know, you could talk about the weird composition that Resonate were bringing out. You could talk about how they were continuing to force up their guns as much as they could, and that just kind of put them back even further and further and further. But overall, I like how the Knights are playing on Fracture. They're being a little bit more unconventional and playing unique angles, and as a result, Resonate just completely caught off guard over and over again.
Defensive half, even right from the jump, there was absolutely no shot. They were able to get 1. You saw it even through the back and forth of the early rounds. Things started to spread apart. And on Ascent, we'll see if aggression wins out or clean set plays will be what take down the opposing half. But before that, we do got somebody to thank, don't we, Mark?
Yeah, we absolutely do. Well, guess what? Gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger. Ooh. Just after a few sessions on Metafy, get trained by the best pro players in the world. Make sure to book a session right now, and make sure to use promo code STREET20 for a sweet 20% off. Rav, I had to get that in there. I had a little bit of a moment. Had to happen. But yeah, we're going to be going to map number 3 in the semifinals. Only one of these teams are going to be able to advance. So don't go anywhere. It all goes down on Ascent just after this break.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back guy, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it crush high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome.
Hey, hi. How you doing? Welcome back.
Good. How are you?
You know, I'm doing okay, Mark. You doing okay?
I'm doing okay. I mean, listen, we have a really good Valorant match going on right now, and that's making me do a lot better, if I'm being completely honest with you, Raph.
You're 100% correct. Now, I did wish for this to come upon us as well. I wanted a map 3. Dude, look at the score lines. It's like, it's nearly identical. 13-4, 13-5, just dominance. So, I'm expecting this to be the closest one of them all. If we get like another pub stomp, I will be shocked. But considering we've had it both ways, and Ascent is usually a pretty even map.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen, if I'm being very honest.
This is the problem. We have the best of literally both sides in these two maps. Obviously, Resonate coming in strong, 13-4, winning it out on Icebox, and then right afterwards on Fracture, Knights winning it 13-5. Like, are we gonna get an even map, or is this gonna be a stomp one side versus the other? Honestly, I have no idea. What I am pretty sure of, though, is the composition that Resonate have been busting out. Maybe we're not going to be seeing a duelist on Ascent, which could be pretty interesting. We kind of saw them falter a little bit as a result of not having that duelist and playing a little bit of unconventional agents on a map like Fracture. Ultimately, not able to make it work as well. The Knights just looked like they excelled on the attack. We're just having such a wonderful time, having a jolly good time on that map. But of course, Ascent could go either way. I do think that if you're not going to have a duelist, Ascent is going to be a map that is a little bit easier to get away with that than a map like Fracture, just because of how things are set up there. But still, you know, we're going to have to see what these teams want to really bring out in order to make this one work. So here we go. Ascent locked in. Map number 3. One of these teams is going home. One of these teams is going to be advancing to our finals for this online open number 12.
Question is, who's it going to be?
Well, I don't know.
Considering what we have right now, there is no conceivable way to be able to understand which way it'll go. Now, to be fair, the side that has started off on the defense every time has lost.
That's true.
Yeah. Not only lost, they've gotten, as I said before, hob stomped.
Yeah.
And currently, it is Resonate on the defense first.
Okay, all right. Well,
so I don't know if the prophecy is imminent, but what I do know is that we're getting near identical. Is it identical? No, we do have the Astra. This is the Chambert. Wait, no, they're identical. Yeah.
it is near identical. You are correct, because we are having an Omen come in on Resonate versus Scuba on the Astra. So, you know, both of these agents mostly for smokes, and Astra tends to be mostly just a comfort pick after all those nerfs happened way back when. But personally, I'm more of a spooky ghost man. I enjoy the Omen coming in here. I like the paranoia. I think we've talked about this before. It goes through walls, it funnels people, and it scares them. Versus Astra, you know, those stars, they just kind of stay a little bit more static. You can't move them around. But the Cosmic Divide coming in from Astra could be huge. I think that is a very useful ultimate compared to From the Shadows from Omen. But Resonate starting us out on defense, just like you said, putting a lot of pressure on mid thus far. It's going to be a barrier orb to shut things down onto A. And so the Knights, they're going to just slow things down. Don't really have too many options on engagements just yet. But this time, they're willing to just hang back before they engage.
And a similar look, again, when we saw the side of Resonate and Knights playing all together, and a 5-man mid push, something that really caught them off guard. Oh no. He definitely had to wait until he dropped the shoot, or else his shot would have gone towards the other side of mid. But through this and the punish coming in, become a 4v2. Let your dough down by B main. I'd possibly try to take one back, sees them on speed, but no, the turnaround from Scoba, and is just snatchy left. Okay. Knows there's at least 1 or 2 by stairs, and sees the arm. That's 2. Woo. That's 1 given to him. Knows there's 1 more. That's 10 health. A body shot will take him out. Heal. But it is just a matter of time. The question is, does he take one of the way out, or does he fall? Unfortunately, will fall. Give him Scuba a 4K to start things off.
And that was an interesting push from Knights to start things off. You don't see that too often. Usually teams, if they're feeling confident, will go for the mid push. You know, go in, then swing around either through market, or honestly nowadays I've been seeing them go in through A heaven, which is kind of wild. But no, they decided to hold it back first, make Resonate question themselves a bit before they decided to move in there and before they decided to just cut them down. So a good just patience coming out from the Knights before committing to that strategy. It's going to be the Stingers coming in from Resonate once again. Let's hope they don't get stung by their own choice. Didn't work out for them on Fractured. Let's hope it's a different story this time around.
Oh, but this time they're still stuck inside the choke. And with 2 being gone, look to move in off of the flash, and that was a clean setup. A slow 1 spray, managing to transfer. And Exalt laying it down with 3. They're making a 2v2. Spike goes down. Gangsta barely gets out. Let's hold them off. Oh, nice trade by Playboy Joe, making 1v1. He's him on sight. He knows exactly where he is. But it's just gonna be about who swings them first. Woo! And he finds Exalt.
Wow, good stuff coming in there. They make the Stingers work. Woohoo! Stinger meta, baby! We're back! Just kidding. I don't think we're actually going to be back, but still, that's going to be so good for Resonate. That's going to send Knights Economy back into the dumpster. Well, they're going to be able to hold on to things for a little bit. As soon as I say that, though, we are actually seeing Knights buy a couple of hero rifles to even things out. Of course, Ban going to have it, this time on the Chamber. And we're seeing Scuba buy one as well. So let's see if they are able to pull this one back a little bit, but Resonate have Spectres across the board, willing to play things nice and close, probably not overextend themselves, understanding that they should have a quote-unquote gun advantage coming into this next round. Already, just the slow orb as well as the one-way smoke makes that A side so unappealing to push into, but Knights are more than happy to start moving things in through mid. Like, let's get it out. The trademark gives the information away, and it's a good flash to slow them down just a second. But they've got their sights on Market and Joe in a great spot to punish.
But now what do they do after this? Here's the thing. Because they know that even with the recon they have, it's 1-to-1. So both sides are almost essentially kind of on even footing. But for Resonate right now, if they manage to get the swing back as well against Knights, it would be a really solid start for themselves. And this is where it gets set up. And so looking to scope and wait to see if we can find somebody. They see the barrel of the gun. And Joe takes out his counterpart, immediately reposition. And even up moving in through Market as well. PK trying to find a way onto the site, but they're shut down at every corner, not spotted. Have to get out of there. Spike's still in their hands. But now Fletcher as well can deny the A side as well if they look to move in, but Conti is gone. It becomes a 3v3, but look, Fletcher's still there, right outside of Jen. Waiting for them to move in. Here's the steps. And Kane is towards the backside. That's one given over. And Kane should get the second. Oh, the swing back. But gives enough space for his teammate. Trying to cover it. Now Scuba's there. It's not impossible, but near improbable as there's no time left. And still trying to just save the gun. He's getting pushed in, a couple more seconds, and manages to do so.
Honestly, that was a little bit of a ring around the rosy type of round. I mean, obviously, taking a look at their gun buys, it feels like we're just doing a little bit of a juggling act to keep ourselves afloat. Super weird buys coming in from the Knights. And of course, Resonate were all on Spectres. You know, the trades didn't quite work out in that B-side push, but they were able to go turn things around. And this is where I have to really commend Resonate for being patient. Fletcher held the ground onto the site, able to shut the spike down. And as a result, there just wasn't enough time for Skula to be able to get in, plant the spike, and win out the duel. Such a good swing. Playboy Joe off of, oh, that's what I like to see, Ruby. It's just such good utility usage.
He was gonna be there as well. Oh! Let's see, where one thrives, another shall fall. And there's the Nightfall. And she doesn't get tagged. No sound at all, but doesn't need it to only get one. But Kane falling as well. The robot needs to be rezzed. But there's no return. Oh, there's now a possibility. They find it. They're gone. A little bit too much space. Mid not in control. EK get taken over. Now up 2 for Resonate. This is a good start, but I'm not convinced yet, Marks.
I'm not convinced yet either. It's still 3-1, still pretty early on, but I'm gonna be honest, it does seem like Resonate are trying to become the Baba Yaga in this round. Just using their presence to be so frightening and just make PK really not sure where they want to move in on. You can tell PK are watching all of their steps that they go into. Starting things off, immediately Joe got a pick, and then they started the funnel through mid, a couple of people dropped, and suddenly everything was just pushed back so far. Prowler doesn't get any information this time, but Joe moving up could get caught off guard by Bam though. No, never mind. Spots out the gun barrel, misses the shot, able to rendezvous away.
He almost did it.
Oh.
But can't he cut it? Okay, so finally, Knights come out on top.
Oh.
The super aggressive position that was going to take. Wall goes up. Joe has to play this so careful. Ooh. The close-up shot, the drop down from Fletcher. The fact that he even manages to get one is miraculous, but the flanking again from Resonant. They keep on doing this, but shot goes wide and up and down. The crouch goes. But where the bullet's going, nobody knows. A thrifty win. This is why I said I was not convinced.
No. Good stuff coming out from the Knights, despite the fact that they had that disadvantage. Played a little bit more interestingly. We saw Playboy Joe miss a couple of shots, and I think that honestly could have swung the round in their favor, but a lot of presence onto mid. Previously, the Knights had not put as much on ever since that first round, and, well, actually, no, that's not true. They did try to push through market, but Resonate were just kind of ready for it previously. That time around, though, Playboy Joe not able to find a pick there made it so much more difficult. Lost that 2 to force. Still, Resonate, they do have a lot of their ultimates online, 4 of them in total. The Null Command, as well as that Nightfall, could be absolutely massive. If they do, we'll need to play retake on one of these sites. Such good engagement ultimates. So let's see how PK want to play this. Still playing things slow as Resonate start to move out a little bit on this A defense. Stingers in hand, they're ready to go. Scuba can't see a thing, but he can find a K.
That's more than enough to consider he had his boys by his side. That's one note that I want to pick off as well is, well, between Resonate and Knights especially, that you saw that the switch around with how they're playing 3-on-2, 2-on-1. Waiting for a trade angle every single time, making sure that no swing goes unpunished and no bad angle goes unturned. And through this, Resonate simply have not been able to spawn. You saw an Icebox. They had a clear and set forth plan, but on Fracture and on Ascent, seem to not be prepared. Fletcher's marked. This is such a tough position. A slow orb on him too.
Yeah.
There was no shot he was getting out of that. Resonate now stuck and Knights in prime position to take back the small bits of space they've given away. Shot in. Good stuff. But our Nightfall might be able to change that. The flanks though have been what has really been the turning point. Resonate becomes a 2v1. Playboy Joyce to come up big. Big with a stinger, but trading weapons as if he's got 4 more of his own. But up against 2. Knights still win out.
Yep. Even out the scoreline. Okay. I think I know how this map is going to be going, and it's going to be neck and neck between these two teams. No stomps one side or the other. But still, great stuff coming in from the Knights thus far. Able to stabilize things, bring it back. Only forced out the Nightfall, though, from Resonate. So, still quite a few ultimates on a line for them. That Null Command still could be extremely useful in either slowing down pushes or starting to take the retake. Ziff does have the res online if necessary, but this time around, it's going to be Resonate playing it a little bit more slowly. They don't want to push out as much because they've not been really successful in taking those duels.
We're watching.
Oh, Joe. So close.
Rendezvous still available to go back. Yo, thanks to try to look through the tree. They're all gone. Molly has to be used, slow them down, and now PK. Stuck in familiar grounds. They thrive usually by pushing through mid, but never been caught this early on either. Rez has to be committed. Right in the mid round. And although with the strength of 5 down 1 crucial ultimate, without a couple of options, they'll have to slow rotate all the way towards A.
And honestly, Resonate are playing so far back this time. It's almost uncharacteristic of them, but it's a good adaptation.
True.
This way they aren't losing people before the PK even get onto site. Now the null command from Kane is going to be activated, which is a fantastic read. Fletcher tossing out the paranoia as well is amazing to slow this down.
Slow her a bit. She steps, one in, that's good.
Oh, no way.
And now through Fletcher as well to catch them in the chokes, and that's what you gotta be careful about. In a sense. No smoke.
Oh my gosh.
No power. No help.
It's like they're all trying to squeeze through the one door at the exact same time and are getting stuck shoulder to shoulder doing so, making it just a shooting gallery at the carnival for Resonate. It's just so easy, and this is the thing. You want to use your utility as a Resonate without that duelist to just slow pushes down, funnel them in through these choke points, especially too if Knights are not going to be taking mid presence. That's what we just saw play to a masterclass there. But the thing is they can't push out and lose members early on. Otherwise, they lose a lot of that potential, a lot of that utility to make that happen. Now, moving into this round, we're going to see the Knights bring out the tour de force. It's going to be Ban looking for some picks. Going to get aggressive with it as well. Can easily rendezvous out if things get a little bit tough. So, a lot of pressure, but that barrier orb is going to at least give away some information to Resonate.
And this wall is interesting. Usually you would see it by the entrance, but it's the fact that they angled it to cut off just the small chokes. Right in B main, they're almost expecting them to look to take the space. But they decided to almost bait this. It's not a fake, saying that hey, we're committed here. We're there, we got y'all.
Teleport's ready.
But Ban being able to find nobody. If he walks through here, he dies. There's no shot. They just push into him instead of trying to come through mid.
One enemy remaining.
They thought they might have been able to catch them, but Resonate was ready. They say slow and steady wins it all, but one by one PK fall.
Yeah. Honestly, this is what we saw on Fracture with what Resonate were doing. You know, just kind of walking in one by one and just getting picked off by PK. And more or less, it's kind of happening again. Resonate have these crossfires set up on all of these different choke points that Knights have been previously successful on pushing. This time around, though, they're not getting away with anything. Also, too, because they're opting to go more with the Phantoms here, the Resonate are going to have a lot of an easier time working that spray control. And you see that consistently coming through. Sprays coming in through from multiple angles. Some of those bullets are going to hit, and eventually they're going to just take PK down before they can move in through. So Ban going to be taking space yet again. More emphasis needs to be put on mid for PK if they want to have it as a successful push. No gun barrel spotted, though. It just blends in with the geography in the back.
Here.
Here's the thing. They have to know this is a classic wall.
They're going over?
They're going over. Wait, he just drops down. He decided he actually just doesn't want this. He's like, yo, never mind. My bad. Peace. And through him falling even past the flash. Knights with the aggression actually win all that. Yo, wait. That was amazing.
All right, I want to see every one of you use this in your ranked games. How to defeat the wall? Just use your own. Go right over it and pop off a flash. Playboy Joe finds one, but immediately just gets shut down. Man, I feel like I need to strap in. It feels like we're on a little bit of a roller coaster here with how the Knights are doing that. You definitely don't expect that play to come out, but it works out so well. That was a little bit of a save coming in from PK as well. They didn't have full weapons, but boy, how do they make that one work. Now, Resonate, they're going to be able to buy up. Their economy's looking pretty darn good. But Playboy Joe is just going to bring out that tour de force to start things out anyways. I think that's a good call. Make sure that it at least stabilizes a bit more, and then things moving forwards will be a little bit better. There's only 3 more rounds left in this half. It's down to the wire. See how this goes, Joe. Immediately not able to use that big, old, scary sniper rifle.
Not even use it.
Face your fear.
Flash in. Onto the null command. 3 big ultimates committed. to just gain site control. And now the question is going to be, how do they keep it? The wall slow you up for a little bit longer. Spot the gun barrel.
Oh, no
and
way.
Kane gets a swinging random headshot. But now, one being gone, they have that opportunity to get past one of the chokes, but about to move in. How do they spot everybody? Considering Ben has the op and it'll be jump shots and facing every single one of the Knights head on.
What?
They'll swing into them, but remember, Knights hold pinkies.
Player standing.
Somebody's got to defuse. Somebody got to hold it down. Scuba's trying to spray it. They get it to half. He's missing. They push him, but he's not going to be able to lay it down.
Scuba almost came out big there, just with the classic in hand. Not able to get the defuse off, which has got to be painful for Knights. Now they should have enough money to more or less buy things up, but it's not where you want to be for this round. Now the decision has to be made. Do we try and invest here, try and stretch it, try and win this round, or do we save it for the next round because there's only 2 more rounds left in this half? So a timeout going to be coming in from the Knights. I think this is a good idea. Figure out what happened there. I love the engagement, Rav. I thought Knights were playing that extremely well. We're just like, oh ho, time to go off of a couple ultimates and life is going to be great. The Cosmic Divide cuts the site in half, uses the Nightfall, makes it so spooky, so scary for Resonate to do anything. And well, the Knights get a very easy plant down. It's that post-plant positioning, though, that they just didn't have down as much. It felt like they were a little bit more uncoordinated. They were scattered around, and as a result, Resonate had a much easier time being able to just kind of go through it. Obviously, a couple of heroics coming in there, but once again, you know, this is why you bring the smokes. Those Omen smokes were such a deterrent for the Knights. Usually you're okay if the smokes come in there because, you know, you can spray down the spike or something like that, but you don't expect a Sage walking into you either.
No,
and so
you do not.
It's this pressure that Resonate are putting onto them that don't allow the Knights to properly set up for that post-plant positioning and execute it properly. And as a result, they're being dismantled despite the fact that they got that spike down fairly flawlessly, in my opinion. So here we go again. Last round, or sorry, 2 more rounds left in this half. We're going to be seeing the Knights try to force this one up. Barrier Orb to start things out, to slow them down. The Knights, let's see if this timeout is going to help swing things around for them.
And the big thing on that too, you were talking about those Omen smokes. It's past that as well. They decide to actually push into the Omen smoke so fearlessly, even on their own. And this right here, you might need to smoke for this either, but that Nightfall. Some that they just have prepared. Those lines coming by the big shot to our observer, Days Dreams as well. Make us look good. Catching these sick angles. We're waiting for the shots to come in. All it should be nice to get shot away, but they managed to tuck into a corner because look at where their position now marks. Moving through mid yet again. But they know they're not confident about this position. They've been caught here before. A flash shot, a swing. Kane, oh so brave. And he even catches one. That's Ziff. Oh, gotta back off again. He's to take the Nightfall there in response. And PK, what do you do now? Where do you go? Exact same angle they had before. They drop down, but it's right into Resonate once again. They get locked out.
We've seen that happen before. Obviously, it was going to happen again. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Ziff putting up the wall into the back, while was supposed to be helpful to funnel them into B, almost kind of sealed the nail on the coffin. They were hoping that they were able to get a little bit more ground on A side, you know, pushing through Tree, but unfortunately Kane just doing a really good job of holding it down for the underground. And then of course you got a little smoke come in, and that's just not going to be an option at all. So they have to funnel through. Understanding that Conti's probably going to be there with the Nightfall, just have to roll the dice and hope that it works out. But a great job from Resonate, really forcing Knights to play the route that they wanted them to, and just made it so much easier for them to just frag them down. Last round of the half, Knights not able to really buy the weapons that they want. It's going to be a half by coming in, and Scuba now in a terrible position here, but is able to find Kane.
He lives.
Or he lives.
All that, he lives, but the Baron Way is good to hold him off, but actually needs some cover. Alone on the angle, does have some help by Heaven. But If the do swing out, it'll become a 1-for-1. Oh my god.
He doesn't care.
The smoke actually helped him live. Because he couldn't get the trade back. I was looking at me, there were 2 people there. A smoke of their own. Still alive, Rez has to be committed. And is stuck in a main yet again, Mark. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this.
Oh, no.
Cover going out.
Conti found another one as well. This is slowly falling apart for the Knights. They have to commit now to A. They have no room on B. And it's going to be so hard knowing who's here. Oh!
And it gets even harder, but we thought they were cornered, but they're perfectly fine. They just pushed through. It seems as though Resonate were caught off guard. That is surprising to say the least. But now here we are. Conti, no prowlers, as it sees, along with the haunt another 5 seconds. The need that needs the haunt to land. To possibly try to find one, but will not wait for it. We'll die.
Yeah. And yeah, just for good measure, they did have the Cosmic Divide if they wanted to play around that, but Exalt just kind of stood their ground, was like, all right, take this nice and easy, use that crosshair placement. And we've seen the Knights do that before on previous maps. So good stuff coming in. Resonate gonna take the half 7-5. Very good start here. But now we're gonna be swapping sides around. You know, I have to admit, Ravish, I'm a little surprised we didn't see more Odins on that first half. Because usually when we talk Ascent, we talk about Odins, we talk about wallbangs, but not a lot of that coming in here. Honestly, it's just these funneled entrances that just seem like where the brawls were happening, where things were going down there. The Knights, they just decided to walk in through and find the frags, and that makes things a lot easier. So now they're going to be swapping around. 2 rounds down. The dismissal round could even out the score. Already, the push is coming in onto B. See how this Astra is going to contend with this.
I'll move through. Nice gravity well.
What?
And it'll lock them down through the smoke. They know the positioning in Scuba as well. But this could be. Watch it through the smoke. Oh, he spots him. You push me, no, I push you. That's the 4K. Almost the ace, and that's the ace on the pistol round for Scuba as he takes a deep dive. Man, no breath needed because I know I held my own. That's wild.
Oh, man. I was wondering when we were going to get a quality Scuba joke, and there it was. Yeah, great stuff coming out there. And you know what? That's why you want to bring an Astra in here. Was able to just use those stars, make him vulnerable, got the spray through. A couple of headshots to make it even easier. But Scuba came out massive for them. A one-man army for the Knights. They win the pistol round. And now it's going to be Resonate yet again going for the Stingers. Now, the Knights have been doing an excellent job being able to win more or less every single pistol round since map number 1. See how these Stingers do play out for Resonate though. A lot of stall utility can be used to slow the push.
On to marriage, Cassian 4-2. A clutch wall, but it'll be shot away. The slow orbits will unfortunately a little bit off of the position. Actually put down into their own teammates, but they have just enough cover at the corner to delay things. Scuba again with the 3K. I thought it might have been 4. He keeps saving these rounds. It's Kane up top. Should have got the notification that somebody up by heaven.
Oh, no way!
And a clutch for Kane. A CC.
Oh, and they're able to pick up the Phantom as well. No. Oh, that's got to be so painful for the Knights. Yeah, Scuba almost brought that one back. Unable to do so. Oh, Rob, take a look at the scoreboard right now. Who do you see? Scuba, 22 kills. What? That's crazy. Still, though, it's working out really well for the Knights, especially, too, when you've got that Astra fragging out as hard as he is. With no duelists, don't forget. But now, there's going to be a broken buy coming in from the Knights. A lot of pistols. Scuba going to bring the judge. But already, it's an early paranoia here. And yeah, they're just going to run it down. A little bit of a drive-by from Fletcher makes this a lot easier. Ban in a bad position, only has a headhunter and 17 million targets to shoot.
Yeah, none of that was happening, but just the absolute best part of so many of these kills, especially with the Spectre, it's like, you come in like, you're dead. That's all gone. Maybe Conti. A little change that.
Enemy remaining.
Watch out with the Molly. No, Playboy Joe. Make things a flawless 9-6 for Resonate. What is happening?
Oh man, man, the comps would be so funny if every single time they just did that drive-by with the Spectre, they were like, it's just all
just
of the
like,
members of Resident just going, just holding it down as they're running their
dude,
way.
they're
on
pre-firing
the
it too. Just,
Yeah.
You're dead.
Like, that's the thing too, like, because they are pre-firing it, there's no reaction, despite whatever weapon you have. Sure, you could argue that the judge is going to come up huge close quarters, but if they're pre-firing a Spectre into you, what are you going to do inside of a smoke? Nothing.
Die.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, good positional change-up coming in from the Knights. They're on different angles, but the Haunt is so good. It just scouted out half of their positions on this A site, and that's going to force a relocation. In addition to, they use that 0 point. We're able to shut down the chamber from just rendezvousing away. So we saw the chamber just get stuck there. And Ziff putting up this barrier orb is a really good call. That is key to at least make Resonate have to slow down a little bit, and that'll give PK a little bit of more of an opportunity to kind of slow the pace down and figure out how they want to set up these crossfires.
You know, Crossfire was a board game way back in the day.
Was it? It was an online shooter for a little, wasn't it?
It was also that.
Yeah. So many. It's good work. Oh.
Barrier goes up as well. There's no Crossfire this time. It is just one barrel, 2 guns, 3 heads, and 4 to fall. Right now, with Fletcher should be able to make that fire, trying to fake the res, but have a couple more seconds to do it. Fletcher clutches it. And even gets a bulldog back. He could possibly do this. He has one smoke. Never mind. Nope. Hey, but there's the Odin. You were talking about.
See, this is why you bring a note in. Yeah, you know, Odin, no win. You know. Okay. All right. PK. They're looking a little bit better here, a little bit more comfortable. Even though you said that there was no crossfire, they did set up a pretty good angle so that when that elevator technique did decide to come in from Resonate, you know, they were able to just counter them and spray them down. It lifted, if I'm being completely honest, it kind of lifted them right into their crosshairs, and they were taking bullets from different directions. So nothing too much that Resonate could do. PK just winning that one out. We're going to be seeing the tour de force come online for Playboy Joe. Playboy Joe has been an excellent shot thus far. And this is going to be Resonate this time. Just completely storming mid, set up the wall, and now they're running in onto B.
Oh! When to work, though, is the question. We were hoping to have maybe a bit more of a cover, at least with the entry. They slow things down. They shoot it away. Now, Gangsta. My man got 24 bullets, and through the 5 years that it takes to reload, at least Resonate will be stopped at the entrance. Oh, but Exalt dying could be big. They have to spot him. They have to see him. Gangsta still spraying, and before he can turn, they catch them on the 180.
Planted.
That's why you do Pythagoras theorem. Because look at the angle they got set up on, right? They're looking right along, one bound by Speedway, making isosceles triangle.
Ooh.
But looks like PK got to work more on their math.
Geometry, maybe the trigonometry, honestly. A lot of math coming in here. We might have some sine, cosine, tangent being thrown in their face, but right now what's being thrown in their faces is Resonate and the bullets flying out of their guns. Honestly, it was pretty close. I liked Knight's retake there, committing the Cosmic Divide, force them out of the backline, and force them to take the gun duels. It got really close and a little bit more chaotic there, but Playboy Joe just being in a little bit of a cheeky position. I don't think that Ziff was expecting Joe to be there, and as a result was not looking the right way and not able to land the shots. Just getting that by. Now, Resonate looking to potentially send Knights home. Only need 3 more rounds before they're able to advance to the finals. Massey starts it off with a pick onto Exalt.
I was going to say there was a null command as well available for PK, which could have been really nice to at least not get slowed down as they have so often at the beginning of these rounds.
Ooh.
I would not even ban gone. Look at the way that Resonate are pushing it split up as well. Very non-committal, very. I want to say just a safe in a sense, almost waiting for PK to push into them because they know it's a save.
Yep.
The Pittsburgh Knights, when all they got is sheriffs, all they know is W. All they see is kill, but all that happens is death. Like, we'll go down at least. Now PK just with 2. Possibly looking for maybe 1 to a little bit of retribution.
I don't think that's going to be the case here. Just look at that. No. Wow. Just the bullets flying around. I'm reminiscing to back when Resonate were on defense and Knights were trying to push in through a door. Just spraying things down, just having a couple of people ready to go. But yeah, I mean, Resonate hopefully are going to understand that they have to be a little bit more cautious moving in on some of these sites. And just play things a little bit more systematically. They shouldn't be giving up members in order to move in onto the different sites, especially given the fact that PK, you know, they can stall quite a bit, but overall, Resonate have just been doing a lot better on the site entry. So, see how this one goes. It's going to be the Stuart Force coming in from the Knights. Prowler already expended. Get a little bit of information, but it's a very good 0 point to get the information that a lot of people are hanging closer to B. It's going to be another mid-site push, led by Joe yet again.
Here.
Right now, it's rough goings. Seem to be caught in a crucial swing ground for themselves currently.
Bring them down.
Look where Resonate are. Running for the B.
Oh.
And the Prowler expires before it can spot them. That is crucial. Now through this, they're pushing off the smoke. Should be able to stop them, but the wall up top. They get punished. They can't move up to stop them all, and Kane's already on site. As of the rest, a Resonate spike gets planted.
And then all command came out, but unfortunately didn't get as much value as they were hoping for. Are you kidding me? Fletcher catches Exalt. Now it's just Ban alone. Has this 2 to force. Gets sprayed through. Oh my goodness me. Rav, what is going on?
Well, hey, I'll tell you. We're looking at PK a bunch. We're thinking, okay, you know what? Maybe they might be able to stop them at the beginning, but they've been able to do exactly the opposite of that. You would think with the Astra, you have the opportunity. Slow down the pushes. That's what the Astra meta is all about. But I just don't think they're aware as to where Resonate got to push from, because they don't catch all the info. They've got no idea as to where they're all bunched up. And as soon as Nada's given over, Resonate decide, yo, it's go time. You saw that before. Prowler expires. They got no clue. Smoke goes up and 5 people push through.
Such good coordination coming in, honestly. Now this is the last round. Scuba
Judge,
has this Judge. Able to find one. Fights 2. No. Finally gets taken out.
I was hoping me saying Judge would help buff. Oh, shit! You see, that's the issue with elevation. Smoke doesn't cover you. And now with them being gone, it's 4v2. Finally, Knights managed to stop a bit of the runway train that was Resonate. But they've actually been here before. They've been here on Icebox, and they've also been here on Fracture. You both have worked out, but
not this time.
Man with the op, though, that's more than enough.
Oh, yeah. And all things considered, when the judge hit you, do you dirty like that, what can you really do? Resonate set themselves up for a pretty explosive A-side hit, but this time it was that aggressive defense that really made it work out. So Conti just going to do their best to try and punish the economy, but once again, it's Ban. Who else but Ban? So good with that operator. Really just going to punish anybody who tries to push into him at all. So, just like that, Knights pick up yet another round. They're going to be able to stabilize their economy a little bit more. Still going to be stretched a little thin. You can see that they are going to be only having half shields. Thankfully, quite a few were able to save their rifles over. But Resonate, they've got enough money to make sure that they are going to be nice, feeling nice and pretty. So, let's see those clean executes again. You broke down how they were engaging onto site. They're using their utility so smart. Honestly, sealing out some of these corridors just with a couple of mollies and smokes, and then just playing off the flash. But Ban moves in, can't find the pick, almost gets taken out himself, has to back off. And I think that's going to be Resonate deciding to push back now and potentially just start to push through mid.
You're lucky there was a wall there.
Healing.
Or else an open pick like that could have been extremely detrimental. It opens up the option for Resonate to move through mid. Which they actually could still do. The trademark that was a little bit farther back, not necessarily smoked off either. And they're watching this. BK looking to shut down every single option they have.
Here we go. Elevator time.
Very similar wall. They go up. Might wall. It might fall there. There's a wall there too. Forcing every single one of the members of PK to give things up. Scuba's gone right on the entry. And an opposing Nightfall that Exalt shoots 2 legs, cripples. All of Resonate pushes. And gangs to even as he's falling back. He now comes forward.
Enemy remaining.
And out through this, they did have the from the shadows. And they use it to their advantage to get the spike down.
Yeah, but this is not going to be even close to enough. Man, it looked like Resonate were set up for success there. Used the Nightfall, should have been able to get through, but just got shut down. Thankfully, Nightfall doesn't take away your sight. It's going to be 3 people coming in from spawn. Fletcher in the back, looking for it, finding one, but gets taken down by Exalt. Exalt with a nice little 4K to close out that round. A solid defense coming in there, just holding it down, not letting Resonate get an inch. Lost a couple of members, but able, more than willing to take those trades in order to shut them down from being able to get the spike. And just like that, PK are bringing themselves within swinging distance of potentially forcing out this overtime against Resonate on map number 3, Rav.
They decide that maybe it's time for a timeout. One thing to be noted though, in that previous round, the knife managing to catch him. As soon as he was looking to put the smoke, it shuts down so many options of how you could possibly hold. And so it's actually forced to play tight corners right by the cubby. And if not, then if the smoke goes down, my man would have been able to locate all the way through market as well. Even shadow step away. And possibly even nail down some sprays. So, good stuff so far. Knights right now managing to stay alive through just a hair. But the Valorant here on 4 has to be perfect.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if maybe this is why teams should continue to bring Killjoy. Killjoy is one of my favorite agents. I'm not sure if you can tell, but
yeah.
I do think that Killjoy just brings a lot more to the field here. What we're seeing is honestly just kind of a lack of mollies, I think. When we look back at that round, how Resonate were engaging there, they should have been able to go in, but because they weren't able to molly off tree, it just allowed the Knights to push through and be able to find the flank, taking out so many of their members. So, not able to zone things out as much is making this a lot more difficult for Resonate to have a very safe site encounter. Resonate have been really good on the defense this far, but this offense is leaving something wanting. Gangsta sees somebody, just starts spraying, hoping for the best, but a good read from Resonate to just back off. But Exalt is in a really good position to punish them if he goes unchecked.
But who's checking that right now? I don't see nobody doing that. He's getting stopped at every corner. And here goes the orb as well. Slow out the Odin, and a 2-for-1 is a trade that PK are very happy with. Now the question is, though, the site's still theirs, and so far as right now, yes, they will have to play 3 on. No option to play B main. The wall going up will limit those options even more so now. Forcing Resonate into very, very tough 50-50s. You get the rest back there. Nice shot. 2. Fletcher saving the round with the 4K. Now they got to move into him.
One enemy remaining.
Somehow making it a 2v2. And now with just Zip left, he has to save it. Ooh. And does so with ease. A knife's edge they play yet, but PK are sharper.
Wowzers. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I agree with the Cosmic Divide that got placed down there, because I think it did a little bit more harm than help for the Knights. They were able to clutch that one up, but I don't think it should have been that close to the wire. There. Fletcher went completely unnoticed on the flank, able to just find so much value, as well as deny the res. Oh, man. I mean, maybe they just used the Cosmic Divide in order to ensure that they had the res, but all of that got thwarted pretty quick by Fletcher just being on the back line, having that Phantom in hand, able to take out so many of them. So now, PK, 2 rounds away from forcing out overtime. Prowler got that information here, but Resonate were able to take that out. They don't know how many people are here. Playboy Joe having this tour de force online, looking to take the duel yet again against a Ban, potentially. Ban. Still with the operator. Has been so clean with these shots. He's peeking out. Doesn't get any info. Now Joe goes through the swing. Sees the wall. The barrier orb already expended from the defenders. That might actually allow Resident a much easier time to get their way onto site. And look at this. They're actually going around and planning on putting pressure onto A. They just have to be careful about wine. Scuba being there could be absolutely devastating if they don't check that one and decide to push in.
Will they then? There's 3 there. Man still at the side. Dog moving in. He's waiting for Man to rotate. But there's no shot to actually move through this. And after what was a potential fake, they're gonna move all the way back.
30 seconds left.
Shot goes out. Oh, at the final second. Joe doesn't spot him in the corner. After this, they should be able to know what's coming down. That Odin spray is more than enough. Flash doesn't actually manage to catch him. And Gangsta's gonna be all him. The spray is clean. He's not gonna get caught by the elevation this time. There's absolutely no shot, no opportunity. Fletcher has to reload, get caught out in the open. Spike goes down. Conte stays alive. He's up against 3. 38 health. And he possibly try to save this, maybe even get one. There's so many angles to cover. There's no time at all. It's 1-9 health. All they need is a sneeze. Exalt says I true.
And this is why you bring an Odin to the game. You know, I feel like people have very strong feelings about the Odin, but at the end of the day, when you ADS, you increase the rate of fire, you're able to just put on so much suppression onto your enemies, and on top of that too, Ascent, so many wallbang opportunities as well. You just get so much value out of it. And if we want to talk a pure utility standpoint, Odins are the way to go, and Gangsta really making us understand why that is going to be important. Now, the Knights, 1 round away from tying things up, bringing us into overtime. Gonna be seeing Ban bring the tour de force online, despite the fact that Ban already has that operator. You know what? It's the last round. Why not? Nazi gets caught out by the Prowler, does have the res online, but Gangsta, with this Nightfall, could really shut it down alongside this Odin.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but it's the better op, bro, if we're being realistic here.
It's true.
And this is actually going to be self-free right now for PK. Is there a Nightfall that's there and now through this? They're all deafened. They're all put down. The spray is so big, but Exalt falling could help out. It's just 3 there. They gotta take them all off of the back of the site. And it becomes a 2v3. Resident 1 round away to get the res back as well. That's going to be huge right now for PK. Playing all 3 on Conti. 1, but only 1 as he gets shot from the back. 2T yet again, Joe has the option to rendezvous away, but gonna have to be through B main. Look at the angle as well. If Exos swing this first, he can actually easily catch and wallbang him. I don't know about this, and he does swing so, but Scuba gets in there first. It's Fletcher left. He knows where they are. He gets pushing 1 by 1, and he's gone. We're going to OT.
Woo! That was crispy coming in from the Knights. Conti being in that position honestly could have put a lot more aggressive pressure. It did seem like there was just a little bit of miscommunication on the timing for the Knights trying to go in for that retake because the back check through market wasn't quite there yet. And unfortunately, Ban just was not able to walk away with their life there. So, OT, gonna be swapping sides. Whichever team gets 2 rounds is gonna be winning it out, sending the other one home. It's for all the marbles. Okay, well, maybe not all the marbles, but the bigger bag of marbles now. So, let's see how this goes. We've seen the Knights on the defense before. Sorry, we've seen Resonate on the defense before. They did a really good job towards the end of the half of just kind of slowing it down and letting the Knights push into them, funnel them in through the gates, and just bring the hammer down as soon as they decide to walk through. Let's see if they can do it again. Whichever team wins the offense might have the advantage in my opinion. But it's going to be close between these two teams.
And Knights. What seemed like almost a tough task to try to climb over. I wouldn't even say it's Herculean, but it's one you definitely gotta build up your muscle for. They steeled their nerve, they moved in, hot shot away, and Joe forced to relocate. Mid control, now very large option, one we know that Knights love to use. But far too commonly, they've been caught in chokes. As so Resonate have decided to just wait hatch with them down.
Yeah, they want to engage it. They're still adding a lot of pressure here. The flash grenade from Exalt is already expended. Exalt completely out of utility and actually finds Joe. Oh, that might actually make Resonate believe that this is going to be a push. Exalt gets away with yet another one.
30 seconds
It's gonna
left.
be the Omen. No more smokes coming in here as Ziv finds Conti. A very clean, very easy B-side plant now, but Nazi making this one a little bit closer.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
And closer we go. Resonate taking some notes on how they were playing in terms of the angles. He just came, he's too away. Woo! And he used the knife, gotta run in, face forward. Tunnel vision,
Switching sides.
taken down.
Match point.
1 round away from the finals. RPK and Resonate. Not gonna take the timeout.
I got enough time
They want
to go
this.
into the astral form.
They need this.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Resonate. One more round. Will they be able to upset Knights? They've been on such a hot streak for this tournament. Hoping to bring this one forward at least one more time. Enter themselves into the final. Because who doesn't want to enter into the finals? So, see how this goes this time around. PK on the defense. It's going to be Resonate trying to take a lot more mid-presence this time. Already starting to move things up here. They've gotten a lot of room. Let's see how they want to rotate in onto one of these sites, Rav.
It's that mid push. It's a different look from what we've seen so far from Resonate. They only creep forward. They don't actually commit to either side. They see that nobody's there. No real util either. And instead, this is key. A trademark. They start right outside a tree. They know how calmly they decide to push into this. That should be an easy slowdown. They get spotted through this. They get shot away. It's slow there, but it'll pull a few rotates from PK. Oh,
Wowzers.
No.
All right, let's see how they want to do this. Time is starting to tick down. They do have more than enough if they do want to rotate around. Quite a bit of utility has been dropped from the defenders. Gangsta just able to close the door and get away. Playboy Joe, such a good job.
30
Once again, it's going to be
left.
Gangsta with the Odin really close by. Playboy Joe finds Ban. The fragment though, good stall.
Is it off the? Oh, it is. The flashes are there. Knights
Again?
absolutely tear them apart.
Last player
1v1.
You spray and you pray, but my man got every god on his side. It's 8 seconds. More than enough to get the plant down. Scuba can try to push this.
Spike planted.
Question is now, is he gonna make Aishi swim? Or will he drown himself? The goggles are on. They
There
strapped
it
on
is.
tight. Knights are going to the finals.
Yeah, the goggles are strapped on nice and tight, just like the minions. That's how you do proper villaining.
Man.
And just like that, the Pittsburgh Knights, they win it out. Wow, excellent performance coming out from both these teams. You know, we were a little bit worried that this was going to be a stomp one way or the other, but things worked out all okay. A very close map between these two teams, and ultimately, the Pittsburgh Knights will be advancing to the finals, Ravish.
Yes, sir, indubitably. And after 2 very, very different maps where as one stomp after the next, you would think that, You know, maybe Ascent might have had the exact same story, but I want something to be noted. I did say in this series, whoever started defense first lost. At 30 holds up. I'm just saying.
At least for this specific match. Let's not try to carry that over to any other ones. No jinxes or anything. But we do have our finals match confirmed. A crew were able to beat it out over Dark Zero 2-0, which means in the finals, a crew going up against Knights. Only one can be victorious. And before we throw to a quick little break, I just want to remind everybody that you at home can experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and Localhost. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month. And make sure to use code NSG55 to save $55 at checkout. Shop now at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. But yes, like we said, we are going into the finals now. A crew up against Knights. There can only be one who get a lot of the points and now ultimately get the money pile at the end. But still, there can only be one. Is it going to be a crew? Is it going to be Knights? You're just going to have to stick around to find out. We're throwing to a quick break, and we'll be back with the finals.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Hi guys, my name is Marks and we've just concluded the Bakersfield LAN, so let's recap some of the action that happened today. We started things out with IKEA versus the Fun-Sized Maniacs in the group stage, and while this one was pretty close, the Fun-Sized Maniacs were able to win this one out. That's a little bit of damage for Flies in with the charge, and who else but Camper to seal the deal on that round. As we continued on, we followed Fun-Sized Maniacs through the group stages and got to watch them face up against Elite Squad, with Elite Squad coming out looking pretty darn sharp, able to win it out against the Fun-Sized Maniacs. And the last round in the group stage, we got to see the Fun-Sized Maniacs face up against Resonate, and a similar story here, Resonate looking pretty crisp with it, as they were also able to beat out the Fun-Sized Maniacs, and honestly looking pretty darn good doing so.
B2 situation, Gabriel finds one, finds two.
Then of course we entered into the playoff bracket, best of threes activated, starting things out with Resonate versus IKEA, and oh boy howdy, Resonate were looking really darn good. Resonate were able to shut IKEA down 2-0, not even giving them an inch, honestly. 13-3 and then 13-4. It didn't look too good for IKEA, but Resonate were looking absolutely coordinated, absolutely dominant, and really just flexing on the other team. Finally, we made our way into the grand final, seeing Elite Squad go up against Resonate. Both of these teams able to defeat their predecessors 2-0, and this was a much closer match. We started things out on Haven, which was Resonate's map pick, but the Elite Squad was able to just win that one out on them, spinning it around pretty dominantly, winning by over 6 rounds. Then of course we went next up to Ascent, which was Elite Squad's map pick, and yet Resonate paid them one right back. A lot of beautiful plays coming out of this map, but Resonate win that one out 13-6. And this left it all down to map number 3, Fracture. And boy, despite the fact that Resonate did not bring a duelist into their composition, they showed Elite what is good, ending the first half 10-2 and then running away with the map. not even that much difficulty in front of them. So a big congratulations to Resonate as they do win out the Bakersfield LAN, and that just about does it for this recap of the Nerd Street Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN.
Day one of the Nerd Street Champs LAN over at Georgetown had a lot of exciting moments, a lot of upset potentials, and one team that really stood out to me was Texas A&M University making the upset happen in Group B over BBG Academy, but BBG Academy made a big comeback happen in the quarterfinals. They made out groups on the low side and took down one of the tournament favorites of Psycho's Murray crew, which otherwise known as Exet and Friends, but UG Academy being one of the favorites as well. We expected it to be a fantastic match, and indeed it was. Coming on the other side of the groups, it was Fluid Gaming, it was BAP, and it was We Live Here, by the way, being teams that really stood out to us and teams to look forward into day number 2.
And on day 2, we followed We Live Here, by the way, from the quarterfinals where they took down BAP in 2-0 fashion to the semis where they had to take on the Titans of BBG Academy, who were coming off of their victory over Psycho's Money Crew, or Exet and Friends. And, well, a tough map won, but the momentum was just enough for We Live Here, by the way, to close things out in that series in the semis in 2-0 fashion once more to find themselves in the grand finals. And on the other side of the bracket, it was a tough road. It was a rocky road, but it was TAMU Maroon that eventually made their way on through to deliver an explosive grand finals. And after 3 long maps and an overtime at the very end of it, it was explosive. When the dust settled, when the smoke cleared, it was TAMU Maroon sitting atop the comically large throne here at the Georgetown, Texas LAN.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the recap for the day number 1 of the Chicagoland for the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We started off the day today with Lotion G up against Acacia GG, and Acacia, best of 3, were able to win it out and qualify and move into the playoff bracket. Then we moved into group number C, and there we got to see the E-Girl fan club go up against Last Resistance, and it was a close map between these two teams, but Last Resistance were able to squeeze it out and really take the lead over the E-Girl fan club. Then, Last Resistance came up against Jet Diff, a team put together of quite a few Valorant pros, and despite the fact that Last Resistance was looking like they were giving Jet Diff a run for the money, Jet Diff came ahead and made their qualifications into the playoff bracket. Then we ended out the day with a best of 3, the qualifier between Last Resistance and who else but E-Girl fan club. Forced all the way to map number 3, E-Girls fan club came out on top, making Last Resistance pack their bags and head home. So now we're going to be moving into playoffs for day number 2.
Day 2 was phenomenal. It brought us into the quarters and the semis of the tournament, and my oh my did we get games. Starting off with Native Black against Chirac Gang. They took a close Game 3 victory in the first round. Then head on into our quarterfinals. We watched the Wet Rats versus the Four Funners. A tough game, to say the least, but the Wet Rats really styled on Four Funners. The Wet Rats themselves comprised of a hodgepodge of Tier 1 pros. Then the action progressed into the semifinals, where we got to watch Oxygen Academy versus Native Black. OXG Academy, a storied roster. They've won event after event, but Native Black, this new up-and-coming dark horse of a roster, shut them down 2-1. Native Black, with that victory, send themselves into the grand finals where they met up against Zero Marksman Black. And while Native Black was able to eliminate the Goliath of an opponent in Oxygen Academy, they were simply outclassed by Zero Marksman Black. In the final 2 games of this best of 3 series, Zero Marksman Black probably let them get a collective 7 rounds across the entire 2 games. So Zero Marksman Black, once again, your victors of the Chicagoland, winning their share of $10,000 here. Adding that to the additional money that they've gotten from the Fullerton LAN, they're looking to create a legacy for themselves, and Zero Marksman Black might just be at the very next LAN event as well.
one surprising ending and one that was most definitely expected. We are in the final best of 3 of the night for our finals of the night's weekly summer champs. And I'm joined here again by my main man, Marks. And Marks, what we got coming up for him?
We've got a really good matchup for our finals. That's right, we're in the finals now, and it's gonna be a crew up against Knights. Well, a crew just 2-0 Dark Zero, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Dark Zero has been looking phenomenal throughout this tournament, so that says a lot. Of course, you're familiar with a crew, you're familiar with Knights. This is gonna be a pretty good matchup, especially for our finals, Ravish. I'm not too sure which team to favor here, but it's gonna be a bit of a banger.
And I think what will most definitely decide it is going to be the stages at which we'll play. Now, a crew we haven't been able to see a lot throughout these past 2 days, but we should note, we've seen them before as well. They've got a massive roster of really talented players and are known, for being able to take the confident gun dudes as well. They're slow, careful, coordinated play. And now Knights on the other end, they've shown a variety of different options, but we'll see where the options come out of the stages that are set for the grand finals with the map picks that we have.
Yeah, and let's take a look at what these teams were banning as well as picking. First up, the Knights are bringing us to Fracture. This makes complete sense to me based on how they just played Fracture. They feel like pros on it. But then a crew are going to be bringing us to Haven. And to be fair, we have seen a crew in recent tournaments as well, and a crew really like Haven. They're very strong on that one, and so this makes sense why they're going to pick that one. Finally, to round us off, we are going to be going to Icebox if that third map does come out. But man, I'm going to be honest, especially starting with Fracture, if Knights can set the pace of this match how they did last time and get that stop potential, I think that's going to do wonders for their momentum to try and bring things around and end off in a very powerful victory. The best type of victory.
Especially considering, a crew they've been kind of chilling for a little bit longer than Knights have, right? Now, Knights have been kind of going right from game to game to game. About 10 minutes or so, just people try to breathe, reset, maybe get a snack in, go to the bathroom and all that. And as of right now, I, yet again, can't necessarily call anything, but you are right on one thing, though. With Fracture that we currently are able to face with these Grand Finals teams, it'll be a question of whether the crew can meet them head on.
Yeah.
So, I'll ask you, Marks, do you have numbers on a crew?
I can look up some numbers on a crew. I don't have them here right now, but to be fair, specifically on Fracture, the biggest thing that we've seen is just how effective Knights have been at integrating Neon, specifically Ben playing the Neon, into the lineup and being able to just run through the defense, but also too on offense. I think that there have been such interesting plays coming out from this Knights roster, and so that's why I think that they're pretty happy to pick out Fracture. Now, you did ask for the statistics, and we going in here, we get some statistics going, and according to VLR, a crew have a 75% win rate on Fracture, which is extremely high, but they've only played it 4 times in actual official tournaments. So this makes sense why Knights would want to pick a map like Fracture, because they've gone through the gauntlet quite a few times, and they've got a pretty decent win rate with 62% on this map. And honestly, seeing how they played it last time makes complete sense. Like I said, Ben on that Neon doing such a good job, but also too Scuba playing in just underneath on the defense. Knights have been so good on their post plants. They know how to use their utility to a T in order to shut down anybody moving in onto the site, but also to stall out the spike in order to get it down. And a crew are going to need a lot to be able to shut that down. While one might think that the solution to negating that post plant stall tactics lineups type stuff is to get them on the flank, we've seen Knights also been really effective at shutting down flanks on Fracture, which is honestly pretty remarkable given how Fracture is built. There is so much flank potential that could go on this map, Raph.
And the flanks actually is something that we actually saw come out a lot from previous opponents the Knights had, right? That being Resonate.
Yeah.
They made great use of it, but currently we're not sure if a crew would actually be able to match that too. Because in terms of rotation as well is really what bogs down a lot of the attackers on inside of Fracture. Because with initial entry not going your way, it can truly be your undoing.
Oh yeah.
If it ends up being the case. And for Knights, we should see the exact same composition we saw previously. Similar stuff, but on the other end, okay. I've heard rumors about this, but we have an Astra on Fracture.
Okay, we have an Astra on Fracture. This is going to be really interesting. A crew opting to go with more smoke potential, as opposed to the very standard composition that we've seen Knights bring in. Of course, chamber Neon is going to lock the chamber. There's no question about that. But I'm curious to see how Gucci and Zachary are going to play around these smokes and how the rest of the team are going to play around it as well. That only leaves more or less Giovanni being the one who has to get those flashes off and Blind be the real big entry piece. And that makes me a little bit worried because, as we know, Knights pretty good at finding an opening pick, so they have to be careful and they have to kind of protect Giovanni. Otherwise, I think that things are going to start to fall apart. Pancakes opting to go with the Raze pick, while most teams want to bring in the Neon for that very fast potential, very fast site take, as well as rotation around. More or less, Raze can do the same thing just by using those blast packs to explode onto site. And on top of that too, those paint shells are really good to zone people out or destroy a lot of on-site utility. They're not going to have a lot of on-site utility to destroy this time around, but still makes quite a bit of a difference.
And it'll be a question of whether or not they can actually slow down these pushes as well.
Yeah.
Sure, you can like scope out as to where they might be caught out before, but the info game of Fracture as well too can be massive, especially looking to play as aggressive as the Knights are right now. Ooh. Russian barely dodging out, and they shoot, they score. It's easy when they push in a spawn. Again, we've seen this, but Knights Fracture is their home playing ground. The plays you do, they've seen 10 times over. They're still staying. They know they're gonna push this. But he has no utility, he has no flashes. There's no way he can actually try to swing this. But Ban as well has made his way comfortably on the site. You'll have to go up against Neon, who's 13 health. The flash connects. Ooh, but it actually hits Ban. He manages to get 2. But that should be it. Spike will comfortably be planted. And it's just my man, Giovanni.
Oh, and he spotted out Ziff on the back. Does have the fault line, could potentially stun here, but okay, we're having a bit more rotations coming through. Giovanni has to deal with 2, and it's just not possible. Ziff gets shot down there, but yeah, you know, we talked about why the Knights wanted to pick Fracture, and that is exactly why. The fact that Ban can get so much ground, take over so much space, which then forces a crew into a very uncomfortable situation. We saw that going on Satellite. You know, usually you have to be careful when you have a Neon on your roster because Neon can fly in and immediately get shut down, and then you're like, well, there goes that option. But we see Ban be able to get the space and put the pressure on a crew, allowing for the rest of the team to rotate in. And as a result, they're able to find easy pickings. Not seeing any shenanigans this time. A crew just setting up for a save. Doing pistols. They decided to do an aggressive defense. Unfortunately, picked the wrong side. That's going to allow Knights quite a bit of ground. Here's Giovanni ready for the swing.
But there's no shot he actually takes it, right? I'm sure Giovanni's learned a lesson from last time trying to flash in and being faced with so many members, and he runs it back. He's ready again. Oh no. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Well, fool me twice, can't get fooled again, but Ban is going to fool Zachary. And that's going to be an easy A site, but they got to get the spike over here, Ravisha. There's quite a bit of ground to cover. Plenty of time for a crew to get in position.
Ooh. They see into the smoke, though. And this looks to be set for another very dominant round and a flawless to come out for the Knights. See, remember what we were saying before? How I see the most Bulldogs on Fracture?
Yeah, you really do. You definitely were not wrong. Wow, good stuff coming out there. As a matter of fact, Knights changed their game plan. we've seen them be so aggressive, especially too the last time we saw them up against Resonate. But this time around, they just played it nice and patiently, really made a crew question which side they were going on, and also too, thought that a crew were going to go for the ultimate orbs, were able to just shut them down if they tried it. So good stuff coming out from them. But now the Knights, they're going to be trying this bonus coming in. A lot of pressure already being going. Fast lane is up, and it's going to be right onto the site, but Zachary shuts it down.
And so far, considering under the buy-up as well, the crew plays right into the smoke, reminiscent of what Resident did before. As you gotta use these smokes for something. But hey, it makes sense. At least with their bonus, I'm happy to know that we won't be off to a running start for either side. Thanks to getting one back isn't too bad. Only has one flash in the fault line up in another 6 seconds. But with this, the PK are just looking to do some economical damage, at least.
This fault line might catch a couple people. No, plenty of time. Ziff, though. Ready for it. Oh, the timing. Oh, it was so close.
I don't know how that didn't hit.
Yikes.
But with that not going through, Gangster's not looking for at least one.
No.
Unfortunate.
Oh, unfortunato indeed, sir. It was a good strategy. Knights just tried to up the tempo and run their way in. The fast lane does a really good job of really just securing it, much like a Viper wall. But the problem with the fast lane is if somebody hops through while you're still running, it's such an easy pick. And that's basically what we just saw. So good stuff coming out of the crew. Only lost a single member as well. So their economy is looking nice and sharp. They're going to be buying up that last rifle. No big deal. Now it's going to be Knights. They're able to reinvest into this round. Let's see how they want to play it. Van immediately going in deep, but Neon stays safe from danger. Loses his life.
And that's an opportunity to play as well when you've got to lay down to where you're able to take the flash is good, but the concussion to respond is even better. It'll leave dead on the side of a crew.
Spike's still not down yet. The Knights completely slowed their pace down, and now the smokes have dissipated. I don't think that they have any more to really work off of, so it's going to be hard for them to swing off of this, but they do have the flash, and Gucci's down. It's going to be an easy plan.
Yeah. With guns on both sides, the Knights definitely look a lot more confident. And looking to push in as well, not playing as aggressive as they were, deciding to swing against 3 different people. Zachary knows this is definitely a save angle. So we'll give that up, move away, and leave DK and face them another day.
Yeah, and Zachary will stay alive. Does have the scuba gun, one with the fishies inside. He's able to save that Vandal, which is going to be good for a crew. You can tell Band wants to shut that down. Able to get the overdrive online as well, but this fast explosive play that came in from Knights almost got countered. But I think that a crew wanting to match that level of energy, they're like, we like what you're doing, we're gonna do it ourselves. Tried to rush out, just got punished for it. And they lost so many members. We're successful in slowing the Knights down, but it wasn't gonna be enough from them to be able to push in through. Like I said, the Knights unfortunately lost the smokes, but thankfully their KO was still alive. Had one more flash grenade in, and that was easy to at least deter people from looking at the site. Guarantee that you can get on, get that spike down, and then you just have to hold those angles. So a crew, not in the best economic situation. They will be able to force most rifles up here, but Neon is going to be bringing in the tour de force to kind of round out the roster. Question is, which side is it going to be on? It's going to be on that B side. The Knights opting for a little bit of a spread. This is their slower pace that they set in the second round.
Off a slower pace as well, we've seen the Knights have managed to set a precedence that their opponents should be aware of how they decide to push. Because many times we've seen that on Fracture especially, you can get caught off guard off of an innocent swing of an angle you weren't expecting, and a sudden push off through a flash which gives you a sight, and then suddenly you're stuck in a retake. And Ban looks to do exactly that. As I hear anything though, committing to this could be very detrimental. Might be able to get one off this. Only does have a little bit of support, but Giovanni feels confident enough to move in. No one spots the other.
Wow.
Currently, both of them playing a guessing game. There's 35 seconds left.
This connection's on Fracture, but Ziff not missing that connection. Finds Zachary's head. Good stuff coming in now. It's an attack onto this B side. A side.
The move in still have not been able to clear out Giovanni, and now hit him gone though. Gucci's still up top. Spots Scuba wins the gunfight. A gut swing, leaving only one yet again. And this was interesting. A lot slower round than we've seen out of PK, but the fondest that can execute does work out, still leaving them with 15 seconds.
Yeah, and honestly, being able to find... Well, first of all, we know that in the most recent patch there was a lot more hugging mechanics added in. And honestly, these body bumps have been kind of working out. Pancakes with 2. I was gonna get mullied off though, so this isn't... Okay! All right! Pancakes really bringing the pain today. Now has the showstopper online, but Gangsta just crouches down. Misses that crosshair placement and is able to finally take Pancakes out, but that was an expensive round for the Knights. But yeah, like I was saying, you know, they just kind of bump into each other. There's so many smokes on site, and then it's just whoever's aiming in the right direction is going to make it out work. I saw a tweet where, you know, the devs are like, woohoo, we added hugging mechanics, but that was just more detection, so that you're a little bit better when you're trying to bump into your teammates versus your enemies. And we're kind of seeing that kind of work out here. So, a crew going to be back onto a save yet again. We're seeing Zachary buy up the judge. Zachary has done amazing things with the judge in previous games. This time around, the defense looking a little bit scattered. They couldn't set up the Viper's wall in time as Pancakes looking for it. Gets taken out by Ban, but gets traded back. And Gangsta actually with 2 quick headshots. And just like this, Knights in a much better position.
They use Pancakes as essentially a body shield to allow Knights to move in. It became a 2v3, but it didn't really even matter. As all those in anti-eco, no shot connect. And they're waiting, actually, where the plant wanted to make sure they were able to inspect tower. We're looking to commit so that way they don't get swung on.
Ooh, Scuba.
And a crew now, oh, they hear this. Bye. Well done.
Yeah, just Zachary not able to find anything. Gangsta shuts that one down. And yeah, Gangsta coming up big here. Like you said, a little bit of a body shield happened. As about, you know what's fun, Rev? I've seen occasionally an owl drone or a prowler take a operator shot, and then as a result, the person behind it stays alive. But yeah, Pancakes was kind of just the body shield, just soaking up a bunch of bullets, so they weren't as effective at first. But of course, then a couple of headshots is just going to make that a lot easier. So PK really setting the stage here. It's now 5-1. They have 4 of their ultimates online, where a crew only have 3. Pancakes with that showstopper, though, could come up massive, but gets shut down. Still in a very creepy position as Neon finds Ziff.
Exo could potentially follow the timing off this too. He has both flash drives. And now with the push, doesn't manage to spot anybody. Even off the corner, and the concussion comes in at the exact right second. And being gone with 2 taken away from the side of the Knights. The wall even put up to ensure the safety of a crew. They're playing 3 on 5. They had 2 ultimates still. And Scuba needs to stay alive for that, so does Gangsta.
Well, this could be good.
They could easily delay this. But look, 1 up tower. Scuba as well, too, doesn't get concussed on the way for the push in. Should be there at the exact right corner. Wall's gonna drop. And they have the angle. Giovanni guessed his right in the 50-50.
Wow. That, oh man. Okay. Good try by the Knights there. They had a couple of ultimates ready to go. They were ready for it, but a crew, that cosmic divide, that was so important. This was a pretty expensive round from a crew to make sure that they were able to deny it, but they played off of it beautifully. Rewarded with the round win. Now, 2-5. They're able to buy up here. We'll be seeing Neon bring out the operator. Pancakes, though, still leading the charge. Still has that showstopper online. But more importantly, Gucci has the Viper's Pit. And that Viper's Pit is such a big detriment for any attacking team to push into. Could be thwarted, though, by the null command from Exalt. I'm curious to see whether or not the Knights want to play off of it, but usually they've been splitting their offensive side up, so they might not all be grouped up to benefit off of it.
But benefits right now, though. So love to be towards pancakes. Pop up. Okay. Doesn't manage to see the Stemmy shot out. Oh, right at the corner. Just managed to cap ban. Catch ban and does, I think, a little bit chip damage as well to everybody else. Oh. Immediate rotate as well for Neon too. A crew finally have a solid read on how Knights are pushing in these split calls. Not working out.
Ziff spots out pancakes there. Won't be taking the duel. There's still 3 members left. They could make this happen. 2 members on site thus far. The rendezvous is getting destroyed. They know that there is a chance that they might move in here.
30 seconds left.
Still, this thing on the outside. It's 3v5 though, so that's right. It's 2v5, so they have to be a lot more careful considering whether econ they should be fine to buy up going into the next round. But I think they're not worried about that, right? It's about trying to do as much damage as they can to a crew. We're accumulating a very slow, surefire lead, the momentum that continues to be in their favor. As they go up 5-3 and PK, remember, this is their map pick. A pick which they looked insurmountable on.
Yep. Yep. And they're still in the driver's seat as of right now, but a crew are starting to figure out their footing a little bit better in the snow. What we're seeing from a crew is that they're moving their defense out a little bit more. We saw Neon extend with that operator. You could tell that Knights were just not expecting him to be on that angle, as well as pancakes. Sure, you could say that that showstopper might have been a little bit lucky, but the fact of the matter is the showstopper gave them a lot of space. The Knights thrive off of taking space quickly away from a crew, and so the fact that they weren't able to do that made it so much more difficult for them to push in, expending some of their utility already. Banned, ready to go in, but Gucci with the response immediately just tosses it out, and the snake bite's on the ground.
Don't say, but that she's pushed past it. Wasn't able to get that down, so that allows her to move in.
Ooh.
And now against so much opposition, Gucci going down. Alt not necessarily no longer in play, so it'll leave them to try to defend against every single member of a crew who wishes hard against them. They get 3v3 though. With the angle that Neon has, might be able to find them if they possibly peek out. Ziff and Ban have that crossfire angle as well to corner them, but they need to wait for Giovanni's fault line to try to move in. And there we go. As that goes out, they get the tight angle. Remember, Ziff is still there. They're playing 2 on.
So good.
They find Pancake should be able to get the angle. A quick scope from Neon.
What?
But Giovanni actually even get in the swing as well. Scuba gonna give up his life. He puts the molly right in front of him to just delay, and Neon has no time. Man gives up his life and was like, yeah, bet.
You're not taking me out. I'm taking myself out. Tosses the volley onto the ground, but yeah, you know what? Given the time that was left on the spike, that makes sense why you would want to do that. You want to stall it out, and even being able to pick up the kill as well. Just good stuff coming in there. Wow, good stuff coming in from the Knights. I love those crossfire angles that they were setting up there. Unfortunately, Ban used the overdrive, didn't get too much value out of it, but out of all the ultimates that you might just burn down without getting value, I think that one is quite alright. Still though, with the judge just posing such a scary tight angle, you can tell that a crew, they had to wait it down, and they just simply ran out of time and immediately taken space again, but this Viper's Wall is going to slow them down just for a second.
For now, at least, though. They'll find no noise. There's some seconds to think as to where PK might be trying to attack them once again. Seems though it's a tug of war being performed. There's no shot. The nade! Ban didn't leave! He gets caught! There's no way! And 2 off the front, like I said, the tug of
Okay. Alright,
okay. That was fun. And now they decide it's more than enough time to clear out the site. But Zachary's still up tower. They know they have to check. Gucci's still on site. Gucci's off the site.
Move.
Zachary's still gone. They play doubled up to clear every tight corner. But Lasha not gonna help them. And Giovanni with the yacht behind him. Looking for the cover, a quick scope, the reload, 1v1. All it takes is one bullet, and he only has one. This one has to hit. Has no help, but look where he is. So remove the tower. He'll come back, swing the classic in front of him. No response time, no availability.
I'm not gonna lie, Rap, that scared me. Wasn't expecting. I thought he was still behind the boxes. This is what happens when we see the shadows turned off for a second. Man, Gangsta, keeping it. Oh, sorry, not Gangsta. That was Scuba at the end. Keeping that one alive. Wow, I want to say, Knights on the execute look so good. Despite the fact that they're down a couple of people, they keep their core three together, and that just allows them to move in, ready for a trade or just swing around and confuse your opponent. That's one of the things. When you see three people, it's hard to just shoot all of their heads at once. And now PK back in the lead with a bit of a distance on it. It's 7-3 here. Rifles in both of these teams' hands. A crew on the brink of having their economy broken. They have to start pulling this one back. This time the Knights playing a little bit slowly, push up on Dish, have a feeling that a trademark is there, could give away quite a bit of information, but there's only a raise push up on that A side.
And even right now, they'll decide to just go full force in. To get exact angle as they look to be concussed, and Banas even pushes that further. I'm looking at Crew currently, they're trying to see if they can possibly get one to slow them down, but with that not working out. Another plant for PK successfully at that. These rushing tactics keep on working for them, Mark.
Yeah, it really is. And honestly, I think that was just Ban taking a page out of a crew's defense earlier. You know, I talked about how a crew wanted to push things forward, catch them when they were uncomfortable to win out some easy duels and then just escape. Well, hey, Ban decided to do the exact same thing, went right into their spawn, caught a couple of people off guard, and were able to make it work. And then on top of that too, did the Destiny 2 slide just for some style points as they took out the last defender on A. Oh, come on. You've played Destiny. Everybody's just sliding around everywhere.
You're not wrong. You know what? It makes me almost think of Titanfall as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's where I think of just all these slides where the movement is just that much more fun. But right now, there's no movement happening on a crew side.
Yeah.
They're deciding that, you know, they'll stay firmly planted. Now looking at a possible 9-3 or 8-4, depending on how things go, I think PK feeling quite confident, but look at the buy from a crew.
Yeah. It's not ideal, especially for this last round and a half. A crew looking to potentially bring it 4-8. Knights ready to shut them down 9-3. It's going to be Pancakes not having a gun. Is going to be able to get a Spectre, but that's about it. Giovanni having a Guardian. Got to be accurate, but that fault line was good to slow Ban down. And that's got to be key, because once again, Ban needs to take the space for the team. A crew doing a much better job of trying to slow this down, though, dropping the snake bite as well.
Watch out for the dueling flowing thunders this round as well.
Oh boy.
You could easily see those as used on the entry and the exit. And if you're looking at where Giovanni is set up as well, yeah, he's looking to make sure that at least in response, he can get all of them with that. Because look, there's the initial, and now a crew looks to set up just to deny the plant. As that comes down, they're gonna save it. There we go. Here comes the go button to go in. Pancakes double blast pack finds one red way, but Exxon the response on the other side. Somehow PK had read the entire push in, and with them denying exactly what crew wants to do, comes out 3v2, make that one. It's now just Neon left with the yacht. The scopes have to be quick. The arm is there, and he brings it back as well. Up against two, the angle is on both sides, and they're waiting for the swing out. There's no way he managed to check both of them. Sees the barrel. Neon ready. Has out the headhunter, but Gangsta, he can peek out and get him. Good patience as well.
Yeah, great patience there. That was a bit of a risky gamble trying to poke out from tower. Just off of the single spike tap. Somebody needs to go and check it. But yeah, it works out. The Knights able to take it. A little bit explosive, you know, is going back and forth, and a crew honestly were looking like they might have been able to do it off of Neon being able to come up huge with that operator. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite seal the deal. Just like that. PK 9-3 in the half. Now, the crew are going to be on the attack. We've seen Knights play this defense before. They do like to run it down, put a little bit more forward pressure, and they've got the breach support in Gangsta to be able to do so. This could be deadly. Both Ban and Ziff could peak this quarter and could come up huge because the crew are getting set up to push in as well.
See if they do it. Instead of do so, because look, once that wall drops as well, be a free fire. And we know that after that boom butt is spot one. So it'll be doubled up angles for their pre-firing in the angle.
This is interesting.
Let's go to the door instead.
What?
A beautiful flash! And they're finding them all!
Player standing.
Ow! Whoa! Within a matter of seconds, PK! Something went wrong, but for a crew, if this goes well, but Scuba clutches it! Somehow they both don't cover each other. What happened to camaraderie? What happened to friendship?
Friendship is dead in 2022, Ravish. That's what we're learning right now. At least Scuba, more than comfortable to take those duels, has that classic in hand, able to win it out. But wow, it was a brawl happening on A main. They decided to just run in, just play an unconventional angle, appreciate that creativity from a crew, just decide to run into the spawn and then try and outflank them, catch them off guard. But just like that, the Knights were able to shut them down, kind of flanking their flank. So, Ziff comes, gets a lot of information, gonna back off as the Knights are gonna have quite a few Spectres here. Ziff has to stay alive, might give up the Spectre if he dies.
He's the arm. Good shot from Ziff as well.
Crispy.
Now through this, they now hold all of the crew outside of this. There are 4 people there. And the entry here is gonna be that much tougher. They're relying on pancakes. A blast pack in, but as he gets shut down right by the entrance, it's a jump and a fall, a sneeze. It continues to be a bumpy ride, but you know right now PK went off this roller coaster. They're controlling the tempo. We're going to Mach 3.
And Gangsta must have a poster up somewhere in his room that says Spray and Pray does win the day. Because there have been multiple times where Gangsta has just kind of sprayed it down and gotten a multi-kill. I love these crosses that we do see the Knights set up so that when a crew go in, they're able to just get sprayed down from different directions. A crew really did a good job of trying to dismantle that and get their way onto site, but they just couldn't find it. Too many members of Knights looking from too many different angles, and that's what happens when you funnel all your members through there. You just get shut down. This time, crew playing things slower, as Knights are going to go for the bonus. It's going to be a little bit more deadly, but Ziff is already moving up on the side of this Viper's wall. Ready for it to go down. Goes to the peak. Doesn't find anything.
They can just orb farm here off this too. And there's no shot he's peeked this, right? You actually try to peek this, and he gets taken down. Those are tough, though. But the Ziff is there. Shot. And Gucci wins. 2 big pickoffs. This opens up a lot of options right now for the crew. They could easily just rotate over because PK falling for the trap. Zip line towards the other side.
They're
gonna move to me.
Hey, I've seen this before in Splinter Cell, you know? Be very quiet.
I've never played that.
Ah, this is how you and the homies show up, ready to infiltrate into one of these sites. Apparently is exactly what a crew were doing. I love these camera angles, by the way.
Right? It's like all 3D. You said it really does remind me of Resident Evil. You're thinking, okay, as you move through all these different corridors, you're trying to like find where Leon is looking and zombies are coming at you. But right now, Leon, where'd you go? It's all left though. He has the angle up by spawn, but they can just push him right now. 10-second execute. Works out, reload. Not even there yet, but as a couple seconds of solace, we're getting pushed. It's a 2v4.
Oh, Scuba just
PK, no, their job right now is just to do some economical damage. See the angle? And the arm of pancakes. He's been working out. They give himself. There's no shot. Yeah. He's got to help as many shots as possible. But trying to peek into 4 people is not ideal. Or they can just push into you. That's instead.
Oh.
Exile will take that. He falls.
Yeah, and you know what? Economical damage was kind of what they were aiming for there. had the gun disadvantage. A crew doing a really good job of right now just kind of playing together. It's like we're watching, you know, the teamwork makes the dream work. Turns out friendship is still alive. You heard it here first. Friends, Windows. And honestly, with the crew playing so close together, they were able to effectively take out the members of PK that were on site without losing too much for it. Of course, gun advantage, as I had mentioned, is going to make that a little bit easier, but still, ultimately, very well played coming in from a crew. PK, though, they've got rifles. They're ready for it, and that's a lot of information. Oh, this is what happens when you play together. One knife can give the enemy team all the information they need.
That's just true. Right there. Because now, through this, it's about the formulation of the plot, right? It's about being able to see what goes on after. Because with that knife, they managed to get the, I would say, the story description, you know, a little bit of the Wikipedia plot armor. But now with this, it's what they do with it. They got to be able to formulate the rest of what's about to happen. And Ziff decides to perhaps tear a page out and be like, okay, the story gets a little bit torn apart.
The book hasn't been tossed out just quite yet. Ban here. It's going to be a cosmic divide. Good relay bolt. Slowing the pace down. Ban is just going to go in to try and slow it down even more. But Ziff is already down.
But the fact that Ziff was also there too is unfortunate, considering trying to play off the concussion. But there's also far back. It works out evenly. Becomes a 4v4. Wall up alongside the Molly, but as soon as all that drops, the cover being given away. It's now up to a crew and PK. How to move in, the angle is good for Scuba. Ooh, barely clutching that 12 to 4. That honestly could have gone either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, listen, last round we said teamwork makes the dream work. A crew, they're playing together, that's how they're gonna win it. Knights were like, you know what, we're also a team, we're all friends over here, let's do the exact same thing. Ended up into basically a 5v5, a firefight on the site, where as soon as the utility went down, the bullets started firing because everybody could see almost everybody, bringing that down to just a 1v1 scenario. All things considered, that's a scenario that Knights want to be in, given the fact that they were able to also stop the plant. A crew now forced onto a save. You do see Pancakes has his Bucky in hand. I know how much you love your Bucky kills, but Pancakes has to play this very carefully because Ziff is still on B, and Ziff has been doing a really good job of playing these longer angles, not allowing some people to even get close to him.
It would have to be a long double blast pack. We were talking about before how it has to be up to Ziff to make his way in, and he does exactly that. Viper's Pit used to secure control of the site as Exalt lands just one shot to the body. You'd have to square them away, all playing inside of the actual Jello. The response is going to be tough as well. The knife managing to catch two, like with a Gucci. Wow. Playing off. Exalt managed to get one kill.
Oh no.
And here comes the execute with the rest of the Knights. Two close-up kills, but it's not enough. The range not there. They become a 2v1. Neon now flash, forced to duck into the corner as he gets spotted. Exalt yet again comes up big. And a flawless execution from Knights, although a little bit messy. It'll allow them to take map 1.
Whew. Clean. Once again, we know why Knights pick Fracture. It's because they love Fracture. And they basically just fractured a crew there pretty handily. So a great job from the Knights. It made sense towards the end there that, you know, you bring that Bucky given the fact that you were going to play off of the pit. But sometimes that pit can be a little bit of a double-edged sword because even though you play inside of it, you don't have as much vision. And as a result, it's a lot easier for the other team to be playing on an even playing field, especially if they do have rifles and you are on a save. It evens things out, and unfortunately wasn't enough to stop the Knights from rolling forwards 13-4 on map number 1, Ravish.
Yes, sir. And a big note on that too is just the fact that Exalt was able to catch two of them with a knife as well. So
oh yeah,
that means there was no slow orbs either, and he was able to catch the position of who's playing up top and up bottom as well. With that, they catch the rest of them, and the small key bits of information when such limited ones are available truly will make the difference. Knights looking fantastic as usual, but there's one more way we can become fantastic. Is that not right?
Yeah, you just have to be us. Just kidding. You don't have to be us. Don't be us, please. But gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. That's right, get trained by the best pro players in the whole gosh darn world. Book a live session right now and make sure to use promo code STREET20 for a nice crispy 20% off. All right, we are now through map number 1. The question is, are the Knights going to be able to shut a crew down, win it all 2-0? Only one way to find out, and it's going to be just after this break. I looked the wrong way.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. It's 16 frame and it's safe on low and sometimes it crush high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Champs. It's the finals. My name is Marks, casting alongside Ravishing Ravish, and things are getting interesting. We've got a crew up against Knights right now, and the Knights swept on Fracture, but now we're going to a crew's map pick, which is going to be Haven.
Haven is more often than not a testament to the old and the new.
Go on.
You managed to adapt the most different of all the maps, but one that I find every single team has stratted indefinitely. But to be good on Haven is to be dominant amongst the very best. And a crew need to show that right now if they are to take us to a map 3, which is Icebox, and on which Knights look, in a word, poor.
Yeah, and like you said, there's so many different ways to play Haven, and we're seeing some of that differences start to come out. Specifically, Pancakes is going to be on the Raze yet again. Pancakes very familiar with Raze. This isn't too surprising. Gucci once again going to be on the Astra as well. Meanwhile, though, I'm genuinely curious. I think that Neon is probably going to be locking in that. He's going to be locking in the chamber.
Omen.
Oh, say it again.
I want to see Omen because, like, it's like I wanted to play double smokes on this or double controller.
I do think that the double smokes is going to be really effective, but yeah, I think based on how a crew like to set themselves up, Neon is just going to be locking in on that. Curiously enough, we aren't going to be seeing any fades come in this time around. Both of the teams preferring to bring in a Sky. The Trailblazer is so effective at getting a lot of information before you push into the site. Obviously, the Guiding Light as well gets you not as much information as the Trailblazer, but might tell you if someone's hanging around. Last but not least, the Seekers give so much information as to where people could be. It's all about information. But we've been seeing Fade come into rotation a little bit more because Fade is such an excellent initiator onto the sites. The Haunt, as well as the Prowlers, can just get you the locations of where people are hanging out. And especially to playing with a Raze, you can just combo that fast, explosive potential that Raze is going to bring into the map, as well as if you get someone stuck into the tether, hey, they're vulnerable, those paint shells are going to just blow you up on the spot.
The biggest thing has been too is the coordination that you've managed to obtain with both Breach and Fade, right?
Yeah.
With the Nightfall alongside Rolling Thunder, those two big square ults that can control a site, but none of that is here. We go back to a bit more of the defaulting of the Sky alongside the Breach, and the only difference being the choice of initiators, with Ben on Jet and Pancakes, like you mentioned, continue to stay standard on Raze.
Yep. Let's see how this
goes.
I'm curious to see it, though, because Pancakes is holding alone on the A site. Usually you see people poke out a little bit more, but not this time. So that's going to give a lot of room up to PK if they decide to take it. But honestly, it looks like right now the Knights are curious and want that B side, which you would expect not too many people to be there, but that's exactly how a crew have kind of set up their defense thus far, Rav.
So far, like you're saying, it's pretty default, right? With how they are. It's super far back. They decided not to overexert themselves at any sort of angle because you know you can't play that front facing, considering it is Haven. And these type of slow pushes is what I definitely expect a lot more of from both these teams. Guiding Light put in. Action going for it all, but Zachary doing one down, other choke. Doesn't actually see it. Turns the wrong corner, gets punished, taken out towards the back of the site. Giovanni gets a trade. And now we continue forward in a 3-on-4 for a crew who managed to surround the site, but it's going to be about who peaks first. And who gets who first right now. Who playing off. It's 4 on. Shot goes wide though. But the fact they haven't committed the DQ is key. Scuba can continue to hold them off, but now comes in for the peaks. You get smoked here. Ziff has to move forward. Scuba gets 3. And they move into him.
All right. Scuba swimming through the corpses of a crew. So many headshots with that Ghost. You've got to be kidding me. Scuba taking just enough angles as well to be able to isolate 1v1s just around the corner there. And sure, if you're a crew, maybe you do decide, let's just run things down. But the fact of the matter was, Ziff was also alive. So at any moment, Ziff could just pop up and be like, hello, I am here. And a crew would not be expecting that. So they had to respect that distance there, which just allowed that combination to shut it down. Despite the numbers advantage, a crew just watch it slip through their fingers. Now, PK, they've bought up a little bit more. They're putting pressure immediately onto the B site again, but still, they're playing it slow. Like you said, this is going to be a lot slower engagements than we saw in Fracture, and that's just simply how the Knights have set up their composition. They want to get that information and then execute very methodically. Let's see how this one plays out, Rav. They've got information right off the bat.
Considering that no one's actually watching, where's either two? They know that at this point they're either all playing off or they're deciding to hold super tight at up close angles, which I would not put past the crew, especially with their anti-eco there. And they decided instead to hold these tight angles on B. Shorty there, but they're all moving back. And there's the concuss. They doesn't get him.
Lying.
12 health. He stays alive. Honestly, that should have been a kill in my opinion, but you know, I'm sure PK is very happy to not get that. He top up Pancakes with the swing. To be fair, he was only at 12 health, but still, that's a 1-for-1 you'll take.
You can tell Giovanni shot both of those shorty shots into the body of and was just like, oh, yeah, okay, we're done. Looked away and then just got shot down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you my match screen not cost cap.
Well, this is going to be PK with another round. Kept so many members alive, Scuba. Oh, just fishing him out of the air now. Gucci didn't even hit the ground before he was dead.
Yeah.
Just Pancakes
that's
on the flank.
unfortunate.
Can't do much.
He has to die here. He has to die here.
Oh, it's good.
It's fine. It's fine. This is not COD. You're not getting those like after death kills.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, still, it's important for the economy because that's the second round there. And what's important is that PK stay alive in order to make the bonus a little bit more effective. If Scuba did get taken out, then that would have been the Bulldog dropped, which is a pretty expensive investment. Of course, Scuba kind of has 5 kills, so the money's not terrible. But still, they want to press every advantage that they have into this third round. Crew have rifles ready for the stall out. But let's see how this goes. So far, the Knights are doing a very similar engagement to what we saw previously. I don't know, Rav. Right now, Pancakes on that A site has not been able to really get too much. Gets the information, but has been playing pretty far back. Usually, we need to see the duelists playing a little bit more aggressively on that A site to allow that denial of space, but every single time, Pancakes has been forced back.
Yeah, because you assume that your duelist is going to probably play off of what angle or decide to push up into long, but considering where he is right now with no flash setup, getting smoked off early on was really what did him in. No long peaks will allow EK to take a little bit of space since they sight. But still, even stuck in tight angle up by Sewer, a crew will decide to move away. But that nade could really do them in if they decide to go for a fast push. Because look at how they're lined up.
Yeah. 3 members down below, but Ziff has been getting space this entire time. It's gonna be the engagement coming in now. Ziff coming in on the flank. Couldn't come up massive, but Pancakes wins it against Man. Showstopper online. Tosses it down, but misses.
What? I don't know how that didn't hit, but I think they're more than happy about that because you're not moving through sewers. And the flank was only able to execute on one. Exalt with the spray up between the box looking to secure the plant. That goes down. A clutch gravity well to keep them alive on the site, and now it is just Neon. The health bars are low though, so play transfers could be clutch, but doesn't even necessarily need to. Managed to get a 1v1, and look where PK are coming in from. Outside, looking at long. Neon has to clear every single corner.
Timing.
I was gonna say, just the swing could really do them in, but yeah, he gets timinged, and now with that, DK up 3-0 in a situation that a crew were not hoping for.
Yeah, definitely not going to be the case. A crew. They're back onto the save. Unfortunately there, wow. If the showstopper had landed, that would have been a double kill. But just aimed to the back of it instead of right in front. As a result, Pancakes didn't get anything. It was such a good first shot onto Ban. And yet, the drive-by happens once again. Exalt with the Spectre just runs it down, keeping that mouse one down. He's rewarded with 2 kills for it. And look at this. This time, the crew, they're stacking more of their members onto A. They know that this is the favored site that Knights have been pushing, but that just allows Knights an opportunity to potentially push on B, which we saw in round number 1. They're more than comfortable doing so. Ban gonna be the first one to start to move in here, see if he can take a lot of space, and the crew is right behind to follow him up.
And this is the kind of setup we wanted to see out of them.
Oh,
good, nice flash. One more. Oh, was not expecting it. Pancakes comes up big. And taking 2, there is the exact ideal situation right now because now for PK. Suddenly, they have to be a lot more careful about their engagements. But like they have to give up this A side push. Not only to B now, you can see the exact same space is taken by Ziv. But he has to clear all of these angles. The fact that they'll spot him, they're likely wary of what's about to happen. The Seeker's still committed. Like, they'll lean towards A, but it's rotate all the way back. All of the crew have moved on. B side is open.
Ziff on the flank, though, is good for 1. The fault line comes in, not going to find anybody, and now Ziff is just going to be holding it nice and close. Finds Neon. Guiding Light comes in as well, but looking for it. The drive-by works for Gucci.
What? It's enough? For the Stinger, you would think. The tracking. But still, now Exalt. Jumping's not going to work against him. A 4-0 start, but they're making it messy. But these are the kind of rounds we expect out of PK.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing, too. You take a look at how Ziff has been playing on Chamber. Teams consistently use Chamber to go on nasty flanks. And the reason why you use your Chamber to do that is because Chamber can quickly relocate himself around. You just have to really depend on that Chamber to be able to be self-sufficient and get a lot of space. What that actually allowed PK to do is, despite the fact that they lost so much on that A site, they had B side completely open, and so it was easy for them to just run their way back around and get the plant down on B and funnel them in with Ziff just holding it down. And this time it's a B side hit. Gucci able to find Ban through the smoke.
I was gonna say, TC has not been taken so far. Ooh, but big util usage. Pancakes by himself. Does it all. No real need for anybody to come to him. PK decide, let me give my life for ire, for you, sir. Like dropped. Exalt is I'm looking for one.
You know, maybe my life for the Horde instead. Depends on which generation you are, you know. But yeah,
I also haven't played that game either.
Oh my! Have you played any game? I digress.
I was a PS2. I was a PS2.
Wow. All right. Well, yeah. There's no way that Exalt is going to be able to. Look at that! We got the laser beams on now, so you can see all of them watching that angle. There's 0% chance that Exalt is going to do something here. I think the best case scenario is that Exalt is able to find a couple of people, ruin the economy of a crew a little bit more. They were just able to buy up rifles this round. So, oh boy! It's like the Three Stooges just around the corner peeking the exact same angle. There was no shot that one is going to be one. So a good round coming in from a crew, able to keep most of their guns alive, which means that this buy is going to be nice and dandy. So though, the Knights, they're coming off of 4 rounds in a row. So they're going to have more than enough money to be able to engage here. That C site did not work out for them, so I don't imagine that they're going to be pushing it again. But this time around, they do have that Cosmic Divide available to them. We're going to be seeing the Tour de Force come out as well. Ziff going to be using that one. And if necessary, they have a Rolling Thunder. These are all excellent tools to get yourself onto site and then just kind of hold it down. Let's see how the engagement goes. They're once again setting up for an A site hit, but a crew so wise to it have rotated things around, and this time Neon going to be taking that role of the person who moves up far on that A site defense.
But the thought is, though, how does Ziv use his attacking up to stuff back a crew?
You are
Already through Trailblazer, they were able to find one. The wall put up a little bit earlier on before the execute is even done. There's Rolling Thunder. Catch almost every single person on site. They manage to jump away. Zachary gets caught and tries to position pre-fires down through hell, but nobody's there. All of the crew have already rotated off. Now even the smoke as well is going to keep them stuffed. And now here comes the crisscrossing walls. And now even push them back in. Down through hell they drop. And PK against the crew. Don't want to stop. EV2 yet again. The defuse there. I don't know if they heard it. Yes, wait for the shot. They get it to half and it's enough. They lay down their life on the line. But a crew, a huge retake.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cosmic Divide, that's why you bring Aster to this map instead of an Omen. The defending Cosmic Divide set up a crew to have a much easier time on that retake. Obviously, PK invested theirs as well. Were able to get themselves onto site and get themselves set up. But I loved the retake that we saw from a crew. They just kind of did it with off of their utility, obviously, but they were just hopped down from different angles and just honestly were checking everything based on where the Cosmic Divide was set up as well, because it only gives them so many angles they have to pay attention to, and so they just kind of peeked them all at the same time to make sure that they could just catch a couple people off guard, playing off the smokes, playing off the flashes. It was just textbook Valorant coming in from a crew, and now they've got those 2 rounds in a row. Knights looking a little bit shaky here. Ban has the knives out. Out of all the people, Ban could come up huge with it, but Exalt taking quite a bit of damage from those pink shells.
Spike still inching towards Garage for a possible C hit. Although window is clear, they are going to have to be careful of how they decide to aggress against this. Last time a C hit went terribly for themselves, with them all moving into a paint shell. And now they decide to continue to scope for info. Crucially though, Ban early on didn't go up on the exact same updraft angle to get the knife down A long. He didn't get shot down, and they'll decide after not being able to surmise where a crew's holding. They still hold towards Garage, Showstopper, and it goes wide, but knives hit at least. Works out fine, but still with this.
No way.
The C-side push is in. They go up one after the next. They manage to clear it out even the back of the site. And now they have control. The question is now, can they relocate? As a crew push in.
Oh. Zachary finds Scuba's head just through those boxes there. Still 3v4 in this retake. Ban still has the knives out. A rendezvous going to be forcing back. But look at that. Giovanni gets swept up in the Seekers.
They're all just watching 2 different angles because that's all they need to do. Neon knows this is most definitely lost cause. They'll decide to chase him, but he's way too far away. And PK, a successful C-side push and one that they had to get creative of on the back with a very slow start. Nice shot.
Great shot from Neon. Just looking to potentially get a couple. Huge flash there, and Exalt gonna clean that one up, drop the operator, and you know, do a couple of squats. Just keep those thighs nice and engaged. But more importantly, let's talk about Pancakes, because I think that maybe Pancakes just got a little bit cursed or something, or someone's out for him and has put some sort of charm by his house, because that's another showstopper that could have absolutely come up massive, was just a little bit to the wrong side. If Pancakes was able to take Ban out, would have been a completely different story. If the showstopper just went a little bit outside of double doors, would have been a completely different story. Would have found a double kill. Instead, hit the doors, found nothing. And that's so hard, because that would have been what would have won a crew the round. This time around, Knights, they're feeling a little bit more comfortable on this C site. We have the tour de force coming out from there, but Gucci finds the back of Ban, but Ban finds the back of Neon. Everybody's just checking everybody's back.
She just pushes in without anybody at all. Nobody notices him. And he even gets one. That's one they're gonna have to think about too, but Gucci as well, waiting at the window angle. Towards the other side, but C-side is yet again theirs. And he gets one, the swing is good. So now they'll just wait for them to push more. And with Giovanni even getting spotted, we're thinking now for PK. All they gotta do is hold tight. He relocates towards the other side. Now just 2 left alive. We're looking at a crew. Falls all around. They're watching the angle. Good swing from Pancakes. 1 C4 left to try to relocate. They can just play off site. Scuba ready for the swing. And now with just the op. He just has to delay. They're gonna hold it though. He sees it. The swing. The pre-fire is good. He watches the angle with all of his might. The defuse is good at a crew. That was nice.
Yeah, that was a little messy, not gonna lie, but a great job from Pancakes. Using the operator to just come back in and re-engage off of it. Again, it was a little bit messy there. Like you said, Van was able to just kind of get space, just walking alone, one-man army it, finding the back, taking out the Neon, or sorry, taking out Neon, who was playing Chamber. That's going to get confusing. But still, shut down the tour de force as well. Able to get so much space onto C, which allowed the rest of PK to go into it. Great round from a crew. Fortunately, their economy's not fantastic here. Neon misses the first shot, which is gonna give PK easy access onto site, but doesn't matter. Zachary, with the spray, is able to shut that spike down.
Spike down as well, like you said. And now with this, they have to commit a lot to just be able to take this back. With the wall up as well, it's gonna have to be pre-fire. City nades, delays them again. All of a crew are ready to move in. As soon as the wall drops, they have no idea about Pancakes being here either. Muffled sound. There's Rolling Thunder. They've got to recover the spike and move forward. But it's just pre-fires now. A crew have managed to make the way in and force PK in an awkward position. Ooh, Ziff was haunted for anybody there. With him not being able to find Gucci. Another really unfortunate choke that PK get put into. We're taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, good stuff. I want to talk about the impact that Pancakes is having here. Obviously, we saw a couple of ultimates come in. They're giving it to Pancakes to get him 2 away from having that showstopper again. Maybe we'll see it come out a 3rd time in this half, and it'll have better results. Only 3 more rounds left. The Pancakes just hanging out on top of there, able to use those paint shells to deter the plant first, but also too, off the Cosmic Divide, just stall things out long enough so that the other members of a crew can get themselves into positions to launch their ultimates. And they're called ultimates for a reason. They're really good. So immediately the Cosmic Divide comes out, they get nice and popped up into the air and pushed back, and then a crew have plenty of time to move in. But it was all off of Pancake's paint shells. If the paint shells did not come in, the spike would have been down, and a lot of that utility would have more or less been wasted because PK were already set up for the post-plant positions. So great job there. Able to just shut that down and really just force PK into an uncomfortable position. Our crew are really starting to pull back, and they have to. This is the finals right now. It's all on the table. One of these teams is getting the big bag of marbles at the end. And you know what? Knights 1 map towards that already. So this is a crew's map pick. They got to start picking up the momentum as there's only 3 more rounds in this half. If they start to give themselves an advantage, they could set themselves up to be looking a lot better come second half. Right now, both Scuba and Pancakes top of the leaderboards with 12 kills apiece and only 6 deaths. Very even between these 2 teams, Rav.
And this is more what he expected as well. A big thing to note too is a crew historically have usually been quite good on the defensive halves. And so have the Knights. And we were expecting them, that being crew, to take a very definitive lead up against PK to ensure that when things switch over, it becomes a lot easier for themselves. As right now, PK being able to keep up is a good sign. But for a crew, their second half is going to have to be just as strong. Look, this triple push out.
Oh boy!
No flash, and we'll take 1 for 1. By the end of it, PK continue to trudge on forward. They have the flashes for themselves. That catches the info on Zachary, who's tucked into a corner. They could use the aftershock to bait him out. The smoke is still there for the cover.
And actually, Knights, they're not sure they want to commit to this yet. They're going to rely on Ziff to get information. Ziff heard Gucci running around. Goes into the astral form for a second, but now is able to find it, but misses the shots. So Gucci shuts that down, and now they have to commit to the safe site. Here comes the execution.
The might as well catches the flash right onto 2. It keeps them all off of the site. Seeker's not needed. But, man, BK, after a timeout, looked more lost than before, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. The Seeker's probably not necessary towards the end. Might have been nice to have on this last... Or sorry, no, there's 2 more rounds here. It's 5-5 right now. The crew are definitely figuring themselves out. They know their momentum. Are able to shut down the Knights. They're getting from... They're adapting. They're overcoming. They're improvising. So, Knights, they got to change it up a little bit more. Otherwise, they're just going to keep on walking into a crew. Pancakes has that showstopper online yet again. Hopefully we can see a couple more fireworks come out of it instead of just hitting walls. It's a little bit unfortunate on the timing. Still though, the Knights, they do have their Seekers online, which could be good to get information. What's important though, is if Knights lose this round, it's going to send their economy back quite a bit. And that's going to be the last round in the half, so they have to be a little bit more careful with how they're spending their money. They're not feeling as rich as they used to be, Rav.
And I'm paying attention to the astral wall right now. Previously on the executes, it's been huge for them to win this back. Oh, you just find one that's Gucci up by window and even by Neon. Wants to relocate as well, but Exoc goes down to just a spray.
Right there.
Now with the 4-on-5 as they move into the site, they haven't been able to do this. Spike gets dropped. They didn't actually move in because they couldn't clear him out. Gucci just gets 3 for free. 2 of them while blinded. PK, what happened? Sure, you get 2 back, but Spike has to be picked up. Rolling Thunder used point blank. They get stuck in garage.
Winnable?
Yeah, this is low-key winnable. But they gotta move in. 30 seconds left. More than enough time. It's up to Pancakes to delay. As they've kind of switched positions as to where they started. But they can just plant.
Oh boy.
Stop it.
Here we go.
Shot. Woo! Finally gets one. And because of 1v1, they know exactly where Pancake's eggs. They can just watch the angle. There is no C4. Move in. And that knife had to land the long range cut to make some sashimi.
Oh man. Oh, Ban is so good with the knives, and that's why you want Ban there. Honestly, that was looking like a crew were able to just stomp out PK, give them no shot at that round whatsoever, just at the double doors there. And yet, lo and behold, it's Gangsta. Able to just flick around. And to be fair, a crew, their timing at pushing in there to try and take him out was just off by a couple seconds in between each of their members. And as a result, a Gangsta was able to just walk away with a pure murder. Oh, speaking of pure murder, somebody call the cops. Neon's dead.
Excuse me, officer. You order to report legal activities, but continue. Oh, Ban thought he would have walked in for free again. And as a pace change comes forward, although the spike is not dropped, PK again have to reevaluate their options. A site shut down. There's a 3-stack there, and they'll choose to push out of A long. They notice that nobody's there. They'll all move back towards the other end of the site. Seize is the option, and they take it. Wall gets put down.
This is gonna be tough. Timing just right, able to get in there and stuns up Gucci as well, but Gucci finds Gangsta.
That's a 1-for-1.
Player standing.
And as all of them rotate over, bobbing and weaving in between the walls, you see purple, and then suddenly you see nothing by the end.
Yeah, the problem there was got stuck between a box and a purple wall. And unfortunately, that just means that all you're going to be seeing is purple. No matter how many bullets you're spraying through, only about half of them are going to go through that wall properly, especially too with the ducking, dodging, diving, and weaving that was going on around that wall. So now, PK 7-5 in the first half. They're looking to close it out here. A crew have to win this out to force map number 3. If they lose, PK walk away with the victory. Nice, easy, and done. We'll put a little bow tie on it as well. Why not? But this is going to be a huge pistol round. This could allow a crew to be able to tie things up. PK, though, let's see how they want to adapt to this. It's going to be B-side pressure coming in from a crew, while the Knights have set up heavily on A and expended some utility to try and get some cheeky early picks.
And moving too early on, make that 3 as they managed to make the way towards the doors. Alt lines traded and they're all forced back. None of a crew actually move out to try to peek and PK. They themselves are playing super safely, just some shots peppered on both sides. They're trying to see where they're caught. The gravity well will not work out, but at least they managed to secure down Zachary. Now here comes the execute. Oh, they managed to find both of them in different corners, and so the crew will be left 2 on the outside. But will the gravity well play that we saw from the side of PK work for the side of a crew as well? Nobody refusing. Now it's on Gucci. And they managed to body check it. That's what we wanted to see before. It's just Neon. He's playing body blocker, and he clutches it as well.
Wowzers! 3 HP left. Doesn't have any headhunter bullets anymore. Just pulls out the classic. It's got the Zed music popping, and he's just popping heads. Wow, a crew able to win that one out. It wasn't looking too good. There was such a big numbers advantage for the Knights there, but just not able to walk away with it. Now we are seeing Neon buy up that Phantom, feeling nice and confident, while the rest of the team is going to be going with Spectres. We have seen the Knights land crazy headshots with Sheriffs before. Could do it again. Van moving forwards. Already popped the tailwind.
Woo! Wants to look for one, and that'll at least be one towards his favor, but that nade kill is something that shouldn't have happened. But hey, you corner yourself, and now PK being down 1. No, I don't think they're gonna get much out of this. Oh, he dies to the little doggy.
Lots got some bite.
But from here, the most they can do is just try to get 2 guns out. They managed to get 1. A crew naturally so, make it 7-7.
Yeah, and this is when, if you are a crew, you want to keep the momentum rolling forwards. If you can win this next round, that's going to guarantee yourself the lead, put you at a nice 9-7 score line if everything works out. Knights, though, they're ready to clap back. Haven't had 2 very successful rounds thus far on this defense, but this is where it could turn around. They will have the gun advantage. They have to watch out for Gucci with the Phantom. Neon just going to be using the Headhunter. But still, not a lot of the Knights able to buy up full shields. Gangsta holding this fault line, down C long, anticipating it, but backs off. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, now they should know that they're coming in on here.
And instead, choose to move over by Garage. They have the gravity wall as well, to force them to stay on top of the side. Gangsta's stuck. Scuba gets 2, has looked to enter in, and it's just so free for him. The Gucci, they're down by Garage. Takes out caught apart. Should be enough to at least allow them a couple of inches. But reinforcements have arrived. And Neon, considering this was their bonus, they play masterfully. Especially with all of them managing to stay alive. You mentioned before, Mark, this is great for the econ.
Just Neon left standing. Ban saw the shoulder. Add on a little bit more pressure, and yeah, they keep 4 of their members alive here. That's going to be 4 rifles that they can carry over. A huge round from the Knights. A crew, despite the fact that they had a pretty good execute, just forgot to check that little corner on C. And as a result, Scuba is just able to spray them down as they run into the site. Just completely unchecked. And yeah, not great coming out from a crew that round. They lost it pretty spectacularly. Only able to take 1 person out. This time, though, they've got rifles. The Knights just staying with whatever they had. PK, they also have a Cosmic Divide online. This might be good for slowing down the tempo here, as it's a fast push onto A this time, or at least to get Pancakes into position to take some more space against Ban.
But even for now, though, move themselves up a long flash dodge. Wow. 1 for 1. Really well done by Ban. And through this, yet again, it was just almost an info check at the least. And it'll Force the crew back towards the spawn. Spike still in a neutral spot. I feel like they might be going A yet again.
If it didn't work the first time, keep on trying and innovating. With 2 members of the Knights still on the site, and honestly, the Knights do a really good job of holding crossholds, and so I'd be curious how a crew are going to try and deal with this. Gangsta and Exiled on the back of the site, ready for this.
More than 40 seconds still left, and here comes the execute. Managed to flash out Gangsta yet again, who's stuck at the back of the site behind those 2 boxes. Now with him falling as well, they'll all drop in, but PK, it was one-on-one fights that they gave to 3 different people. And it'll leave the Scuba by himself. That was, honestly, at best, disjointed.
Disjointed is a great word. Don't discount disjointed. Because,
okay.
Yeah, the Knights, they were split up. We saw what happened. They were trying to get themselves into the positions, but a great use of utility coming out from a crew, using the Aftershock to force positioning, have the smokes out so they didn't really know where exactly they were coming from, and then just flash for good measure. It was so difficult for the Knights to be where they wanted to be, which just allowed them to be out into the open, and a crew could just walk in, see where they are, and pew pew, they're dead. So good execute from a crew. They tie it up yet again. Ban has the knives out. It's going to be met from a tour de force from a crew. See which ultimate comes out on top. Ban really good with his Blade Storm, Brav. Really good.
And it was seen it be precise that many times. The fact that he's actually not playing down by long is interesting. I would expect that type of flash that play to be done a lot earlier on, but they didn't catch any info on that, so they'll decide to continue investigating as to where the crew are, and they catch no info. They might have actually just spotted one. Through this, the crews still have not given away much at all.
Trailblazer might give the information, though. Doesn't matter, a crew actually want to back out of the site, knowing that Knights might be a little bit wiser to their push. They decide potentially onto C. But gotta watch out for Scuba. Scuba's been so good at shutting them down. And we're gonna be seeing the Seekers come online now for a crew. Scuba has to get out.
30 seconds left.
It does so evenly. As well with him measure to stay safe, like you're saying, the wall even though not put up just yet as an option. Still there for the retake. PK, we're finally getting a 5v5, something we have not seen in a very long time. Do note though, Rolling Thunder is now up. Here comes the wall. See now pop up. It's like the back of the spawn. And 2 taken away so quickly. PK under the spawn. Now Scuba manages to stay alive is big. And now here he comes back in. Sprays go for Scuba. That's 3 for him. He's looking towards 2 more. It would have to be a complete ace to save the round. But it finds nobody playing on the spike. As soon as the wall drops, it's gonna be tough. And Zachary was behind him.
Oh man. You know what? That's a pretty good way to deal with the Jet. With a Blade Storm, that's really good. Just hit him with the Rolling Thunder, and they go up a little bit more, which throws their aim off. And also, too, their screen is shaking, so they can't aim that well anyways in the sky. Great job. And honestly, it's that aggressiveness that is coming out from a crew, which is allowing them to win these rounds over the Knights. A little bit unconventional to go so aggro on the post-plant positioning with that Rolling Thunder, but it caught Knights completely off guard. Scuba barely able to make it a winnable scenario, and even off of that, that's already the Cosmic Divide that has been burned through. So great job from a crew at being smart and reading that play from the Knights. Now the Knights are back onto a save, a crew in an excellent position to take this 10th round, Ravish.
A save right now for PK. They're hoping yet again to possibly just get a couple. A win here would be big, but a crew right now managed to keep it oh so close, keeping us on our tail. If I wasn't standing, I would be teetering off the edge of the seat.
Scout destroyed.
Catch one. There's a bunch up here. Oh no. I was hoping to try to reposition. And now with the info given over, you're looking where PK are. They have not fully committed to the roads hit yet. But full A site control is now here for a crew.
See how this retakes goes. Ziv opens it up with a pick on a Neon, but Ban is moving in through the flank. That battle could be huge, but Ban falls down. Gucci wins that one out. This is good for a crew.
Whoa.
A Scuba finds Zachary.
It's 3v3, suddenly there's a lot more doable, but instead they were stuck all the new connector. He said even tougher. It's 2v1. Scuba has almost no health. He cannot afford to take any damage. He wants to try to peek this.
Oh.
But he's just stuck. Lot of hope. And you know what that did them in as well? The fact he couldn't actually move in towards the site, towards the connector, and then being stuck in those sprays and Giovanni holding down the site.
Yeah, absolutely. Ravish, I was hoping that Ban could come in from behind because I think that would have been an excellent little test of how a crew are in dealing with pressure, especially too when it's coming from multiple angles. But a great read from Gucci being able to move back there and have that sight line locked down. Don't even give him an inch, otherwise he's going to take a mile. Now, fault line comes in quick. It's still a slow push though from a crew. It's time though. Knights, they're going to be pulling out the tour de force. Make it a little bit easier, potentially on this win, holding very far forwards on C, but a crew have adapted themselves. They're playing things slow. Not to say Knights have adapted as well. Sending Ban down tunnel instead of getting Ban down A main. It's going to make that a little bit more interesting on how a crew want to push this up because Ban can take space for free.
And the Knights are playing so far forward on their defense. You want to definitely catch them off by surprise. Forcing out the dash out of Ban though. But knowing he's there, they're probably thinking, okay, they're likely looking to set up the play off the flash. The fact that nobody's pushing them either is something that was definitely be punished, as they don't know where PK are looking to hold, and Ban is still there, although no dash. Coming up with 2 here could be big. It's kind of cost, and it's just one. The updraft isn't enough. The fault line's so good, a bigger flash though. Exxon catching 3. That's the drop with a spike, and not 2 in. PK, the aggressive defense works out so well. The off angles, not expected. A 4K.
Oh, Exalt. Wow. Okay, you know what? It was a little unfortunate that Ban got caught up there. There was a world where Ban was able to at least get 1 kill, but given the fact that Ban died and they took 3, that's a trade you want to take every single day. Great stuff from Exalt, just being able to throw out the guiding light there, get the blind on, and it was just a simple spray and pray, and more or less just take down all the enemies. So a crew left on the back foot. Their economy's starting to get a little bit thinned out here. Neon is going to have to simply rely on the headhunter. Not close enough to try and get the tour de force online either. Ban though, so aggressive. Zachary's already in the grave. Same with Pancakes as Exalt finds yet another headshot. And a crew are not looking too hot. But we've seen crazier things on this map, Ravish. It's not over just quite yet.
That is the push I was looking at. Every single time they were doubled up on A, I was waiting, okay, when do they push off the guiding light? When do they, peek into A long? And with the setup they had previously, they probably thought, okay, cool if we don't have this. And so now they put Leak in, peeking through 2 different angles. Now with the punish onto a crew, they lose one of the initiators. Now they have to play off the sky, who's holding the spike. So Giovanni now has to be oh so careful, but Ban could make their lives difficult once again. They managed to move through B. They're not caught yet, but Gangsta gets him. Fault line ready, and so is the Rolling Thunder. No one committed to this yet. A nice flash, but Gucci is on the other angle. He still has full sight. It's up to Ban now. Gets a close angle. Gucci not ready. But Giovanni still is. It's 1v3. He has to find him. Dog doesn't see him. Managed to move all the way in. Flash. Hop. Ready? Move back. Giovanni gets him.
What?
He likes it. He wants it. He gets it. He buys it. Giovanni. Plant. Drop. Seekers.
Yeah.
Watch 16 health. Jump shot. Ready. Nah.
Oh my goodness. And that's why. That's why we can't say these rounds are over just quite yet, because You never know how things are going to end up. Wow. Great stuff coming in from the Knights being able to shut things down so early on. Ban and Exalt just opening up with a couple of picks make it so much more difficult. Then, of course, you have Gangsta in the back line. But straight up, Giovanni almost turned that one back around. I think if the timing of the Guiding Light was just a little bit different, and Knights decided to be a little bit more aggressive with it, it could have gone in a completely different direction. Still though, good stuff coming out from the Knights. This time, it's going to be a crew not feeling too hot in the money pool. Gonna have a little bit more of a spread out buy. Ziff has that operator. Knights are playing the long game. They're gonna try and keep their money as solid as possible so they can continue to have those rifles in their hands. Time around, a crew looking to put on double doors pressure. Exalt has to back out immediately.
Pay attention to the ult.
Not again.
Crew PK here, the Rolling Thunder. He's stopped. He has to use his own C4 to get him out. That's not enough. The Rolling Thunder in response, but doesn't manage to get the crucial members of the crew. So make the way on-site trades in their favor. Gangsta doing the absolute most to catch the two on the angle. Still playing inside, neutral, and ban. Look at this. He has to make his way onto the site, but doubled up. They can't do enough. No dash for him. Still the updrafts. And Neon reads it. Playing close to the chest. Close to the chest, aren't we a crew?
Wow. Oh, it feels like these rounds could go either way. I don't think I necessarily agreed with a crew deciding to plant it onto C, but it works out, especially with Neon with that operator. Able to just watch it down, make it so much more easier for them. And now a crew back in the lead, but PK just one round behind the Knights. A little bit of a scattered by, but those Bulldogs have looked really good previously. They can make them put in work. And a crew, a very fast execute on A this time. Ban's already moved up though.
Flash this time, though, not used to actually peek off of it. Just for info. And using the op shot as well, but Ban here could come up so big. But do this to clear out the angle, give them space, and he moves back.
Only to retake the position.
Dash is now popped, but instead, they're moving through sewers. They're 3 up, going 8 long. Spike still not committed towards the A side either. They have to be able to find one first.
And I like this adaptation from Knights. They're playing it a lot more closer. A crew so explosive to get onto site, and so if they just hold these angles, it'll work out better for them. And here we go, the execute is in.
He slowed down. Ooh, he sees him up top. That's so big. That's the opposite. Down so much pressure that just immediately lost for the side of PK. Let's see if Ban can pick up the pace. As right now, they have to commit to the plant as well to get mowed down. Zachary doing it. Check every single angle. At which they could be punished. Hit a pattern of shots with Scuba. Still 2v3. Pay attention to that Rolling Thunder that's available.
With the flank.
Flash in, doesn't catch them, and he's gone. That needed to at least blind one. He drops, he's concussed, and Scuba, oh Scuba, gets drowned, but hero of that round is Zachary.
Match point.
Absolutely. Zachary kind of turned it into the performance that we've seen out of Gangsta in some of those bad situations where your back is against a corner. And just like that, a crew looking to send us to map number 3. One more round. Don't they make it happen? Neon just missed the operator. Is able to finally get it over the edge there. Going to opt to bring the, Tour de Force online instead. Fires a little bit faster. And that's a slow field. Kind of makes sense why it's a little bit better. Crew getting ready to be explosive again. I need to see Knights be a little bit more adaptive this time. They haven't been doing a good job of slowing these A pushes down just quite yet.
Knights right now has to play a perfect Valorant. A crew up. They still got a lot of ultimates to be able to use. Rolling Thunder's the biggest one alongside the wall. Both used. They still have the op in their hand. A Tour de Force could definitely put down a lot of pressure and not at the bend.
Spike planted.
There we go. They shoot away. They're util. And there are currently 3 people flanking on the side of the Pittsburgh Knights. And Giovanni has seen them all. He's going to get concussed though, but the blind will be used. Slow them down. Gucci there. A crew has decided to read the entire map, and now it is up to Ben. He's gone. We're going to map 3.
Ooh, wow, good stuff coming out from a crew. Honestly, the Knights were feeling nice and comfortable how things were advancing, but a crew able to just spin it around just like that. And well, they're going to be forcing out map number 3. A crew not out of this one just quite yet, but wow, amazing performances coming out from both of these teams. Some of the stuff that we were seeing was absolutely unbelievable. It was so chaotic, and honestly, it was a kind of a toss-up which one was going to come out on top. But overall, it is going to be a crew tying up our series 1-1, which means we are going to map number 3, which is going to be Icebox. So, don't go anywhere. We're going to throw to a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to have Icebox ready for you. We'll see you in a bit.
Two different faces from two different teams, and now we come to the final one, with both halves being evened out. Right now, it is Icebox in front of us, between a crew and Knights for the final map of the day.
Oh man, and for the biggest bag of marbles, don't forget, this is the finals right now, and we're going all the way to map number 3. Well, map number 1 was a little bit of a slap for the Knights. Map number 2, not as easy. A crew winning it out 13-10. Still, Knights doing a pretty darn good job of holding them at bay, and it's all going to come down to Icebox. Now, I know you're a man of statistics yourself, but Crew should be just a little bit more favored here. They've got that 68% win rate on Icebox, whereas Knights only have 59%. But of course, the numbers, who knows what could have happened. The numbers, can't trust them all the time, just most of the time. So I think this is going to be an interesting matchup that we've got for map number 3 for this is it. This is it. Whichever team wins here is going to be winning this online qualifier.
Indeed, my friend. And no, we did see Knights before on Icebox, and already said it. It was tough.
Yeah.
It was not pretty to look at. So right now they're gonna have to step up in a massive way if they are to be able to show that it's like a fight left in them. But after a loss like that, I imagine things have to be a little bit tough on the mindset. So hopefully they can shake it off. But for the Crew, clawing it back, keeping things oh so close. And we did mention before that, you know, the defensive halves were a lot stronger. But just the fact that some way, somehow, Crew just kept overpowering Knights on these side retakes. And the reads they had on most of the positioning. So something to behold. We'll see if that stays consistent. Icebox is definitely a map of reads.
Oh yeah, it is. We've been seeing this more often than not lately, where teams are just opting not to bring a duelist at all. And like you said, we saw earlier, we got to watch Knights play Icebox, and the thing is I think that their composition, specifically with Ban, really thrives off of having a duelist. I'm hoping that we don't see that no duelist comp coming in from Knights unless they've got something a little bit special prepared for us, because I do think that they are good when they just kind of stick to their guns with it, which we did see last time. But given how badly they got stomped by Resonate on that map, I believe it was only 13-4, you know, they might decide to change things up here, and I'm a little bit worried about that, Ravish, because I think that setting Ban up to kind of go in there and having Ziff play the chamber has been really working for the Knights thus far. Of course, they have other members as well, like Exalt just kind of coming up clutch every now and then, and Scuba seemingly in the right position at every single moment, but still, it's going to take a little bit more than just these individual pop-off moments, and we've seen the cooperation come through between Ban and Ziff multiple times on clutch scenarios. So, let's see how this shakes out on Icebox. I'm curious, too, how a Crew want to approach this map.
The biggest thing will be is that the only consistency I'll see in terms of agent compositions will more than likely be, you know, the chamber, right? And probably a Viper on both sides in terms of when you're blinging out your controllers.
Yeah.
Past that, though, I imagine we'll probably see KO on both sides as well, because just of how prevalent he is and how good he is on this map.
Yeah.
But besides that, it's awesome. You know, Killjoy's seen before. Sage is something that is quite good usually.
Yep.
And we've seen both Knights play this too. I believe it was on Icebox previously as well, up against Resonate. So that could be a definite option. I doubt we're seeing an Astra. And with our Astra wall and with our Breach as well, I think we'll be seeing two very different looks.
Yeah, fair enough. And the thing is too, like you mentioned the Killjoy there. We only saw the Killjoy because Resonate brought that out. And honestly, the Killjoy worked because they were using it specifically just to zone it out, to give them space on it, not necessarily just using things as post-plant position tools. And I think that allowed that no duelist Killjoy composition to kind of work out. I imagine that we're going to be seeing the Sage come back into play because, quite frankly, that barrier orb is so annoying to deal with, especially too if you're trying to deny that spike going down. Listen, it's Icebox. Everybody knows where everybody is going to be planting anyways, and that barrier orb usually makes the difference between whether or not it is able to go down, despite the fact that you haven't cleared sight. So I imagine we're going to be seeing a Sage here. Other times we usually have that KO, a Sova maybe, but I think that KO is starting to get a little bit more ground on it, specifically because the 0 point has the potential to shut down a Viper. The way that we've seen some teams play with dual initiator compositions is that they throw that knife out early, but quite frankly, I disagree with that. I think that you should use your other initiator to get the information as to where some of these other members are hanging out on site, and then use the knife to try and catch somebody in the back, because that's where you're going to have your Viper set up, and if you can shut down that wall completely, you're just going to have a great time getting the spike down.
And one thing we actually have not seen so far in terms of initiators that we're talking about is Fade.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Fade, like I found, it's definitely popped up for a lot of different teams, but maybe they haven't necessarily practiced it. But I think Fade actually isn't too bad on Icebox because of all the elevation, you know? Your haunt can find a ton. And then again, we're looking at those big area of control ultimates, especially with the Nightfall. Considering, you know, how close people can try to play in Icebox as well. Having that be shut down is something that can truly change the pacing and the overall options of a round. As right for now though, we will, you know, we don't do a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the game for y'all. Jokes, never mind, we're back. Ha, take that. I bet we got you, didn't we? Oh wait, 10 seconds, and now we in. I hope you're ready to get brisk, because I'm shaking already. Finals are on the way.
I thought that was because we were going to Icebox, and I was about to be like, Ravish, we're in Toronto. We're used to the cold. We're used to it. It's fine. But yes, we're going to be going into Icebox. We talked a lot about the different compositions that these teams could be bringing in here. And look at this. Gangsta actually going to lock in the Sova pretty early on. And same with Pancakes. So we're going to have Sovas coming in here to go alongside the KOs, which I think is really interesting. We're seeing a crew now go for a 0 duelist composition. This is something I chatted about earlier. But of course, we're going to see Ban back on the jet. And, well, we've seen that Blade Storm be crazy on Icebox. I'm finding 4Ks usually, previously against Resonate, who were kind of rolling them. Now, I'm just curious to see, yeah, okay. I was like, there's no shot that they don't bring a Viper here. So Scuba back on the Viper. And I love Scuba playing this Viper. That's just going to, Scuba is so good at just kind of living up to Viper's name. Just kind of sleuthing around the site, being in unpredictable positions, able to catch the enemy team off guard. So I really like this composition coming out from the Knights, but I do think that a crew have a little bit more versatility based on that barrier orb that Gucci is going to be bringing in. A crew have to be in quick, get that barrier orb up, put the spike down, and then they can just stall out for days. So that's what we're going to be looking for from how a crew want to play this.
Considering Sage versus a Sageless comp, although not a ton of differential, like truly can decide how you plant. Because a barrier orb usually is to secure you going up pan of the spike. And now a Sage is Pittsburgh Knights. How will you respond to what a crew are able to do to you? Your wall setup is going to be crucial. And how Ban decides to entry is going to need to be big.
Already, that barrier, or sorry, that smoke orb is cutting off so much sight lines, but Ban's still getting itchy, wants to put the pressure on mid. Gonna be choosing to back off. Be the Knights slowly making their way down onto A, but that Viper wall is gonna make it a lot harder for them to be able to successfully push in.
And they decide that with a couple of the footsteps that they heard, they'll push all the way back into the site and hold the inside angles. The flash as well, slower up though. And they use to cover 2 different angles as well, as they all push into Gucci. The drone being shot away, they should be able to communicate as to where they're holding. Scuba pushes in, nice shot. But with that though,
what?
Also the respond, we're just getting just white clicks on all of the crew who are seemingly walking into PK. What was a tough position. Oh, so wary, and at least Zachary gets 2 of his. Got a 22 health. I don't know what else he can do past this. No snake. He has 1 snake bite, but I imagine he wants to save that for what likely will be the Antica going in next round. Buying up on any of your util is in the most ideal situation, and Ziff should get the final shot.
Ooh.
Or it's bad.
Yeah, teammates coming in there. And Rav, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought that Akru really played well on that defense. We saw this Viper wall come up, cut the site in half, or sorry, no, deny entry onto the site, upon which we saw the barrier orb block one of the entrances and then toss a slow orb down. So that's going to force Knights to have to walk through a slow orb if they want to commit to that A site, all while Akru was getting themselves set up. But it looked like that barrier orb just missed one block, which just allowed Scuba to just kind of walk through. And then that additional pressure, the Scuba just went completely unchecked. And that just allowed PK to have such an easy time making their way on site. Now, this is a great momentum booster off of how they played against Resonate last time. Ziff is going to get scouted out by a utility, but Akru getting aggressive on this A side push, hoping to win the numbers as Exalt might take a duel in kitchen.
Oh. But instead, as you kind of slid on him there, after the fight, Ziff as well will be forced to relocate it.
Oh.
I don't think he actually noticed there was anybody pushing against him, and yeah, Giovanni manages to actually catch him off guard. Now Ban has to be a lot more careful on who's there. Flash drive used. Spike is still right outside of spawn as well. And Exalt will fall. But on PK, they have to grab the spike and be forced to commit to a site.
Gonna pick up the ultimate orb, and it looks like this is gonna be a B. Thankfully, Scuba is still alive, so they will have that Viper's wall to play off of. The members of a crew getting themselves set up here. I don't know if they were able to grab any rifles besides Gucci. That still could be huge if they're not anticipating it.
30 seconds
Don't
left.
catch him. And then without they don't actually know where he is, he's stuck right inside the corner. Oh, runs around, wrong time. And if on final two, up by Kitchen and by Snowman. So they'll cut their loss and decide to rotate over. Giovanni instead, hunting for one, will not realize the position of the other, and the Bulldog doing work. Let's back this down.
Oh. A crew, okay. They're playing a little bit smart with how they wanted those pistols to work. Just kind of playing a little bit further apart, but also pushing in together on closer quarter angles, allowing those classics to just kind of push in there. And yeah, a little bit of unfortunate timing going on to Ziff, allowing for so much back pressure to come through, but they made the Knights work for that round. So we're seeing the Knights be on a very strange buy here. Exalt gonna buy up a Vandal, otherwise it's gonna be Sheriff in the hand of Ban. They've got that Bulldog, they've got that Spectre, but that's a lot of information right off the bat, and Knights are going to rethink whether or not they do want to move in on that mid.
We've seen them do this before, but it was off the back of the Poison Orb too. And going through Tube is an option, especially when you know that one of the sites is cut off. But Knights decided to just move it down green instead. There are two people watching the angle, and remember, this is a cruise buy. But they could just gun diff them pretty easily. As Neon's watching the angle. Doesn't see them yet, but as the knife goes up, as it gets spotted, either he's up against two and just forced rendezvous.
Gonna back off. Tossed out that snake bite to try and slow this down a little bit. But Dion's still in a great position. He can't find Ban though.
Other than being caught, we have praised Ziff before for his lurks, but Ban getting found out and this lurk getting shut down.
30 seconds left.
Now PK just through positioning alone. Looking at another 2-1 score line set. Spike's still not down yet.
Enemy remaining.
And it completely annihilate any semblance of them being able to get control of the site.
Yeah, and that was really well done by a crew. They played longer sight lines. They played it far back. They ADS'd a little bit. I know some of those YouTube videos are telling you not to ADS anymore if you want to improve your Valorant aim. But when you're playing at longer distances like that, you just need one headshot and things are going to be good. There was enough pressure to slow the Knights down from being able to make their way onto the site. And after that, it's pretty easy to just take their easy pickings. The Knights looked uncomfortable. They looked slow. And as a result, a crew were more than ready to capitalize on it and grow their own economies. Only losing one person, and it was just Neon. Gonna rush him out, get that last ultimate orb. So that's gonna be a tour de force online. That's gonna be very difficult for now. A crew is gonna have a much easier time holding that A site wrap.
No weapons pit up from either side too, like you're saying. You're gonna have to depend on that tour de force. But he's moved away. He's watching it.
Oh man.
Spotted a pixel of him. But Ben, considering he saw nobody, he makes a safer call and decides to give up all map control that was taken before. Consider to slow play it. It should be stopped here as well. Snake bite not taken. Gucci gets spotted. He can feel comfortable enough to move in. As there's trading shots over by Green. Solid. Look how far he's made it in. That's one. That's two. And this time the flank finally works out without Ziff and Scuba as well. They made it so far deep, forcing a crew away. Thinking there was no way it's gonna come across those angles, and with this, the crew in a tough spot.
Neon in the back. 2 members of a crew left. Use the tour de force. Didn't get any value out of it thus far. Teleport is online. Can rendezvous away, but the spike, it's just not looking possible. Between the shock darts as well as the fragment, there's no way that there's going to be enough time to defuse this all. So now they have an idea that Neon is going to be in the back. And yeah, I think that a crew just have to back off and save here. That was really good coming in from the Knights. How they wanted to move in there was they wanted to make it seem like B main was going to be the main way that they were going to take this assault. That was the main way that a crew should be watching. What that enabled was it allowed Scuba as well as Exalt to just make their way through kitchen completely undetected and just completely take those people out, and then the movement can move on in and get that spike down. It was so well done. Of course, Exalt style it a little bit, get a couple of headshots with the Sheriff, make it nice and clean, but still, great round coming out from Knights, able to stabilize. They now have a Viper's Pit online, but a crew still have enough money to make those rifles come into play here. They're just going to be a little bit more cautious on how they do it, not full utility in their pockets.
Utah right now. He's been the name of the game as it's being used to just hold him off the site. Couple flashes though go wide, and it seems that almost everyone who takes a shot is blind. There's one person left, and Scuba, nice swing by Crew. I was not expecting them to win that round.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, when Knights are trying to be a little bit more aggressive, trying to play their own style, good way to do that is just to throw your bodies into the mix. Then they start to get a little bit more confused as to what is going on, and a crew are just able to swing together, play together, and as a result, win together. Still, the Viper's Pit was invested. It was a pretty expensive round for the Knights. Pretty sure they also used the Null Command, and Exalt unfortunately didn't get any value before getting taken down, couldn't even get res. So now they're going to be on a save. Never mind, they're able to buy up rifles. Ziff would be the only one who doesn't, but has that Headhunter. That's going to be good information, and it might be a B-side hit. Spike's still on the ground. Oh.
Interesting. So allow them to move back through mid. DK, after getting the first target as well. It was the same push we saw last round, and trying to bait a crew forward. But no control here. Exalt wanted that exact same position by Kitchen. He's forced away again. Now Giovanni's in the chase. It forcing them to move all the way back to spawn. Ziff as well, too. Caught in front of the wall, the knife goes out. They see there's nobody there. But crew rotated over. Wall's enough. I know Gucci saw the leg. Ben. And that gives the info. Giovanni. And Gucci.
Wow.
2-2. You get every single one of PK.
Wow. Okay. I love how a crew are playing this. They figured out how PK might be pushing them in. They shut down the kitchen area, didn't even give them an inch there, didn't even allow them to make a move onto B either. Had to funnel them through onto that A site, which is exactly what they wanted. You could tell that they were ready for them. And I think that Gucci does a really good job of locking down A, which makes it so much more difficult for the Knights to be able to enter in. No matter which site they wanted to take, it seems like that it was just a losing option. The utility coming out from a crew has been absolutely phenomenal to slow them down. And now, ban comes up big, finds Neon right off the bat, finds Zachary as well. This is the ban we were talking about.
You push through yellow, like you said, ban is piercing with these knives.
Not looking
usually,
up.
but oh, not when he's not watching the right angle. Scuba even through mid gets punished. I don't know how Gucci managed to see that. But what was a solid start, shut down by crew again. They seem to really have a solid read on what Knights want to do, and they're forced back towards B again.
Oh, and Gucci's gonna get Neon back online, so that's the operator back in. No walls this time. It's gonna be extremely difficult to get this spike down, especially with the crew starting to move in like sharks.
Nice knife placement. I'm gonna copy that one down. Using the command as well to secure the plant. Oh, the reload is enough, but he has 4 coming in. Gucci with the 4K anchoring the site like the knife. Neon for the final once again. Our crew is on some right now.
Yeah, they really are. And this is starting to go into a little bit more of familiar patterns of how the Knights game went up against Resonate. You know, the Knights, they're really trying here, and Ban honestly opening that up onto B is huge. How they want to play the defense on B? Pretty simple, just have some bodies there. If the Knights are able to disassemble those bodies, then the B site is more or less free, assuming that they can keep Scuba alive to make sure that that Viper's Wall can go up and secure the plant down. Still though, a crew. They're making this one work. They're really good with their utility to slow things down. They're swapping things up. PK are going to be going in on this A site this time around, but Zachary has the Viper utility set up here, which is going to make that extremely hard.
Nowhere to run.
If the Hunter's Fury use it well, try to clear them off of any spawn angles. And Chuchus is pushed right in. They probably know where Zachary's holding, and they spot him. There's not even a chance for him to try to defend himself if nobody's there. Trade off him either, a crew. Even by himself, and now we're in a 4v5 retake. Alt's economy so far pretty dry on both sides. But Ban spots one, he's looking to hold down, angle in their spawn, but if he gets cleared out with probably a double up, it should be easy. There we go. All it takes is Gucci. Instead, in the position so far on the Knights right now. A crew was clearing out all the close angles. Pancakes takes 2 more. It is 2 off site. Waiting for the swing. Pancakes continue to push forward against them. And that's a nice push off as well. Neon takes 1 more.
Exalt.
It's 1v1. He has no time. He has to defuse this. The shot in, but it wasn't a have. And he does not get this, but good try from a crew.
Oh! He does get
what?
it. He does get it. That's what I thought. It's going to be down the wire. Neon. Oh, boy. 0.07 seconds, Revish. What? That is unbelievable. I once again, Ban just came up good. Got so much room for the rest of the Knights to just be able to make their way onto site, get the spike down nice and early. And honestly, Exalt holding it nice and close. Good spray control. Decided to take the swing around the corner, make sure that it was going to work out. But ultimately, the Knights just did not have the people alive to use the stall utility. And when you look at their composition, they've got 3 members who can stall out that spike, not able to do so. And as a result, they have to take those duels. And unfortunately, they lost them out. A crew really rely on utility to slow down the push on every single site except for A. Or sorry, B. Knights, though, they just walked right through it, made it nice and easy for them, and were able to take that space. So it was a quick spike plant coming down.
And a crew this time looking to change things up, playing very far back. I had a null command along with a tour de force on the other side for a crew to try to respond. And these pushes for Knights are not working out. I would not be surprised if they lose this round. We see a timeout. But still trying to force the B push.
Poison's off.
As they manage to shoot away some of the util. 3 people strong to make their way through kitchen. And Ziff is watching on the lurk to see if he can find anybody. Scoped, and Pancakes is down. So is Ban. So that means they managed to spot everybody pushing through as well. And so what was one previously becomes two to the other side. He cannot get the opt-out in time. Both shots missing. Spike goes down. It's 3v2. I could still have a chance to be able to possibly hold this. There's funny things around. Who's going to protect nobody? Scuba with 3. It's 2v1. Gucci has come up big before. But knowing where they're playing, they can just double swing him. There's no need for him or for any PK to even go up against him. Yeah. The one-on-one. Picks at the angle. That's one taken, but ooh,
The
just
Guardian.
barely missed.
Oh, man. All right. Knights back into things. Heck yeah. We love the Knights. No, but right now, one of the people who is so confident moving through, Scuba. Scuba took the lead on that engagement. Decided to run things through, able to find the frags. The next thing you know, the site's wide open. And on top of that, too, your Viper's still alive. Usually you don't want the Viper to be the person who is pushing through. Of course, Ban fell down. Ideally, it would have been Ban. But Scuba making that one work. I love the confidence coming in, able to catch a crew off guard, drop the operator as well. Good stuff coming in. That's a very good shock dart to clear out a bit of utility, but unfortunately nobody is there. Ziff, though, does get caught out. Despite losing that round, the crew have plenty of rifles. And Neon doesn't have plenty of lives left. Ban finds a quick little head.
And instead, we'll see if he pops. Try to get more out of this. On the middle switch weapons, Pancakes is up at the top, sees them, and is waiting for the flash. And oh my god!
Oh no.
That's 3 knocked down so quickly. Look at the way they played off of one another, but that's clutch right there. The fact he stayed alive. Exactly. Oh, he's gonna get spotted. Oh. He managed to make his way effortlessly through. I've been a different story. A spike going down. He could try to recover the op and move away, but now he wants to move in. Where they are though. Both off site. And with this, he can actually just wait for them to clear out the corners. Oh, one's above, one's below, and he turns around right on time. He knows the other one has 4 bullets as well. He has to let all these cleanly season. Oh, that's what the classic. Right timing by Exalt. Really well played.
Yeah, great stuff. Obviously, you know, there's 2 members left. Could have just played off of each other in order to make sure it happened, but still, a great execute coming in from the Knights. They're able to just go in on that A site and make it work. Very fast engagements coming through there, but being able to just find Neon for free was so big from Ban to start the round off. The operator is down. Suddenly, you're allowed to just walk in, and you don't have to worry about super long sight lines that might just screw you over. So, Knights, great job. They're able to win that one out. This time, though, Neon has the tour de force. You're going to be seeing them put up that barrier orb early. Shuts out the recon drone, actually. Gets stuck on the side. The Ban has already taken so much space, and the spike is going down. This is extremely early.
Solo planting the site. Artus Furio gets 1 tag. Is looking for the second dash. Just out of the way. And a crew, I thought that was a save. They're moving through. Exo. Oh, the exact same look we saw from Ziff, but this time, this doesn't work out too much, and Scuba, he might be lost in the sauce or flying. But you know, Gucci down, huh? Scuba with the response. Viper's Pit working out beautifully. If someone manages to do it, but Pancakes. Gucci turns it back and gets the final. He didn't even know he was alive. It's the hold down the site. These rounds are so close here, Marks.
I'm sorry, Rap. I'm in disbelief that that actually worked. That was so fast. I wasn't even sure what was going on because you just saw Ban pick up the spike, go, okay, time to go in, just flies in, and you could tell that the crew were like, wait, is that spike already, wait, what? There's nobody, what's going on? And then the spike was already down. Next thing you know, Scuba's in place, throws down the Viper's Pit, and then it's just in God's hands who's gonna come out on top of that one. Great job from the Knights though. Last round and a half, already. Tour de Force, as well as Bladestorm, online. Knights looking to make this a 7-5 half here. They want to pull that one back. The crew ready for this. Ban looking for it. Throws one knife, can't find anything.
Flash 2, but not tagged. So now look is and now move in. Util dump. Hold him out for a couple of seconds. Pancakes. Manages to consistently find these crucial kills in this time of need. And if you can get 2, it would be quite nice for a crew. But they're not by neutral.
Spike planted.
And I would just really off kilter that site. They will have to play different as well. Oh no. Yeah, window cover. They find him up top. Next number 2. And they're all just mowing him. You see him at the outside. Like you said, Mark, 7 to 5.
There we go. This is so much better than what we saw earlier from the Knights going up against Resonate. Now, they're going to be on the defense. See how they want to set themselves up. This Viper wall on A, although we hadn't seen it too often before, is slowly becoming the way to play it. It just does such a good job of inspiring fear in the enemy's hearts, of pushing in onto that A site. And that's how you want to hold them back. You can really slow the momentum down. I'm curious to see how a crew want to attack now. They do have the Viper's wall already preemptively down onto B, which makes me believe they want to play there. But that could just be an easy fake. Although with Neon, looking at that A site, usually, Chamber is going to be on the flank. That means probably going to be a B side hit with Neon trying to get space on A if they do need somewhere else to go.
I mean, only right now, they seem like they only want to go one place. Being the default spot for some of these pistols, you would think they would rush down A, but no.
Whoa.
Big difference going to be that Sage Wall, though, although not up right now, it's almost knocked down, and
Spike down B.
it continues to be blue and red across the kill screen. 2v2 by the end. Look at the health bar as well from PK. Massively low. One body shot to any one of the members ruins their day. Like, still not going down.
Off this Viper's wall, but I imagine Neon is going to take the spike into a different location. Fakes it. Interesting.
Zach's still there, though. They're waiting for Neon to double up, and now with this, they can
30 seconds left.
look to swing towards mid where they're all watching it, but it's got to be just dome piece they could possibly hit.
Oh, that's so smart.
That's one dome piece. Looking for this second, almost out of headhunter shots, too. Jump shot. Woo. 2v1, you win.
Yeah, Zachary able to win that one out, but wow, that's a good play by Zachary. Just puts the wall up. That makes Knights believe that they have enough time to move themselves around, get themselves into position, immediately just drops the wall. Catches them with their pants down. Suddenly it's just an easy little dink, and the rest is history. Like you said, both members were so low, it didn't take so much more in order to just make sure that that round was won. So a crew win out the pistol round. They're going to make this a little bit more evened out. Could potentially get to that 7-7 scoreline. We saw this on the last map, though. Very similar scoreline, so let's see how the Knights want to adapt themselves. Looks like it's going to be an A site hit. They do a Scuba's wall, though, which could really slow the momentum down here.
I'll drop it, might be looking to use it at the close angle where they can drop, but instead they actually use it on the outside for spawn.
Smart.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
What's called, and now with this they've shut off entire entry point. Okay. Forcing all of the crew to go up. Flash in, and you didn't even see him. He's in front of him.
What?
Just to wait. What? I don't know what happened. I have no godforsaken idea what just went down.
The rules of engagement do in fact dictate that Spectre go Pew, but also it's going to be Gucci also going Pew apparently. What just happened there was it was a very explosive retake coming in from PK. They decided to just throw all their bodies at the wall, see what spaghetti was going to stick. Fortunately, none of it. They tried to engage in off of a couple of flashes, didn't quite work out for them, just getting shut down by the Spectres at close range. Now though, they will have rifles coming in here. Still going to look a little bit more doable. Zachary carrying over that Bulldog from the previous round. Might be able to take some of these longer range duels, but this could be deadly. has to peek against the chamber on B long.
I mean, that's not, I don't think you want to try to do that. They get the tag.
Oop.
And then rendezvous as well, so they spot him. Where he moved with this, the exact space they're looking for. You have the option to move in, put the wall down. They've already made it past, forcing them into the corner. That's a big knife. But it doesn't work out. Well, by the end, that Molly though does more than enough, and Zip, who was forced into a corner, was caught out at the beginning.
Oh?
Gets 3, makes it 2v1. EK. And finally their buyback round. Make it 8-7.
Okay. All right. This is one of the problems with how a crew like to play things. You know, if you were telling me we were watching Overwatch right now, I'd tell you that we're seeing a rush composition come into play. And the reason why I say that is because they're all just grouped up and moving together, all the utility being used so they can kind of support this death ball of a style that they're just running their way onto any of the sites. While the Knights aren't matching that style of play, they're able to take a couple of the pieces away from the puzzle. That's why we're seeing these multi-kills come in from the Knights, because they can just simply spray it down, and chances are they're going to land a couple. And that's why you see it be so back and forth in the kill feed of how this is breaking down. But as a result, the Knights usually come out with more numbers, and thus are able to win out the round. Now, a crew. They're down around here. They're looking at this A site, ready to push in, but all the Viper stuff is already set up. This is going to be a tough execute.
No spots one, but he sees them all moving in, and they're actually shoot at the wall, but it's the exact same one they had done by spawn. Again, a 5v5 yet again. That 2-4 is still up, and now let's see where all of the crew play. We're all in Viper's world currently, which I don't necessarily mind, but seems a little dark and foggy for now though. EK, chances to move in. Already haven't used the healing orb as well. Look at the bunch up, look at the mini-map right now as to where they all are, and as they all compile forward, it becomes a mosh pit for PK, making it a death pit. They keep 4 alive through that somehow. How, bro? How?
Once again, it's because the crew members, it's like, you know the poster for Left 4 Dead, where you see the 4 members back to back shooting in all sorts of different directions? That's kind of how a crew were playing inside of that Viper. They were all grouped up, trying to spray in the exact same direction. And that is not going to work with Knights spreading themselves around and dissecting the bullets through there. The only person who wasn't on there was the KO at the very end. And that's the only reason why the KO was able to survive. It was so easy for Knights to just walk in and then just spray it down. As soon as they find one, they're bound to find at least 2 other people there. And that's kind of a problem. You know, when you have that Viper Spit, yes, you do want people to be nice and close, but it does make things a little bit more difficult there. So, tactical timeout coming in from a crew. Now, let's see what they can pull back together, because this is slowly slipping away from them, Rav.
Slowly but surely, as well as the round gets messier and messier. That is the overall trend we've seen so far in both these teams. It's rounds won by, honestly, out of nowhere, realistically. Like, you truly aren't sure how either member managed to survive, but some way, somehow, somebody gets a triple and you're like, oh, okay, cool. I guess we're just letting that happen. We're now on the save too. Looking to see how they can counter-strike PK. You've got an op in their hand as well. The null command, but what's going to be big as well going into the next round, maybe the res they have.
Whoa! Gave a little bit of a haircut. Unable to find the kill, unfortunately. It's gonna be a crew looking at that B site now. They're ready to engage, but they have a big gun disadvantage as they decide to push in.
Not much to do is right now either. Because so with the save too, you can try to take 2v1s and After that, shot. Yep, cleaned up. And even with the sheriffs in their hands, still can't go up against all the vandals that they're currently facing. Geechee spotted outside yellow. Pancake's not tagged though, but waiting to see who pushes against him. They know he's outside by green. They can now just push in. The pop flash shot, they should be able to swing against him. They still tucked away pretty nicely, so it shouldn't affect them a
30
ton.
seconds left.
The crew right now is looking for anything they can find. Okay, they managed to find Ziv. That's the opt-down, at least. Past that, though, now Waras comes forward. Put up the wall, he takes a gun, and he gets away with it for a couple of seconds.
Yeah. On top of that, too, I have a feeling that Gucci was like, oh, that's a Vandal. Okay, cool. If I can at least save the Vandal, maybe this is going to make this round worth it. Fortunately, it was just a Guardian. It only get at least one headshot off there, but man, it was... Yeah, it was so easy for the Knights to be able to win that round. And now, Knights 3 rounds away from victory. So many ultimates online. Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit, Null Command, as well as the Blade Storm. Usually the Blade Storm, a little bit of a hit or a miss. Ban currently on the low end of things, but that Blade Storm could be huge once again, especially on defense. So far forwards coming in from the Knights, as Ban takes that forward angle and gets the kill on the
He takes 2 from there. He's up, especially in a 2v1 as well. All 3 tags from Gangster. All a little bit off. We were talking about the rest before. But you decided to actually commit it to Giovanni instead. And it makes sense, and I'll command. It's going to be big, but we'll see if PK decides to commit there as well. It's 4v4, a lot of options definitely available, and I think if in a crew right now, I'm looking to at least see who's holding and then rotate off. Because look at where they're going.
You are powerless. No command. Zach's gonna be melted with another winning soul. Falls down immediately. Just gets taken out. Giovanni actually fell as well. It's traded even.
Unfortunate timing there too. As soon as that ult is popped, they can't do much from there, but Scuba's gonna do his darndest to slow them down. Sky, the spike left. Still. Ancient towards B, but going through a corridor, they're facing certain death. Gangster through the grates, they spot them. What a cheeky angle he pulls off. And Zachary left. Not much health before him.
10 seconds
60 health and 140 shot to do the most. Oh. All through the grates he does. He playing like an actual rat.
That was a nice little flick at the end there. You know, you want to end the round on a positive note. So, as much as Zachary wished that could have been a little bit more, you got to take those steps. Now, this is where things start to slip away, though. A crew, they're gonna be forcing up here, and they kind of have to because the Knights, they have one more round before they're on match point and win it out. A lot of ultimates spent for Knights, but honestly, it was worth it. They needed to put themselves into this winning position. With 2 force coming out for a crew. The other one to play this now.
Match point because most definitely need death for themselves. They have the hardest fury, but this is a new angle the man has not played. He sees 3, but this time he will not be able to get 2 for himself. A big punish and just some health damage is all that'll be done. If not caught, they know they're pushing it against him. And he has to get at least 2 here, but a snake bite holding him off. Playing off of Exile to all move away. Let's see what Ziv can do. They watch the angle. Neon simply reads him better. Just Exalt left. And they're pushing against him. He gets 2. He gets a little more reinforcements now as well. Alongside Gangsta. They hold him on the outside. They can't even make it to yellow. 2v2 yet again. Got shot away, they're forced back towards green once more. And Neon wants them to peek against him. There's no tour de force there, right? There's no shot to peek this, bro. No flashes, no shot you try to peek this. Ooh.
30 seconds left.
Okay, that's just fine. Scuba, Gucci. Ooh, that's spike down. An unfortunate blunder. One that Neon will have to recover. He's spotted. A dart on him, a quick scope as well. 10 seconds. All PK gotta do is stay alive. played their life in the perfect fight. The clutch when he swings around, he finds him.
Sorry.
What? He didn't even know. That's like a random guess. He had a premonition, bro. Are you Raven?
Oh, that's a deep cut right there. Oh my god. Wow, a crew able to go Neon coming up absolutely massive. Everybody invests now. Neon stocks are on the rise. That was absolutely disgusting. What was that flick? Such an important round for a crew. They're back into things. Knights still need to win 2 more rounds. The crew are slowly inching towards them, and that's a huge momentum booster for them. Exalt holding it super close. Pancakes might be on the other end of a shorty kill. Never mind. Oh, yep. Okay.
Oh!
Gets one.
And you know what? He even does, like, I think a little bit of damage to other people, but hey, that don't matter. The ban watch that angle. Look at this. Look at this. Flash goes out. Oh, never mind. The ban has to be forced away again. Unfortunate, but still the updraft up. I will at least allow him to secure one. He shock darted away.
Oh no.
Oh, but Scuba sees Zachary. Really nice pickoff as well. That means that the east side is open. Now PK defending against it all. The spike is dropped all the way out towards the back of yellow. You want to see where they'll commit. They spot nobody through mid either. They're waiting. We want them to push against them. And Javon's playing bodyguard right now. And the bodyguard doing his job, keeping all their fans away. Diff with the classic as well, but they get stuck at 2v1. Pancakes.
Nope.
Gotta do the absolute most, but Scuba this time will live.
Okay. Nice. Match point. That was their save round. Well, I guess they did kind of half buy into that one, but a crew. Oh, it just fell apart for them. Such bad timings coming in there. Scuba honestly being able to find Zachary was absolutely massive. Shut down all of that flank pressure, allowing the Knights to just get the positions that they want without having to worry too much about their backs. Now we're on match point. Ziff busting out to the force. A crew forced onto a save. I don't want to call anything, but Rav, this could be it. A crew getting themselves set up to push onto this A site. Have the Hunter's Fury online. And nothing more. They are close to getting a couple all their ultimates, but they're going to need to fight for that ultimate orb if they want to make it happen.
It's got to be an all-out brawl right now, Marks. Everything they got to do with purpose, with moxie, with chutzpah, with the schmack that they got inside of them. Right now, as that gets dropped, the util dump and tags all around, but Ban's made it all the way to the backside. He wants to play face forward. He's taking the fight right to them. That's 3K to start it off. Ban wants service shut down. Ban would want to go home and eat. And start off with 3, and they know the Knights will not taste defeat today. That's what Moba Zachary wants to shut it down. No! It's Scuba taking them to a watery grave. The Knights get the finals. 2-1 over a crew.
Wow, and what a way to end it. You just have Ban come in, say, okay, I'm going to click all their heads from behind. Able to first shut down the Hunter's Fury, and you could tell that a crew were not expecting anybody to be back there. Such aggression coming out from Ban. And honestly, that's the way that the Knights have been able to dominate things. Congratulations to the Knights. They're going to win it out this time. 2-1 over a crew. Great stuff coming out from this team, Rav.
Man, Knights, though, you look at this bracket as well. It's 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. No 2-0s, though. So every single win they've had, they worked for it. They've gone through the ringer, through stops and stomping themselves, through back and forth halves, through overtimes, and now through such close maps. Devastating losses and our big wins. I'm sure the Knights right now are absolutely elated for what they see.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that the Knights are really showcasing that they still are a very competitive team and can really compete at the highest level. A crew, another pretty recognizable name. And on top of that too, the crew has been spending a lot of time trying to refine some of these strategies. Fortunately, just didn't get them to the finish line here. But so many other teams as well in this tournament have been doing such a good job. Resonate comes to mind from earlier. Resonate looked so good, despite the fact that they're a relatively unknown team. So honestly, such great Valorant getting played tonight. And honestly, big congratulations to the Knights. They really deserve this victory.
Oh, 100% they do, because I said it already before. They were sweating for it. I know my brow right now is drenched. I actually got to wipe that all off, because especially like them, although I've been standing, they've been right there flicking, right back and forth, every single other corner, through rounds, through clutches, through so much more. And we'll actually have a chance to actually get to talk to one of the members of the Knights as well, to get to parlay with them in terms of what's going on. So we'll cut it to a short break. When we come back in 2 minutes, we're going to talk to one of the members of the Knights. Don't go nowhere. Hey, hi, how you doing? Our bad for baiting you, but unfortunately no interview today though, but that's fine, that's okay. We do still appreciate y'all for watching, sticking around, and being with us this entire time. Of course, big shout out to my main man, Mark, for sticking with me the past 4 days of doing this thing. I appreciate you, of course, our Observer Days, that of course, producer, Urme and T and Reno for doing the thing on the back end. Everybody out there as well, and big shout out to the Knights and all the teams who placed today as well for winning out the entire day, and for the crew playing their absolute goddamn heart out, making us, yet again, just keeping us and our heart palpitating. But hey,
that's not good actually. That's medically not that great, but
it's probably not. So you know what? I'll go get that checked out. So with that being said, I will be out of here. Appreciate y'all. I'm the Raps on the internet. Y'all have a good night.